Build an empire? Alex raised an eyebrow. What does an empire have to do with the Heaven's mandate? One Heaven sorcerer smiled faintly. While the plane's consciousness fell, its heavens did not. Even as its soul undergoes rebirth, its primary planar instincts persist in the form of the Heaven's will, ensuring the fundamental functions of the plane remain intact. Because of this, my actions, usurping the Heaven's mandate through strength and subsequently killing the plane's consciousness, have been recorded by the Heaven's will as an existential crisis, one that must never occur again. Realization dawned on Alex. So, the Heaven's mandate can no longer be seized through brute force, he asked. Yes. One Heaven nodded. Now, the qualification to wield the Heaven's mandate lies in fate and fortune, in providence. Whichever side possesses the greatest amount of the required providence will earn the acknowledgement of the Heaven's will and be granted the Heaven's mandate. The required type of providence. Alex raised an eyebrow. There are many forms of fate and fortune in this world, One Heaven explained. Some give rise to extraordinary phenomena. Others birth rare creatures of heaven and earth. Some elevate individuals, while others shape the destiny of entire regions. They are countless, for wherever there is existence, there is fate, and there is fortune. To claim the Heaven's mandate, 3 core pillars of providence are required. The first is territory. Any entity seeking the mandate must control a significant portion of the plane. This generates territorial providence, the first pillar. The second is population. One must bind the lives of the plane's denizens to their banner. The greater the number of people under their rule, the greater the collective providence they generate, the second pillar. And finally, the third is power. The one who seeks to claim the Heaven's mandate cannot be weak. Before one is granted supreme authority between heaven and earth, they must first possess authority of their own, generating authority providence, the third pillar. That's strange, Alex said, frowning slightly. Both GUMO and the local Navi already possess all 3 pillars, don't they? He paused, then continued, his thoughts sharpening. If I'm right, and the Berserk property is indeed GUMO's divinity. A faint shudder ran through him as he recalled the divine kingdom he had nearly stepped into within Camp Red Rock's beast nest, and the terrifying gaze that had locked onto him. Then the Grand Berserk Beast Forest is his territory, while every Berserk beast and Berserk human forms his population. And as for power, Alex exhaled. A Class A transcendence speaks for itself. On the other hand, the local Navi have established temples, gathering both population and territory through faith. I don't know their exact strength, but considering how long they've been deceiving this plane, they must be formidable. Perhaps only slightly weaker than GUMO. He narrowed his eyes. Both sides already possess power, population, and territory. So why dash? Your observation is correct. On the surface, One Heaven interrupted calmly, but the way the heavens will determine such matters is more nuanced. For one, each pillar of providence must surpass a certain threshold, one known only to the heavens will itself. Second, the claimant must possess a balanced dominance across all 3 pillars. Alex rubbed his chin thoughtfully. I think I understand. For GUMO, the Great Berserk Beast Forest is constantly being contained by the surrounding empires, limiting its expansion. And while the forest itself is vast, there are empires that surpass it in scale. A glint of understanding flashed in his eyes. I see. That must be why GUMO spreads his influence through Berserk beast nests. If those nests are left unchecked, they act as seeds. A break would occur, spreading the Berserk beast population within it, while also claiming and corrupting more land in the process. He continued, his tone growing more analytical. As for population, Berserk beasts are far from unified. Whether within the Great Berserk Beast Forest or the scattered nests, they constantly fight amongst themselves. In other words, they are self-destructive. That inevitably reduces the total population under GUMO's control. Alex nodded slowly. Just these two factors alone may prevent him from reaching the required thresholds. And even more importantly, they prevent him from achieving balanced dominance across all three pillars. Alex's eyes flashed. His thoughts shifted to the local Navi. The local Navi may have a more stable territory and population than Guemo, he said slowly, but they must still fall short of the required thresholds. He frowned slightly. Is it because the heavens will recognize each Navi as an individual contender? Just how much land and population would be required? He wondered aloud. It doesn't matter, one heaven replied calmly. Ah, yes, you're right. Alex's eyes lit up with sudden clarity. Guemo is stronger than the local Navi. So even if they meet the thresholds for territory and population, they would still lose in terms of power, which prevents them from claiming the mandate. You've grasped it well. One heaven smiled in approval. However, there's one more factor hindering both sides: the quality of their providence. He continued, Gumo's divinity is rooted in fear. As such, the providence he commands is likewise born of fear. But fear is inherently unstable. It fluctuates, rises and falls. This makes the corrupted providence under his control equally unstable. As for the traitors, their divinity is founded upon deception. In order to avoid backlash from this flaw, they must constantly refine their divinity, and by extension, the providence derived from it. Alex narrowed his eyes thoughtfully. It sounds like the heavens will has established conditions that inherently hinder deity cultivators from claiming the heavens mandate. Then he paused, a new question forming. If it can construct such a complex and precise system, why doesn't it simply select and nurture a suitable inheritor for the mandate directly? One heaven shook his head. The heavens will is not a conscious entity in the way you imagine. It is a system of laws, an automated framework that governs the heaven and the earth. What you suggest requires deliberate will, intention, choice. Such actions can only be carried out by the plane's consciousness. And in its current state, he glanced upward briefly. The plane's consciousness is in no position to do so. He continued, Heaven's will is, at present, nothing more than a collection of instinctive impulses, a system driven by reactions, not intent. Among these impulses are its repulsion towards deity cultivation, the very force that led to the destruction of the plane's consciousness, and its inherent instinct for self-preservation. These impulses have naturally combined to create a systemic bias against deity cultivation. However, one must not misunderstand this. Heavens will remains fundamentally neutral. It reacts to stimuli, and it does not choose sides. While it may instinctively reject deity cultivation, that is the extent of its intervention. You cannot expect it to favor you simply because you oppose Guemo and the traitors. Just like them, you must still fulfill the required conditions before it grants you the heaven's mandate. One heaven paused briefly, his expression turning more solemn. Then he added, his tone edged with caution. Heavens will has done all it can to restrain Guemo and the traitors. But do not be mistaken, they are both exceedingly cunning. And in time, they will find ways to circumvent or outright break the rules set against them. Alex nodded slowly. He had no doubt. One side consisted of traitors who had deceived an entire civilization for over a millennium. The other was a being who had reached transcendence. Neither were fools. Neither were incapable of exploiting loopholes. It was only a matter of time. And time was something they had already possessed in abundance. A millennium's worth. Alex exhaled quietly before speaking again. I am an outsider, a weak one at that, on a foreign plane. It would already be difficult enough to establish even a small nation here. He looked directly at one heaven. But let's say I succeed. Let's say I build an empire. How does that solve the obvious disparity between myself and the enemies this plane expects me to oppose? One heaven smiled, habitually running his fingers through his beard. Rather than answering Alex's question verbally, he reached beneath the table between them and brought out a box, placing it before Alex. Open it, he said. Alex eyed the box skeptically for a moment before reaching out and opening it. Inside was an oval crystal. An egg. He raised an eyebrow in mild surprise. That is a legacy object condensed from the power of heaven and earth, one heaven said, still stroking his beard. Channel your essence into it, and you will understand. Alex, who had already been scanning the crystal egg with his spiritual force, looked up at the old man and nodded. Although his spiritual force could not penetrate the crystal to discern its true nature, he also sensed no danger from it. Trusting his spiritual force's instinctive warning against imminent danger, or lack thereof, Alex decided to proceed. He began channeling his essence into the egg. Mana, bloodline energy, true name concepts, spiritual force. One by one, his energies flowed into the crystal egg. Then, Alex's eyes widened. As his energies converged, they formed a familiar, yet unfamiliar glyph upon the surface of the egg. A greater rune. It was a greater rune he had never seen before. Yet through his connection to it, he instinctively knew its name. National Fortune. Before Alex could react, the egg transformed into a beam of light and shot directly into the center of his forehead. The egg reappeared within his mind space, positioned before Omni-Rune. The greater rune on the egg's surface emitted a beam of light that struck Omni-Rune. In response, the origin greater rune began to shift, morphing into the exact same rune. Immediately, a connection was established between Omni-Rune and the egg. A pulse rippled outward from their point of contact, spreading across the entirety of Alex's mind space. The energy did not stop at its boundaries. Instead, it continued outward, traversing into other conceptual spaces within Alex's body, his soul space, his bloodline space, and beyond. Before Alex could make sense of what was happening, he suddenly felt new lines of connection latch onto his mind and soul. His body jolted. A faint, ticklish sensation of unfamiliar power seeped into his being. What the dash? Although the influx was negligible for now, Alex could clearly sense its potential. If this slow, drop-like trickle of power increased further, it could elevate his strength by an entire stage, perhaps even a full rank or more. How was this possible? He looked at one heaven in disbelief. Quickly, Alex focused on the newly formed connections within his mind. Among them, he recognized familiar endpoints. His followers. Only then did it click. The other connections were from his wives and the rest of his party. His expression instantly turned cold. "Did you just turn me into a deity cultivator?" he asked, his voice frigid. One heaven's hand, which had been stroking his beard, paused mid-motion. "Ah?" Then he burst into laughter, as though he had just heard the greatest joke in the world. "Of course not," he said after finally regaining control of himself. "Deity cultivation requires others to worship you as their deity. Has any of them done that?" Alex shook his head. "Obviously not. Then why do I feel like I'm being empowered through my connection to them?" he pressed. "Faith is a form of belief," one heaven replied calmly. "But trust and loyalty can also be considered forms of belief. Just like faith, trust, and loyalty can generate a type of energy, one that can be transferred to another, as you have just experienced." The old sorcerer shifted his gaze away from Alex, looking out toward the immortal landscape beyond the mountain. In the past, while studying the foundations of GUMO and the Trader's Cultivation branch, I came to realize something. There already existed more than one benevolent versions of the path. He turned back to Alex. "I've already told you about how this plane possesses a faith pool that is one such direct alternative method. Another is the method unconsciously used by holy lands and large organizations. The more a holy land expands, the more people it gathers under its banner. The more those people trust it and remain loyal to it, the more fate and fortune the organization accumulates, and the stronger it becomes." His eyes gleamed faintly. I began to wonder, is this not fundamentally similar to the principles of deity cultivation? He paused briefly before continuing. "It was only after I merged with the heavens that I came to understand the true answer. Faith is not the only way to obtain fate and fortune from others. Any organization, once it grows large enough, begins to generate its own fate and fortune, drawn from the collective fate and fortune of those beneath its banner. And the reason for that is the emotion and belief those people hold, trust, loyalty, and so on. Emotion and belief, just like in deity cultivation. One heaven smiled, once again stroking his beard. But then, I quickly realized something else, he continued. Unlike typical deity cultivation, there is no conceptual feedback where the members' belief projects onto the identity of the organization itself. It was then I understood, while this phenomenon is similar to deity cultivation, it is more natural and, more importantly, temporary. The fact that it is natural is crucial. It means that while an organization's providence rises or falls due to the collective influence of its members' providence, they remain separate and unaffected as individuals. In other words, the organization's providence doesn't grow by siphoning from its members, Alex interjected. Unlike deity cultivation, this method is symbiotic. Both the organization and its members grow together, as they should. Wait, as they should? Why did I think that? Alex wondered inwardly. Exactly. One heaven nodded approvingly. And furthermore, the fact that trust and loyalty can be considered both beliefs and emotions. Arguably, Alex thought silently, means they generate a form of emotional energy, much like faith, capable of influencing the subject of that belief. However, one heaven continued, unlike deity cultivation, this feedback is temporary and does not affect the subject's cultivation rank. Alex's eyes narrowed slightly in thought. So, the increase in power I'm feeling right now is because you've turned this observation into a system that allows me to harness the energy generated from my party members' trust and loyalty? Indeed, one heaven smiled. Discussing matters with an intelligent individual was always refreshing. Your party, in essence, is an organization, he continued. The boost in power you feel now is the result of their collective trust and loyalty. However, understand this. The boost can only be activated temporarily. It is limited by the size of your party, and it can be depleted. At the same time, your party has now become an entity that possesses its own providence. Managing the fate and fortune of your members is no longer optional. It is now something you must pay close attention to, because it directly influences the overall providence of your entire organization. Alex paused for a moment, his fingers tapping lightly against the table as he digested everything he had just been told. So, this is why you asked me to build an empire, he finally said. An empire allows me to acquire land, that is, territorial providence. It allows me to gather people in the form of citizens' collective providence. And finally, an empire itself is an organization, one that generates its own providence and gathers the trust and loyalty of its people. With that, I gain access to an additional source of power that can enhance my strength beyond the constraints of my rank, albeit temporarily. That would be authority providence. One heaven nodded. So did Alex. It was, in truth, an elegant system. It required him to focus on a single objective, growing his empire. And in doing so, he would naturally accumulate all three pillars of providence simultaneously. Then, a final realization struck him. The quality of providence. He muttered, since the empire's providence is naturally formed from the collective providence of its citizens, the overall quality will be significantly higher. That means I wouldn't need to go through the trouble of refining it. Exactly. One heaven's face broke into a genuinely appreciative smile. Say one thing, and he understands 3, no, 10, he thought with satisfaction. It seems I have indeed found a worthy legatee. However, his expression soon turned slightly serious. Nothing is without flaw, he cautioned. This system also has its limitations. An organization's, or an empire's, providence is inherently difficult to grow. You will need to improve the lives of your citizens both broadly and rapidly. Unexpectedly, Alex smiled. Develop broadly and rapidly. That shouldn't be too difficult, he thought. This world is practically in the dark ages. As long as my Rune-Tech recovers, I can drag it forward into something akin to the 22nd century. Wouldn't that qualify as both broad and rapid development? He almost grinned, while Alex drifted into thoughts of sweeping technological revolutions powered by his Rune-Tech and knowledge from his past life. One Heaven suddenly manifested a scroll in front of him. "What is this?" Alex asked. "The method I use to transform sorcery, casting into the formation of hand seals," One Heaven replied. Then he added, "With this method, you can create any mystic art or develop your own casting systems." Alex's eyes widened slightly. "Wait, any mystic art?" he asked. "You're saying I can create any type of spell I want?" "Yes, you can," One Heaven confirmed with a solemn nod. "How is that possible?" Alex asked. "I'm not entirely certain of the exact mechanism," One Heaven admitted. This was something the Heavenly Venerable devised shortly before the final battle against Gumo, when he observed the Dragon Emperor using Dragon Tongue to cast various mystic arts. The underlying reason appears to be tied to language. "Language?" Alex echoed. "Yes," One Heaven nodded. Stroking his beard, he continued, "For those of us with the required talent, spellcasting is essentially a form of communication, a language used to interact with the universe and bring about specific phenomena. However, not all forms of communication, not all languages, are equal. The universe responds to some more quickly and more strongly than others, based on the caster's rank and providence." Alex asked. "Those as well?" "Yes," One Heaven replied. "But there are additional factors. Quite literally, the language you use plays a significant role. As I mentioned earlier, this theory arose when the Heavenly Venerable witnessed the Dragon Emperor using Dragon Tongue to cast stronger versions of identical spells. From this, he concluded that Dragon Tongue must carry greater worth in the eyes of the universe than our Verdantine common tongue." "Wait," Alex's eyes sharpened. "Are you saying that literal languages themselves possess providence in the eyes of the universe?" According to the Heavenly Venerable, yes, One Heaven confirmed. He proposed that there exists a hierarchy of languages determined by their respective providence. The higher a language stands within that hierarchy, the faster and more powerfully the universe responds to any mystic art or spell cast through it. And based on this conclusion, he formulated two key postulates. One Heaven raised two fingers. First, the providence of a language is determined by three factors: the number of individuals who have ever spoken it, its collective providence; the length of time it has existed, its longevity providence; and the number of powerful individuals who have emerged from its users, its elite quality providence. Second, each language, based on the providence it shares among its active users, possesses what could be termed language power. This language power determines how much a spell's difficulty can be reduced and how much its casting speed can be increased, especially for higher-grade spells. Upon hearing this, Alex immediately experienced a moment of clarity. "So, that's why Dragon Tongue is so powerful," he muttered inwardly. "Unlike humans, who have countless languages spread across different planes, there's only one Dragon Tongue throughout the entire universe. Dragons within a single plane might not be numerous compared to other races, but when viewed on a universal scale, their total number must be staggering. And beyond that, Dragon Tongue has existed since the very birth of the dragon race, which likely traces back to the first dragon at the dawn of creation. Its age alone is immeasurable. As for powerful individuals, that hardly needs explanation. The dragon race has always been the quintessential symbol of power across countless planes. With those three factors combined, it would be strange if Dragon Tongue didn't possess overwhelmingly high language providence." He paused briefly, then shifted his thoughts toward the second postulate. As for language power, although almost all dragons use Dragon Tongue for spellcasting, the number of dragons existing at any given time is probably relatively small, even on a universal scale, especially when compared to the sheer number of human spellcasters within any plane where humans dominate. It must be because of this smaller numbers of theirs that Dragon Tongue possesses such overwhelming language power. making its inherent quality for spellcasting far surpass other languages. No wonder it is so sought after for casting high-grade spells. A faint chuckle echoed in his mind. I really lucked out, gaining a dragon. No, an ancient dragon as my master and learning dragon tongue in the process. Finally, one heaven continued. The heavenly venerable concluded that when casting high-grade spells, that is, requesting the universe to manifest higher-level phenomena, it is most effective to use a language with greater language power. In doing so, the language itself bears a significant portion of the burden of the spell on behalf of the caster. His gaze shifted toward the scroll in Alex's hand. I'm telling you all this because to utilize the method contained within that scroll, while minimizing reliance on the raw power of heaven and earth, we had to rely on and exploit language power. The heavenly venerable knew of a dead language which, during our time, was used by only a few individuals, yet had existed for an incredibly long period. One heaven explained. The fact that the language was no longer widely used actually worked to our advantage. It meant that its language power exceeded that of most other languages we could consider. So, while this method can, in theory, create any mystic art or casting technique, but whether it actually succeeds in practice depends on numerous factors. Factors that someone of your current rank may not yet be able to fulfill. It will be best for you to either learn and use a language with higher language power to reduce the burden, or avoid using this method for anything overly complex. Alex nodded in understanding. One heaven expected him to simply memorize the method for later use. He was just about to rise and proceed with the final rites when Alex suddenly spoke. Can I use it now? One heaven frowned instinctively. However, recalling the trials Alex had already overcome, he hesitated. The youth was not truly reckless, at least not entirely, and he had a habit of achieving the unexpected. With that in mind, one heaven suppressed the urge to reprimand him and instead gave a simple nod. He, too, was curious about what kind of mystic art Alex intended to create. Alex nodded in return, then stood up from the pavilion. He walked out into the open garden and sat down directly beneath the clear blue sky. Soon, he began to mutter softly. To one heaven's surprise, however, the language Alex spoke was completely unfamiliar. It was not Verdantine common tongue, nor was it the language used by the Pangean members of Alex's party. And most surprisingly of all, it was not dragon tongue, which one heaven had fully expected him to use. Could it be that he knows a language even stronger than dragon tongue? One heaven wondered. Yet, he did not interrupt. He simply watched. What he did not know was that Alex was not using any language from Pangea or Verdanus at all. He was using a language from his previous life. English. English might as well be a dead language in this world. Alex mused inwardly. In my previous life, the number of people who have ever spoken English, whether fluently or not, must have been staggering, right? And the language has existed for centuries, so it should possess a decent amount of longevity providence as well. As for powerful individuals, I doubt there are any tied to it in the world. But that shouldn't matter too much. After all, it's unlikely that anyone else here would even use it for spellcasting. With all that considered, English should have a workable language power. Let's just hope that the fact I'm its only user in the world gives it enough leverage. Otherwise, this would all be for naught. The spell Alex intended to create was, by all accounts, an absurdly broken one. Something he doubted even a language as powerful as Dragon Tongue could sufficiently support. That was why he had chosen a different approach. Instead of relying solely on an established language, he decided to gamble on the providence and language power of an untouched foreign language. The spell creation method is actually quite intuitive, he reflected. It's like writing a prompt for an AI. A very advanced one. All you need to do is make the prompt as detailed and as clear as possible. And then, voila, activate. The moment Alex uttered the final word, the world around him shifted. The space surrounding him warped. In the next instant, Alex found himself standing in the void of outer space, surrounded by swirling nebulae and countless distant stars. Why am I dash? Before he could finish the thought, A gigantic balance scale, tens of times larger than his own body, manifested before him. On one side rested an orb. From within it, he could faintly hear a voice muttering something. "That's my voice. That's the spell I requested." On the opposite side of the scale shone a familiar golden light. Providence. Yet, there was something subtly different about it. The scale tilted. The side containing Alex's request weighed heavier than the side containing the providence. "I see." Understanding dawned on him. The spell I requested is still too heavy, too costly for what I currently possess. So, I only have two options. Either reduce the weight of the spell, or offer something of equal value to balance the scales. He realized something crucial. The universe is fair. It won't allow me to obtain such a broken spell without placing restrictions or imposing a sacrifice from me. I think the fact that it's even giving me the option to choose my restriction or sacrifice is already a huge concession. I can't complain. Instead, I have to decide. Alex fell into deep thought. This spell can only be used by the Rune Master class, he declared, imposing his first restriction. The scale shifted, but only slightly. Alex chuckled wryly. Of course, something like that won't be enough. For a moment, he considered reducing the scope of the spell itself, but he quickly dismissed the thought. No, if I weaken the spell, then what's the point? What other restriction can I impose? Then, on a sudden whim, he spoke again. This spell is a unique spell that can only be used by me, Alex Fury. This time, the scale shifted far more noticeably. Alex frowned. Is it just me, or does this system heavily favor sacrifices tied directly to me? There really are no free lunches in this world. If I want this level of power, then I'll have to pay a price to match it. Is that it? His gaze hardened as he looked at the side of the scale containing his requested spell. But if I can obtain it, this will be a complete game changer. A ruthless glint flickered within his eyes. In that case, no sacrifice is too much. Calm madness. A chilling stillness settled over him. His eyes burned with a cold, calculated insanity as he raised his head and uttered a truly extreme condition. From the first time I use this spell, I will lose all my bloodline talents, save for my true name concepts, and my ability to cast any other spell. The moment those words left his mouth, something changed. A new presence suddenly appeared beside him. Thwack! Arg! A branch smacked the back of Alex's head. He clutched his skull, wincing in pain as he turned around. Standing there was none other than the metaphysical bonsai tree from his sanctuary pocket dimension. "Hey, what was that for?" he groaned. Lord Bonsai raised a vine-like branch again. Thwack! Arg! Before Alex could react, the tree launched into a full-on assault. Branch after branch came crashing down on him without mercy. Alex rolled across the void-like floor in pain as Lord Bonsai proceeded to give him a thorough beating. Child abuse. Alex screamed. Lord Bonsai, however, could not have cared less. After thoroughly disciplining the unruly child, the bonsai's phantom form turned toward the universal scale. Without hesitation, it plucked the crimson fruit nestled within its crown and offered it to the scale, attempting to reclaim the restriction Alex had just imposed upon himself. Alas, things did not go as it expected. While Lord Bonsai managed to reclaim the restriction placed on Alex's bloodline, the scale stubbornly refused to return the condition tied to his mage abilities. The exchange was partial. Left with no alternative, Lord Bonsai slowly withdrew its branch. The restrictions were sealed. The scale shifted heavily. Then, it stabilized. A perfect balance was achieved. A beam of light descended from the scale, projecting the finalized terms directly into Alex's mind with absolute clarity. The spell, at $% caret and asterisk, is a unique spell that can only be cast by Alex Fury, the Rune Master. Each activation of the spell will require a portion of a false deity's divinity as its medium. From the first casting onward, Alex Fury shall permanently lose the ability to cast any other spells through his own power. The moment Alex finished reading, his mind suddenly went blank. Within his bloodline space, a profound transformation occurred. The runic true name that had remained obscure for so long finally revealed itself. It manifested as a greater rune, and its meaning was simple: Sage. The instant the runic true name revealed itself, the censored spell name within the restriction began to change. The distortion faded, and a name emerged. Rune-Tech. The revelation triggered yet another reaction, this time from Omni-Rune. The spell construct within Alex's mind space began to distort and reshape itself, rapidly shifting through countless rune configurations, one after another, seemingly endlessly. For several minutes, the transformations continued, until finally, the construct stabilized and returned to a singular, refined form. Then, a new message appeared within Alex's mind. Rune Sage, a unique spell that allows Alex Fury to comprehend the magical glyph systems of any plane. Through Omni-Rune, these foreign glyphs can be analyzed, translated, and integrated, allowing Rune-Tech to replicate their unique properties within runic structures. A second line followed. Hidden restriction: all imported glyph natures can only be utilized through Rune-Tech. The void space collapsed. The next moment, Alex found himself no longer within the heaven-earth concordant space, but inside the sanctuary, standing directly before Lord Bonsai. A whip-like branch swayed slowly in front of him. Somehow, Alex understood what it was saying. What do you mean it was a stupid decision? Alex argued immediately. It was a well-thought-out decision. He folded his arms, clearly defensive. I simply gave up things I either don't use or can easily replace, he continued. I'm not just a mage. I'm a rune master. I don't need to cast spells through chance. I only need to prompt Omni-Rune to generate the appropriate spell circle, and the spell activates. He scoffed lightly. Not being able to cast spells with my own power, Alex sneered, isn't a handicap at all. As for my bloodline talents, please. Since when do they truly matter? He added dismissively. The talents that actually matter are tied to my true name now, not my bloodline. He shrugged. So realistically, I'm not losing anything significant. The only real loss would have been calm madness. He paused briefly. Let's be honest. Is calm madness really that big of a loss? Thwack. The branch struck him squarely. Hey, what was that for? Alex groaned, clutching his head. The branch swayed again, this time more sharply, almost aggressively. Of course I know it's my family's iconic and distinctive talent, Alex retorted. But if I don't mention it, who's going to know I lost it? He smirked faintly. And besides, is there anyone who would deny I'm a fury just because I don't use it? His eyes deepened into a richer crimson. Let them try. Calm madness. The branch tapped his head again, lighter this time. Alex burst into laughter. The irony of his own actions didn't completely escape him. So, are we good? He asked. Rustle. The entire tree trembled, its leaves shivering softly. Alex got the distinct impression of an exasperated adult staring at an incorrigible child, one they didn't quite know how to deal with, yet could only accept reluctantly. Now's not the time to be exasperated, Alex said, unfazed. There are still plenty of crazy things waiting for us in the future. He smiled and placed a fist lightly against the tree's trunk. We're in this together, partner. For a brief moment, Alex was certain that if the tree could roll its eyes, it absolutely would have. Instead, smack! The branch whipped his hand away. Alex burst into laughter. The fact that Lord Bonsai was far more animated than before, likely due to its gradual recovery, was not lost on him. Still, he trusted the tree enough that it didn't trigger his usual wariness. Or should I say, pessimism, he corrected inwardly. Setting aside his banter with Lord Bonsai, Alex finally took notice of the changes within the sanctuary. There were new additions. Near the heartwood tree stood a small sapling. Alex immediately guessed that Eleanor must have transplanted it here. It's similar to Lord Bonsai. It feeds on providence, he mused. So placing it here actually makes sense. She wouldn't be able to make use of it until it blooms anyway. And his gaze sharpened. A slender root extended from the heartwood tree, connecting directly to the sapling. At the same time, His spirit sense detected a steady flow of energy moving along that connection. It's nurturing this sapling. Alex's expression softened slightly. "Thank you," he said. "Rustle." The leaves stirred gently, both in response, and as if to draw his attention elsewhere. The vine-like branch reached upward into the tree's crown and brought something down. The legacy egg. It was passed into Alex's hands. The moment he touched it, he paused. It felt warmer than before. Clearly, Lord Bonsai had done something to it as well. Alex didn't even bother wondering how the egg had made its way into his sanctuary. An object that could enter his bloodline space and soul space at will, appearing in his far more accessible sanctuary pocket dimension, was hardly worth questioning. As he continued examining the egg, finding no noticeable changes aside from the warmth, it suddenly released a powerful suction force. Mana surged out of Alex's body involuntarily. Startled, he instinctively tried to let go, but the egg clung to his hand as though glued in place. In mere moments, it drained nearly half of his mana. Crack! A fracture spread across its surface. Huh! Alex's eyes widened in shock. From within the egg, a small, palm-sized serpentine, Eastern fantasy, dragon emerged, slithering gracefully into the air before him. It resembled the infernal dragon Alex had seen within the Fury family's ancestral grounds in Ashen Castle. But there was a stark difference. Where that dragon bore dark, ominous scales, this one shimmered in radiant gold, its color nearly identical to that of Providence itself. In fact, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that this dragon had been born from condensed Providence. A faint purple-gold aura radiated from its body, echoing the unique signature of Alex's fused bloodline. More importantly, unlike the infernal dragon it mirrored in form, this wingless serpentine creature did not exude pure malevolence. It felt balanced, or rather, it carried equal parts benevolence and malevolence. Its gaze met Alex's, gentle on the surface, yet beneath it lurked the unmistakable presence of a predator. The dragon hovered calmly before him. Its aura was unmistakably draconic, but layered atop it was something else, a regal, kingly presence. And beneath that, an imposing sense of tyranny. On its forehead, a familiar mark gleamed. The national fortune greater rune, the very same rune that had appeared on the egg after absorbing Alex's energies. A fortune-suppressing dragon. Huh. Alex muttered to himself. He wasn't entirely sure whether it was coincidence or not, but the Empire Providence legacy passed down to him by one heaven bore a striking resemblance to the dynasty fortune methods often depicted in Eastern fantasy literature from his previous life. Because of that, Alex felt he might actually understand the system better than one heaven himself. In fact, I doubt one heaven even came up with the method, he thought. One heaven's earlier explanation had been somewhat disjointed, less like a creator explaining his work, and more like someone trying to recall and relay knowledge that wasn't originally theirs. I suspect it was the heavenly venerable who conceived it, and one heaven merely implemented it using the power of the heaven and earth, Alex mused. He shook his head lightly. Well, it doesn't matter. What matters is that the method is now in my hands. Alex extended his hand toward the fortune-suppressing dragon. The little creature responded by gently rubbing its head against his palm. Then, as if satisfied, it floated away, returning to Lord Bonsai's crown, where it nestled among the leaves and curled up to rest. As he watched it, a subtle understanding surfaced within Alex's mind, whether through instinct or through his connection to the dragon. He knew the dragon was condensing the providence of his party into its own form, storing it so that he could draw upon the power born from it whenever necessary. He didn't need to actively manage the process. It would happen automatically. More than that, the dragon also served as a living indicator of his organization's growth. The fortune-suppressing dragon was essentially a physical representation of the organization's providence. Its growth was the growth of his power. Alex nodded slowly, satisfied. Then, he shifted his focus away from the sanctuary and its inhabitants. There was something far more important waiting for him. I should leave, he thought. I have a spell to cast. Alex exited the sanctuary and returned to the outside world, the heaven-earth concordant space. He reappeared before the old man. One heaven. Did it succeed? One heaven asked. It did, Alex confirmed. I'm about to cast the spell now. It might consume a large amount of ambient mana. Will that be a problem? He was concerned that such a sudden drain might destabilize the space, especially since nearly everything within it relied heavily on dense ambient mana to sustain themselves, much less function. One heaven stroked his long beard thoughtfully. Let's not take any chances. Come with me, he said. He led Alex down the mountain, stopping halfway at a cave embedded into its side. The cave opened into a vast cavern, brimming with dense mana. What a dense mana cave! Alex exclaimed instinctively. This was, without question, the largest mana cave he had ever seen, far surpassing even the mana stone mine within the Pangea Plains Sanctuary subspace, where he had experienced his first fortuitous encounter. Not only was the cavern enormous, the density of mana within it was also far greater. This is the central node of the mana vein supplying the formation, One Heaven explained, a trace of pride evident in his tone. It was formed by combining 10 high-grade mana veins into one. You would be hard-pressed to find another vein as vast or as dense as this. Alex couldn't disagree. Combining 10 high-grade mana veins, each capable of sustaining an empire for centuries even without replenishment. That's not just excessive, it's downright prodigious. Are you using a talismanic system to prevent the mana from condensing into mana stones? Alex asked. Indeed, One Heaven nodded. Solidified mana is inefficient for powering the formation. Ideally, gaseous mana would be best, but we settled for the liquid state. He gestured around the cavern. It offers the optimal balance between energy density, transport efficiency, and usability. Alex nodded in understanding. Following One Heaven's lead, he stepped into the pool of pure, liquid mana, untainted by any berserk properties. He swam toward a lone podium, floating atop the surface, and climbed onto it. There he began chanting. The incantation was long, and entirely in the language of his past life, English. As the chant continued, a whirlpool formed before him, slowly at first, then growing stronger as it drew in increasing amounts of mana with each passing moment. Minute by minute, the pull intensified, until, at the 5th minute, a massive spell formation finally took shape above him. It expanded outward, stretching across the entire width of the heaven-earth concordance mountain, spanning several kilometers in scale. Rune-Tech. Alex spoke the final words aloud, activating the spell. In response, a mystic beam of light descended from the heavens. It struck his forehead, piercing through into his mind space, directly into Omni Rune. Instantly, torrents of knowledge surged into him. Streams of information flowed both into his consciousness and Omni Rune's archives. For perhaps the first time since arriving in this world, Alex experienced something akin to a true high-speed wireless download. Information transmitted directly from the heavens themselves. Then, after a minute, it stopped. Alex frowned. That's it. His brows knit tightly together. That can't be all. He quickly sifted through the knowledge he had received. His expression darkened. This only reaches the upper levels of Tier 3. Lower Tier 4 at best, he concluded. What's going on? This spell is supposed to grant me access to all knowledge of sigils and their nature. So why is it capped at this level? Just as the thought formed, he felt something, a presence. It was faint, but unmistakable. It felt like something was laughing at him. And for reasons he couldn't fully explain, he understood. That laughter came from the universe itself. An illusion of silent, mocking response intuitively formed and echoed within his mind. Did you truly believe you could deceive the universe? An existence that governs beings of the 9th class. Entities so ancient that their brief slumber exceeds your entire lifespan. So profound that their simplest errors surpass your greatest insights. You, a child, still wet behind the ears, who has only glimpsed a drop of this world, thought you could outwit such an existence. From that illusory laughter, Alex imagined all sorts of colorful ridicule coming from the universe. He chuckled wryly at himself. In the end, he accepted what he had been given. In truth, it was enough. It was exactly what he needed. Begin, he instructed. Rune immediately went to work. Using the newly acquired knowledge, it filled in the gaps within its rune sigil pairing library, refining existing entries and incorporating countless nuance variations. From this, Rune completed its translator, and with it, the emulator translation function was perfected. There was no grand spectacle, no explosive display of power, no visible phenomenon. Yet, Alex felt it. The invisible suppression that had weighed down his Rune-Tech path lifted. His emulator now deceived the laws of Verdantis itself, allowing Rune-Tech to be recognized as part of the world's magical glyph system. A faint spark flashed in Alex's eyes as he opened them. Finally, the path is open. A small smile formed on his lips. He glanced around the mana pool. It had noticeably receded. Not only did I fail to obtain the full extent of the knowledge, but the spell itself also consumes an absurd amount of mana. His expression grew thoughtful. This isn't something that can be sustained in an ordinary environment. Most places simply wouldn't have enough ambient mana to support it. He shook his head lightly. Just as he was about to stand, a thought struck him. I probably won't find a better environment than this anytime soon. Since I'm already here, I might as well cultivate and finally break through. Alex steadied his breathing. With practiced ease, he slipped into meditation. Following the astral training manual, his consciousness descended into the familiar black void of his meditation space. There, countless motes of light floated in the darkness. Each color represented a different elemental mana type. Compared to before, the density of these motes was overwhelming, clear evidence of the mana-rich environment surrounding his physical body. Yet, Alex ignored them. They were not what he sought. He descended deeper, further into the void, until, at last, he found what he was looking for. Bands of deep violet astral energy. His spiritual force immediately formed a bridge, linking the meditation space to his physical body. Through it, he began drawing in astral energy, band after band, stream after stream. Compared to before, the astral energy felt noticeably more abundant, likely also influenced by the dense mana environment surrounding him. Previously, whenever Alex cultivated, aside from replenishing his depleted mana heart, the absorbed astral energy had achieved nothing. No matter how hard he pushed, there had always been a wall. At one point, the astral energy within the meditation space had even begun to ignore him entirely, refusing to flow through the spiritual bridge unless it was simply to refill his mana heart. But now, everything was different. Astral energy surged into his mana heart like an unstoppable tide. Yet, no matter how powerful that tide was, it still had to pass through a powerful gatekeeper. Ether Kindle, stationed at the entrance of his mana heart, it refined every ounce of energy before allowing it through. Absorption, refinement, cycle. Again and again, Alex lost all sense of time as the process continued. Until, crack, break, the barrier to the next rank shattered under the relentless torrent of astral energy. Alex stepped forward. Elite mage rank. He had finally broken through. Yet he did not stop. He realized he could still go further. All the accumulation he had built over time was finally being released. His cultivation surged forward once more. Early stage, mid-stage, and finally, late stage. Alex felt it clearly. He could push further. The peak stage of the elite rank was within reach. But he stopped. Instead of forcing another breakthrough, he redirected the remaining energy, using it to stabilize and reinforce his current foundation. Sometime later, Alex emerged from the mana vein cavern. A look of surprise, followed by genuine appreciation, appeared on one heaven's face. Alex had entered the cavern at the peak of the intermediate mage, class 2 rank, and returned to the late stage of the elite mage, class 3 rank. But even that wasn't the most impressive part. The aura he radiated was already comparable to that of a great mage, class 4. To simply say he had advanced by leaps and bounds was an understatement. One Heaven nodded approvingly at Alex's progress. But just then, his expression changed slightly as he sensed something within the illusionary maze of the Heaven-Earth Concordance formation. "Something interesting is about to happen," he said suddenly. "The sorcerers from the hidden heavens who entered at the same time as you are about to face a powerful, corrupted being." He glanced at Alex. "This is a good opportunity to observe the abilities of this generation's sorcerers. Would you like to come along?" "Of course," Alex agreed without hesitation. One Heaven waved his hand. In the next instant, both of them vanished, reappearing within the maze. They invisibly hovered in the air, overlooking the battlefield below. There, the chosen sons and daughters of the Holy Lands were locked in combat against the berserk, Warcroc human. Heaven's secret sect disciples. One Heaven murmured, watching the current generation of his sect face the overwhelming threat. Alex caught the mutter. His gaze immediately shifted toward Hero and his fellow sect brothers. His eyes narrowed as he observed their struggle against the cold, irregular. Several times, his attention flickered between the battle below and One Heaven, silently wondering if the old man would intervene. But One Heaven remained utterly still. Even when one of the sorcerers was killed, he didn't so much as react. Even when the successors of his own sect were pushed to the brink, he simply watched, expressionless. Eventually, the sorcerers began to stabilize. They regrouped, and this time, recognizing the danger they were in, they truly cooperated. Working together, they managed to bring down the berserk human. Each of them had to reveal their greatest trump cards, risking hidden injuries that could hinder their future cultivation. But in the end, they succeeded. The senior Heaven Secret Sect disciple rose at the crucial moment, delivering the final blow before the berserk human could regenerate. It was a display of grit, of resolve, of decisive action. Yet, One Heaven merely shook his head in disapproval. Alex frowned slightly, confused by the old man's reactions throughout the entire battle. After taking a short rest, the surviving sorcerers began to regroup, preparing to continue their trials. But it seemed One Heaven had already seen enough. Just as the group was about to pass through the trial gate into the next section of the maze, One Heaven waved his hand. In an instant, the sorcerers, Alex, and the old man were all transported to a new cavern chamber. At its center stood an ostentatious statue, at least in Alex's opinion. The statue depicted One Heaven himself in his prime. The moment the Heaven Secret Sect disciples recognized it, they immediately dropped to their knees. Without hesitation, they kowtowed before the statue in reverence. Only then did One Heaven sigh softly and wave his hand once more. The statue shifted aside, revealing a pedestal beneath it. Resting upon it was a book, one the old man had casually placed there earlier. The Heaven Secret Sect disciples approached with almost religious solemnity and retrieved the book. Yet, as they did, the atmosphere grew tense. A subtle greed flickered in the eyes of the surrounding sorcerers. The tension was palpable. This did not escape One Heaven's notice as a trace of annoyance crossed his face. With another wave of his hand, an exit opened. Fortunately, the sorcerers restrained themselves, and no conflict broke out. They exited the Heaven-Earth Concordance grounds in uneasy silence. Only after they were gone did Alex turn to One Heaven. "I don't understand," he said. "If you knew sorcerers, descendants of your own sect, no less, had arrived at the same time as us, why did you bring us to the Steel Mountain instead of them?" He frowned slightly. "Why pass your legacy to outsiders, when your own descendants are right there?" "My descendants?" One Heaven repeated. He shook his head. For a fleeting moment, Alex thought he saw a sneer on the old man's face, but it vanished too quickly for him to be certain. One Heaven turned his gaze in the direction the sorcerers had departed. His eyes seemed to pierce through space itself, as though still watching their retreating figures. "Those brats, raised in comfort, can never be entrusted with the responsibility of saving the world," he said calmly. "You saw it yourself, the arrogance etched into their very bearing. Having lived their entire lives within the hidden heavens of the Holy Lands, They have become disconnected from the true heaven of this world. To bear this legacy, one must care for those beneath them. He paused briefly, but with their arrogance, their disdain, their entitlement, and their contempt for the people of the main heaven dash, they will fail the legacy. His voice turned colder. And more importantly, they will no doubt fall to Gumo and the traitors. He turned back to Alex and continued. Besides, I had hoped that the presence of an external threat would foster unity among the sorcerers, but it seems I was mistaken. The various holy lands have grown far too comfortable within their hidden heavens. Even with the plane under threat from multiple fronts, they still find time to indulge in petty conflicts amongst themselves. His tone grew colder. Granting the legacy to any one of them would only deepen those divisions, entangling the inheritor in needless struggles and ultimately dooming the final chance this plane has to resist the coming tribulation. The old man sighed, a trace of melancholy slipping through. To think that you, an outsider, would show more empathy towards the people of this plane than those born into it, yet deluded enough to believe themselves superior. He paused. Perhaps I made a mistake, sealing the hidden heavens too perfectly all those years ago. Alex frowned. If that's the case, then why give them the manual? He asked. You know exactly what will happen once they return with it. His eyes suddenly narrowed. A poisoned chalice. Realization struck. Why? He asked, disbelief creeping into his voice. A rotten tree must be cut down to make way for a healthier one. One heaven replied calmly. Since the holy lands have already begun to rot, I might as well accelerate the process. He spoke without hesitation. Perhaps this will serve as the wake-up call they need to identify and excise the corruption within. Or perhaps not. He shrugged faintly. Either way, while they struggle amongst themselves, competing for the inheritance, believing they can become the true legatee, they will remain distracted. A faint glint passed through his eyes, and in doing so, they may even draw the attention of Gumo and the traitors. He looked directly at Alex, which in turn will grant you, the true legatee, the time you need to grow. Alex's eyes flickered. This old man, he has completely given up on the current generation of sorcerers. After that, neither of them spoke further on the matter. With a wave of his hand, one heaven transported them back to the courtyard near the trial steels. Alex's wives and followers were already gathered there. The moment they sensed his aura, they froze. Late-stage great mage, how? That was their first thought. But almost immediately, they realized their mistake. Even then, his true rank was still shocking enough. Congratulations, Master, Yadara said with a smile. Although she didn't appear all that different, Alex couldn't quite explain it, but her smile seemed more charming than usual. I expected you to finally break through, but to jump straight to the late stage of the elite mage rank. Zora said with a smile of her own. Looks like you gained quite a few benefits. Looks like I'm not the only one, Alex replied knowingly. Zora's cultivation had also reached the late stage of the elite rank. I gained some things from the trial as well, she said. Because of that, Father Seal could no longer suppress my progress. Alex smiled wryly. Some people struggle with everything they have just to advance, while others are monsters who go out of their way to slow themselves down. He glanced at her. For a brief moment, a trace of envy surfaced within him. Cursed or not, Zora's talent was simply overwhelming and enviable. As for Eleanor, although her cultivation remained at the mid-stage of the elite rank, Alex was fairly certain her alchemical expertise, at least, had improved significantly. Yadara, on the other hand, showed no obvious advancement in rank. However, her presence had changed. Her intent and application had clearly deepened. As for how much she had improved, only time would tell. Turning to his followers, Alex was surprised to discover that Havel had broken through to the elite rank at some point during his final trials. Combined with Silver, who had already advanced earlier, all four of his soulbound followers had now reached the elite rank. Only Sugud and Mordor remained at the intermediate stage. Speaking of Sugud, The man hadn't stopped grinning since he successfully produced a working prototype of the robot concept he and Alex had previously discussed. Compared to that achievement, his lack of cultivation progress seemed completely insignificant to him. Finally, through his bond, Alex sensed subtle changes within his beast companions. They had undergone some form of metamorphosis. Their strength had clearly increased. He couldn't confirm the extent without seeing them directly, but Alex suspected they had also reached the elite rank. Taking everything into account, this venture into the Heaven-Earth Concordance talismanic field had been a resounding success for the majority of his core team. Alex turned to the old man, One Heaven. "Thank you for everything you've done for us, sir," he said sincerely. One Heaven shook his head. "There is no need for gratitude. This was an opportunity brought about by your own fate and fortune. And for me, this was merely a trade." He paused briefly before continuing. "I only hope that when the time comes, you will stand and fight for this plane." "I will," Alex nodded. "I can't promise that I'll save the world, but I can promise that I'll do my best. That is all I can ask," One Heaven replied with a faint smile. His figure began to grow faint. "Just in time," he muttered. Then he turned his gaze towards Alex and the others. "It seems my time has come to an end. At last, I can rest both in time and in death." He let out a quiet breath. "My original self has long since perished. What remains of me is nothing more than a fragment of the heavens' memories. Yet even so, these years have taken their toll." A gentle smile appeared on his face. "Still, I am glad that, in the end, I was able to find worthy inheritors." He seemed ready to fade, but then paused. "Speaking of inheritors," with a casual wave of his hand, beams of light shot forth, embedding themselves into the foreheads of each party member. "I have passed on to you the legacies of the emperors who stood beside me until the very end," he said. "Even if you choose not to use them, I hope you will pass them on to worthy successors." His voice softened slightly. "They sacrificed too much. At the very least, let their legacies endure through time." The group nodded solemnly. While most of them would likely not use the methods, given that their current paths suited them better, passing on those legacies to future successors was something they could honor. Moreover, the old man had not specified who those successors had to be. In essence, what he had given them was no different from handing over a treasury of priceless inheritance to Alex's faction. Neither Alex, his wives, nor his followers would be foolish enough to refuse. Then, One Heaven said, his voice growing distant, "I wish you success on your journey between the heavens and the earth." With that, his form finally disappeared. Rumble dash. Suddenly, the entire Heaven-Earth Concordance talismanic field trembled. Alex watched in real time as the sigil-based formations began to collapse from within. With the linchpin holding everything together, the phantom of One Heaven, born from the heaven's memory of him, now gone, the intricate grand formation could no longer sustain itself. Its stability failed, and the entire structure began to unravel like a chain of falling dominoes. In the next instant, Alex and his party felt themselves being transported through layers of space. Yet, within that fleeting moment, Alex sensed something enter his mind. Spatial coordinates? Alongside the coordinates came a clear image. The Mana Vein Cavern. Realization dawned immediately. Of course, if a mana vein of that scale were to collapse alongside the grand formation, the aftermath would be catastrophic. Everything within hundreds of kilometers could be affected. That would be no different from killing the legatee after going through all that effort to find one. Alex quickly pieced it together. The primary mana vein, used to power the entire formation, had likely been shifted into a separate spatial dimension, and the coordinates transmitted to him led directly to it. A faint smile formed on his lips. Such a massive energy source. This will be invaluable if I want to build a large-scale technological empire. His excitement grew. If there was one major limitation of advanced technological development, it was energy consumption. But now, with these coordinates in hand, the immediate energy demands of his future territory were effectively solved. before construction had even begun. Of course, he added mentally, tempering his excitement, I'll still need to design a safe extraction system to draw mana and energy from that dimension. He paused briefly, but that shouldn't be too difficult. After all, something similar already exists within the Void Heart core. I just need to adapt it. Just as the sorcerers exited the range of the talismanic field, Ray suddenly stopped and turned back, staring into the distance. What's wrong? Lena asked, supporting him. The talismanic field, Ray said slowly. It just collapsed. His words stunned the group. Almost instinctively, their gazes shifted toward Hero. The collapse of the heaven-earth concordance talismanic field could only mean one thing. It had fulfilled its purpose. A successor had been chosen. Since this occurred shortly after they retrieved the manual, the sorcerers naturally assumed that the book in their possession was the true legacy of One Heaven. The atmosphere grew heavy. In their eyes, they now held the greatest inheritance in the world, one that could determine the fate of the entire realm. Meanwhile, Alex and his party reappeared at the location where they had originally entered the Heaven-Earth Concordance formation, not far from the rest of the Fortuna members who had remained outside. But the scene had drastically changed. The Berserk humans, once contained within the talismanic field, were now free. They roamed the lowlands below the mountain in chaotic swarms. Their sudden shift in behavior had already alerted the Fortuna members stationed outside. Weapons drawn, they stood on high alert, ready to confront the threat. The moment Alex and his group arrived, they quickly assessed the situation. Understanding dawned immediately. Seeing them return, the others were visibly relieved. With their leader back, they instinctively prepared for a retreat. But the order never came. Instead, Alex raised his hand toward the approaching horde. Grade 7 Special Warfare Spell. Extinction Lightning Style, Heaven's Punishment. A massive spell circle materialized high above the swarm. Darkness, fire, and, overwhelmingly, lightning mana surged into the formation. Boom! 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 Reddish-purple-black bolts of lightning rained down like divine judgment. Any Berserk human struck directly was reduced to dust in an instant. The Fortuna members turned toward Alex, their expressions filled with shock, horror, and awe. I'm going ahead, Alex said calmly, without waiting for a response. He dashed forward, charging straight into the horde below, draconic baton in hand. Feather flight, featherfall, body-strengthening magic. Velkorosholmir, demonition and dominion. Spirit sight, death perception, abyssal conqueror step, third step, race crossing. Alex surged forward, completely unrestrained and unleashed. His speed skyrocketed as he dashed down the mountain, fearless, charging straight toward the horde of Berserk humans below that numbered in the hundreds. Dragon Commute burst. Just before reaching the end of the inclined path, he leapt into the air. His foot slammed onto the head of a nearby strength-type Berserk human, using it as a springboard to propel himself forward. Boom! Boom! Then again and again, he bounded from head to head. With each step, recycled mana from his previous spell burst from his feet in sharp detonations, blasting apart the skulls of the Berserk humans beneath him. The horde finally reacted. An agility-type Berserk human lunged at him midair, attempting to exploit his vulnerable state. But mana erupted beneath Alex's feet, propelling him forward instead of halting him. He shot directly toward the attacker. Shing dash. The wrist blade slid out from the beta bracer. Alex descended blade first, driving it precisely into the weak point revealed by death perception within the Berserk human skull. A perfect kill. However, the agility type had achieved its goal. Alex was now grounded and surrounded. The horde closed in from all directions. Yet instead of panic, a grin actually spread across his face. Good. I wouldn't be able to vent months of frustration if it were that easy. He issued a command to Omni-Rune. A spell circle formed beneath his feet as ambient lightning mana surged into it. Stun current. A crackling field of lightning burst outward, forming a 5-meter radius around him, stunning every Class 2 Berserk human within range. Without hesitation, mana surged into his draconic baton. Alex pivoted on his heel and spun. Dragon commute. Release. Sword energy. A circular wave of sword energy erupted outward, decapitating over a dozen berserk humans in a single sweep. But there was no pause. More enemies surged forward. Alex immediately deactivated Stun Current, switching spells mid-flow. Shadow Veil. The lightning field collapsed, replaced instantly by a shroud of darkness that swallowed the same radius. Second step, Phantom's Veil. Alex vanished within the shadows. Moments later, the darkness dissipated, and in its wake, dozens of berserk humans stood frozen before collapsing, all decapitated or pierced through the brain, but very much dead all the same. Meanwhile, Alex was gone. The berserk humans began searching frantically. Stronger Class 3 variants rushed into the area, drawn by the disturbance, seeking the unblessed hidden among them. But Alex hadn't left. He remained within their midst, cloaked in darkness through the stealth method of the Abyssal Conqueror step. Its second step, Phantom's Veil, allowed its user to move shrouded within an element. In Alex's case, darkness. It erased his presence from the perception of the berserk humans entirely. With that advantage, he slipped effortlessly out of the encirclement and repositioned himself elsewhere within the horde. Yet he did not reveal himself. Instead, he silently hunted. Each swing of his blade efficiently claimed another life. And with every strike, his thoughts drifted back to his conversation with the Sword Emperor during the armament trial. You have a natural talent and disposition for the sword. Why do you reject it? The Sword Emperor had asked. Just because I have talent for something. Does that mean I'm supposed to like it? Alex had replied, swinging his blade in accordance with the Phantom's guidance. It's my choice whether I like something or not. And I don't like the sword. That's all there is to it. Understandable. The Sword Emperor had nodded. But even so, to bury a talent, especially one aligned with your disposition, is a waste. That was all he had said. Yet, those words lingered and gnawed at Alex. Worse still, the Sword Emperor's teaching style had made wielding the sword feel natural and comfortable. So much so that, at some point, when Alex had drawn his draconic baton, he had kept it shaped like a sword coated with mana, only realizing it after the fact. Don't think too much. Just swing it in whatever way feels natural. If it doesn't work, adjust until it does. That is the foundation of swordsmanship. The words echoed once more in his mind as he cut down yet another berserk human, then another and another. The mana coating his draconic baton and wrist blade began to refine itself, instinctively becoming smoother, sharper, and more precise. Gradually, his strikes grew cleaner and effortless. Heads fell, limbs were severed and bodies split cleanly in two. He did all off these without even realizing. The Sword Emperor's final words resurfaced in his mind, clearer than ever. The sword is no different from any other weapon. It is an extension of your body, a tool for a specific purpose. You don't need to like it, just make use of it as the tool it was meant to be. Alex's movements were becoming increasingly noticeable. After all, it was difficult to ignore the growing trail of corpses left in his wake. More and more berserk humans began converging on his position once again. His eyes flashed. A spell formation manifested behind him. Fear Pulse. A wave of darkness erupted outward, with Alex at its center. The advancing horde faltered, then froze. A deep, instinctive terror seized them from the very core of their being, halting their advance. Third step, Wraith's Crossing. In the next instant, Alex vanished, reappearing on another flank of the battlefield. First step, Ghost Step. His footwork changed. He flowed between the berserk humans like a phantom, resuming his slaughter without pause. Before long, his mind emptied. Detached from the carnage, it instead lingered on the Sword Emperor's final words. And then, a change happened, subtly. The way he wielded his draconic baton, and even the wrist blade of his beta bracer, changed and adapted in the moment. When he required reach, the weapon extended. When the enemy drew near, it retracted. In an instant, He instinctively changed his weapon's form without giving it thought. Sword, spear, staff. Combined with his control over mana through Dragon Commute, Alex flowed seamlessly between weapon styles without losing even a fraction of lethality. His distant gaze shimmered, touched by enlightenment. When picking up a tool, preference or disgust doesn't matter. Only whether it is the right tool for the job. Omnirune, spear, dagger, staff, hammer, shield, or even a sword. They're all tools, extensions of my body, allowing me to perform actions I otherwise could not. That's all there is to it. I don't need to overthink it. A tool, regardless of form, will always be a tool. In that moment, something cleared within his mind. His will surged. His spiritual force expanded outward. Ring dash. Far above, the stunned Fortuna members suddenly felt their weapons tremble. Swords, spears, daggers, staffs, hammers, shields, axes, glaives, clubs. Every weapon strained against its wielder, pointing in a single direction, as if yearning to break free. Only Silver and Hovel, both possessing weapon intent, remained unaffected. Surprisingly, Yadara was unaffected as well. The others tightened their grips, struggling to restrain their weapons. Then they realized all of them were being pulled toward the same point, toward the same lone youth who was carving a path through the berserk human horde. Hovel stared at Alex below, his expression complex. All weapon intent, he muttered. Sword birth sword intent. Blade birth blade intent. Bow birth bow intent. Each weapon possessed its own intent, a mystical force born from a wielder's dedication to their weapon. A force that strengthened their mastery in ways that defied conventional understanding. There was no singular path to awakening a weapon intent. Each individual arrived at it through their own unique journey. Yet those who succeeded were, without exception, extraordinary, for it was a recognition of their prowess. Typically, one could only awaken a single weapon intent. Though rare, some individuals, especially those who had transcended mortality, legends, and above, could possess multiple. However, there existed one intent that stood far beyond mere rarity. To call it rare would be an understatement. All weapon intent, an all-encompassing manifestation of weapon mastery. If the wielder held a sword, it became sword intent. A blade, blade intent. An axe, axe intent. No matter the weapon, their will would adapt and their intent would align. A supreme force that allowed its user to impose their mastery upon any weapon they wielded. And more importantly, the defining hallmark of a true weapon master. Alex's followers exchanged wry smiles. Previously, they had been celebrating their own breakthroughs, awakening their respective intents through the heaven-earth concordance trial. They believed they had taken a step closer to their leader. Yet now, that very same leader had returned and overwhelmed them completely. And as if that wasn't enough, he's a mage. Their thoughts echoed in silent despair. It wasn't that mages couldn't awaken weapon intent. After all, even a mage could wield a weapon, but it was exceedingly rare. Weapon intent required dedication, time, and an intimate understanding of the weapon itself. Mages, by nature, devoted themselves to magic. They studied, refined spells, and practiced cast. At most, they used weapons out of necessity, to conserve mana, or as a last resort. To truly dedicate oneself to a weapon, to the point of achieving enlightenment, was something most mages would never consider. And yet, here stood Alex, a mage who wielded multiple weapon types fluidly and naturally that he had reached a level of comprehension others could only describe as myth. True weapon masters were already rare, even within Pangaea. But according to the legends surrounding them, the birth of a true weapon master is heralded by 1,000 weapons. The Pangaeans looked at one another in awe. A statement once dismissed as mere myth was unfolding before their very eyes. Alex had made it real. The weapons struggled to pay homage to the birth of a true weapon master. Below, Alex seemed to have fallen into a trance. His mind was empty, save for a single thought: how to kill as efficiently as possible. His movements grew tighter, sharper, and more refined. At the same time, the mana surrounding his weapons expanded, flowing seamlessly, perfectly mimicking the characteristics of each weapon archetype as his draconic baton shifted forms. More and more corpses paved his path, leaving behind a trail of death. His overwhelming presence quickly drew attention from the truly dangerous berserk humans, the unique Fourth-Order berserk humans. Nearly 20 of these uniquely evolved creatures turned toward him. They abandoned their feeding, turning instead toward the walking mass of high-quality energy that was Alex. The corpses of their kin littering the ground around him did not deter them. If anything, it only sharpened their hunger. Seeing this, Alex's wives and followers immediately realized they could no longer remain spectators. And so they moved. "Stay here. Be ready to retreat if necessary," Yudara ordered. The group surged down the mountain, aiming to intercept the Fourth-Order berserk humans before they could converge on Alex. But they weren't the fastest to act. Nay, a towering, obsidian black warhorse burst through the horde, charging forward with unstoppable momentum, scattering berserk humans in its path. Behind it, a dire wolf surged through the opening it created, while above it, a massive eagle swept across the battlefield, releasing razor-sharp energy beams that cleaved through the stronger berserk humans. Alex's 3 beast companions had arrived. Together, they carved a path straight toward him. Flamewave. Sensing Dread's presence, Alex unleashed a sweeping wave of fire, incinerating the nearest enemies and forcing the rest backward. Without hesitation, he sprinted forward. Using a berserk human's head as a stepping point, he launched himself high into the air, vaulting over the horde before landing cleanly onto the saddle atop Dread's back. "Let's go," he commanded. The nightmare steed surged forward. Alex's draconic baton extended, transforming into a lance, reinforced with condensed mana. He lowered it, aligning the spearhead just ahead of Dread's charge, like a knight preparing to joust. Flarebrand. A dense concentration of solar mana gathered at the tip, sharpening its penetration to terrifying levels. With the spell-enhanced Lancehead and Dread's Class 3 speed, man and mount became a living ballista bolt, tearing straight through the horde of berserk humans. Behind and above them, Fun and Senu followed in perfect coordination, cutting down anything left in their wake. "Scree!" Senu's sharp cry rang out. Alex's wives and followers had managed to hold back several of the unique berserk humans. But not all. Some were still advancing toward him. Alex's gaze shifted forward, locking onto a grotesque abomination. A massively bloated berserk human trudged toward him. Its form was swollen beyond recognition, its skin stretched thin over a body teeming with unnatural vitality, showing traces of its likely evolution from vitality-type berserk human. As it moved, it casually grabbed weaker berserk humans, stuffing them into the single gaping orifice on its head and chewing them apart. Each step it took left behind a trail of bubbling, acidic pus. "Don't worry," Alex said calmly, as though responding to Senu's warning. "I haven't forgotten about them." He raised a finger, pointing to the sky. High above, the massive spell formation of Heaven's Punishment, cast at the beginning of the battle, still surprisingly hovered, still gathering mana. That should be enough. His eyes turned cold. Grade 8 special warfare spell. Extinction Lightning style, Heaven's Fury. With a silent command to Omni-Rune, a colossal pillar of reddish purple-black lightning descended from heavens. Boom! The strike obliterated everything in its path, kicking up a massive cloud of dust that swallowed the battlefield. For a moment, nothing could be seen. Then, the dust settled. The weaker berserk humans were gone, and even the grotesque vitality type, with all its regenerative prowess, had been erased completely. Not even a trace remained. The overwhelming display of power sent a ripple of fear through the remaining unique berserk humans. They hesitated, then turned to flee. "No, you don't," Drawing upon his vastly expanded mana reserves at the elite rank, at least 10 times greater than before, Alex issued another command. A second spell formation appeared, this time oriented vertically above him. From it, beams of light shot out, each one precisely locking onto a retreating, unique berserk human. The beams struck true. Yet, contrary to expectation, they caused no visible damage nor impact. Instead, each beam condensed into a tiny, intricate glyph, imprinted silently onto its target, unnoticed by all. Then, the spell formation hovering vertically above Alex flipped, turning horizontal as it rose to merge with the earlier formation still suspended in the sky. The two formations fused into one. At once, a massive surge of ambient mana was drawn into it. Grade 8 Great Warfare Spell, Heaven's Judgment. The combined formation transformed, becoming a vast cloud brimming with multicolored lightning. Moments later, it descended. Lightning after lightning struck down, mimicking the ferocity of heavenly tribulation itself. No matter how far the unique berserk humans had fled, the bolts locked onto them, relentlessly and unerring, striking them down at blinding speed. Alex clutched his chest. A painful throb pulsed from his mana heart. The rapid expenditure of mana had pushed it to its limits. Yet, he did not regret it. The strikes won't kill them, he barked through the comms. Finish them off now. His command snapped the others into action. His wives, his followers, all of them unleashed their strongest techniques, rushing to eliminate the surviving unique berserk humans. Strangely, the lightning strikes had not been uniform. Those who had fled the furthest were struck by the most powerful bolts and perished instantly. Meanwhile, those closer to Alex and his party were struck by weaker variants. Not enough to kill them, but more than enough to cripple. This was no doubt a deliberate and calculated move on Alex's part. Zora, Yadura, Fun, Senu, Havel, Mogul, Kavakin, and Silver all moved swiftly, finishing off the incapacitated survivors. Watching from above the mountain, the remaining Fortuna members, especially the barbarians and orcs, could no longer restrain themselves. With roars of excitement, they charged down the mountain, joining the slaughter. At this point, Alex did nothing further. He remained seated atop Dread, enduring the lingering pain in his chest, and watched as his party swept through the remaining berserk humans. With Fun on the ground and Senu dominating the skies, there was no longer any need for him to act. Nor could he. Actually, I went too far and overdid it, Alex admitted wryly. Yet, as he glanced around, he saw the looks directed at him. Awe, fear, reverence. It was worth it, he determined. With that, the Fortuna party wiped out the berserk horde, and in the process, eradicating a significant portion of the berserk human population roaming this region of the wildlands. Once the fighting died down, Alex finally had the chance to properly assess his beast companions. Senu, at first glance, didn't appear to have undergone any major visible changes. At most, her size had increased slightly, but not enough to make a significant difference from before. However, her mana told a completely different story. Her light, darkness, and space elemental mana were in the process of fusing into an entirely new elemental nature. Alex wasn't certain what this fusion would ultimately produce, but one thing was clear: her potential had risen dramatically. He was confident that reaching Class 6 was now all but guaranteed. Even Class 7 was no longer out of reach. Perhaps even Class 8. With the right resources and opportunities, of course. Something similar had occurred with Fun. Only in his case, the fusion had already been completed, likely as a reward from the anima trial. His once snow-white fur had taken on a pale, ash-like coating. During the battle, Alex had observed that Fun could now wield both ice and fire in this new form. In addition, he had also gained access to some nature-based abilities, albeit to a limited extent. His life force had grown significantly stronger, and his presence had deepened. Even the weight of Fun's soul within their mental link had increased noticeably. All signs pointed to a substantial enhancement in his innate talent. and that alone brought Alex immense satisfaction. Finally, there was Dread. The nightmare steed had grown even darker in hue, its frame taller, more muscular, and far more imposing, even by nightmare standards. It was no longer far from rivaling Jared's terror in sheer presence. The dark flames that once burned constantly at its hooves could now be toggled at will. Though, as of now, Alex didn't fully understand the implications of that change. All things considered, it was clear that whatever the Dragon Emperor's phantom had bestowed upon them, it wasn't a direct increase in strength, but rather a profound elevation in their potential. And that was something Alex valued far more. Of course, whether they would ultimately live up to that potential, that was an entirely different matter. As long as we're alive, Alex thought, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes, they'll reach it, whether they like it or not. Dread, Fun, and Senu instinctively shuddered. They glanced around, searching for the source of the sudden chill, but found nothing. Exchanging confused looks, they eventually went their separate ways now that the battle had concluded. Watching them, Alex could only sigh inwardly, lamenting his questionable conduct as a beastmaster while simultaneously appreciating his companions' independence. The Fortuna party moved swiftly, clearing the battlefield and piling the corpses into a single heap. Without ceremony, Alex flicked a splinter of Etherkindle's flame onto the pile, setting it ablaze. The flame burned cleanly. Etherkindle ensured that no contaminants, especially the berserk property, were released during the process. As the group stood watching the fire consume the remains, Alex's wives approached him. "Your Rune-Tech seems stronger now," Zora remarked with a playful smile. "Look at you, overcasting left and right." "It's mostly thanks to my mana capacity talent," Alex replied. "Omni-Rune wouldn't be able to handle that level of casting without a sufficiently large reserve to support it." Eleanor tilted her head slightly. "How did you restore your Rune-Tech?" she asked. "Did you obtain the knowledge you needed from your last 2 trials?" "No, not exactly," Alex said. He then proceeded to recount everything, from the end of his Heaven Secret trial to his discussion with One Heaven, and finally the creation of the spell that resolved his Rune-Tech limitations. "What? You sacrificed your spell casting?" Zora froze, then shot him a sharp glare. "Alex Fury, we leave you alone for a few minutes, and you go completely insane. Why can't you ever make a normal decision?" Her tone carried exasperation. At this point, she didn't even have the energy to properly scold him. "This is a permanent solution," Alex argued calmly. "It resolves the fundamental flaw of my class and path." "And how many planes do you think you're going to visit in your lifetime?" she shot back. "Do you really think it's worth giving up your spellcasting for that?" "Yes," Alex answered without hesitation. "I'm not a conventional mage. I'm a rune master. My entire class revolves around runes. Unless I die or somehow fail to return to Pangaea, I will inevitably travel across multiple planes. And when I do, this same problem will arise again." He met her gaze steadily. "And what if I arrive at a plane where I can't access the knowledge needed to fix my Rune-Tech platform?" He shook his head. "Rather than gambling on solving the problem repeatedly, I'd rather eliminate it entirely with a universal solution. Besides," he added, "as you've already seen, although I've given up my ability to cast spells, I can still cast them just as effectively, if not better." "But you're relying on something external," Zora countered. "What happens if you're in a situation where it can't cast for you?" "Omni-Rune isn't external," Alex replied evenly. "It exists within my mind space. It is the truest representation of my power as a rune master. And by that logic, I could say the same about conventional casting. There are environments and opponents that can suppress or disable spell casting entirely. Anti-mages exist for a reason." A faint smile appeared on his lips. "In those situations, with the right upgrades, Omni-Rune might actually be the only way to bypass such restrictions." "Zora, this is my path," Alex said solemnly. "I intend to walk it to the very end. And from my perspective, sacrificing my spellcasting ability is an acceptable price if it ensures that my entire Rune-Tech platform remains functional, regardless of whatever plane or heavenly law I find myself under. He paused briefly before continuing. Anyways, I was never an exceptional mage to begin with, just above average at best. Rune-Tech is what truly sets me apart. Giving up what I'm merely good at for what I excel at is a fair trade. Zora stared at him silently, her gaze searching his expression as if trying to uncover something deeper. Besides Zora, Alex added, his tone steady, this might actually make it easier for me to deal with your bloodline issue permanently. Eleanor's eyes sharpened. What do you mean? She asked. Since the spell allows me to comprehend the magical glyph systems of different planes, Alex explained, and Zora's nirvana markings are, in theory, a form of magical glyph, there's a possibility I could obtain the knowledge needed to resolve it. He paused briefly before adding, more quietly, that is, if we find the right plane. Eleanor frowned slightly. What do you mean by the right plane? Wouldn't that be Pangea? Realization dawned on Zora almost instantly. Oh, I see, she murmured. My nirvana markings originate from my atavism, tracing my bloodline back to my ancestor, the progenitor of my family, the Ice Phoenix. She turned to Alex. Ice Phoenixes aren't native to Pangea, so even if your theory is correct, that nirvana markings function as a form of magical glyphs similar to runes, then they wouldn't belong to Pangea's system, but to another plane entirely. Exactly, Alex nodded. But if we can locate and travel to the Ice Phoenix's plane, then it might be possible. The mood changed. A flicker of excitement appeared among the women. But almost immediately, Alex raised a hand. Don't get ahead of yourselves, he cautioned. This is only a future possibility. For now, I likely don't have the capability to achieve that. The spell scales the knowledge it grants according to my current level, which is roughly peak tier 3 to early tier 4. He looked at Zora. I suspect the nirvana markings require a much higher tier of understanding. After all, they originate from an external plane, yet remain functional both in Pangea and here in Verdantis. His eyes narrowed slightly in thought. Considering that runes failed to function here, even though Pangea is arguably a stronger plane, it suggests that the origin plane of the Ice Phoenix or the magical glyph of the nirvana marking itself may be on an entirely different level. I will need a higher level to get it to work. He exhaled. Still, this is a far clearer path than anything we've had before, and that alone makes it worth pursuing. Do you understand my decision now? Fine, Zora sighed. It wasn't that she didn't understand his reasoning. She was simply worried that he was committing too deeply to a single path, too quickly. Then again, that's exactly what it means to choose a class, she thought inwardly, letting out a quiet sigh. Eleanor and Eudara both released subtle breaths of relief as the tension dissipated before it could escalate further. Seizing the moment, Eleanor spoke. With your Rune-Tech restored, does that mean you can now replicate the interplanar formation needed to return us to Pangea? Yes, Alex nodded. Omni-Rune has already begun working on it. However, since the knowledge I acquired is currently limited to early tier 4 at best, the process isn't as straightforward as I'd like. I'll need to personally step in at certain stages, he continued. There are translation complexities that will require some creative workarounds. The formation embedded within the interplanar orb was, after all, a high-tier grand formation. That was precisely why the orb existed in the first place, to bypass the need for a high-tier array master to construct it. Unfortunately, for Alex and his party, this also meant that Omni-Rune, currently limited to lower-tier 4 sigil knowledge, could not be fully trusted to autonomously translate and emulate the formation into a Rune-Tech compatible equivalent. There was a significant chance that certain components would fall outside its current processing capability. After all, no matter how advanced Omni-Rune was, it could only operate within the limits of the data it possessed, which meant Alex would need to intervene, at times supervising and, at others, handling the more complex aspects himself. Eleanor nodded, both understanding and reassured. The metaphorical storm looming over them had lightened considerably. What is your plan for this plane now, Master? Eudara asked. What is your plan for this plane now, Master? Yadara asked. We arrived here by accident. Yet now you're saying this might have been part of some grand design by a supreme law of the universe? Do you truly believe that? Alex's expression turned solemn. I don't know, he admitted, much to the lady's surprise. Hearing it from one heaven was unexpected, and frankly, it's a bit too complex to fully grasp right now. He exhaled lightly. So, I've decided to approach it from a simpler perspective. Our immediate goal remains the same, to return to Pangaea, Alex continued. But to achieve that, we need to secure a strong foothold here and gather the necessary resources. He looked at the women. They nodded in understanding. But once we return, he went on, what then? This is at the very least a Class 6 plane. That means it undoubtedly possesses resources that are highly valuable, even in Pangaea. His eyes sharpened slightly. There's no way I, or the Fury family, can afford to ignore that. We will have to establish our presence here. And what better way to do that, he added, than with an empire at our beck and call? So our interests and the needs of this plane align? Yadara asked. Arguably, Alex nodded. That's one of the main reasons I accepted One Heaven's proposal. We were going to develop territory here regardless, so we might as well accept the advantage that makes it easier. He paused briefly before adding, of course, I made it clear to him, I have no intention of living and dying for this plane. Even if I become an emperor or the legatee of this plane's heaven and earth, my priority will always remain my holdings in Pangaea. His voice was steady. That is my true domain. For all the allure that came with becoming the legatee of heaven and earth, Alex hadn't lost sight of himself. His goal was simple, to live a better life than he had in his previous one. And one of the measures he intended to use was how far he could climb on the path of power. The ceiling was relatively lower in Verdantis, barely Class 8, and even that was questionable, since only one individual, One Heaven himself, had ever reached that level through orthodox cultivation. In contrast, Alex was certain that Pangaea housed beings beyond Class 8. There was his master, the ancient dragon, Uthvasgal, and Zora's Frost family ancestor, likely an ice phoenix of comparable standing. He also doubted that the empires within their hegemony lacked powerful figures hidden in the shadows of their royal families. At the very least, Class 8, possibly even Class 9. It was clear that if he truly wished to stand at the pinnacle of power, Pangaea had to remain his primary focus. To put it bluntly, Verdantis was nothing more than a resource hub, a stepping stone toward a far greater stage. Understått, udera replied, as he had explained to his wives. Despite regaining full functionality of his Rune-Tech platform and the immense gains from the Heaven-Earth Concordance trials, the party continued their journey toward Bloodiron City as originally planned. The journey was anything but uneventful. They encountered migrating berserk beasts, fought off berserk humans, and even forced several large bandit groups to retreat without engaging. Although Alex kept his composure, inwardly, he was deeply appreciative of the team's recent advancements. Without their newfound strength, the journey would have been significantly more dangerous. After several weeks of travel, the group finally arrived at the infamous heart of the Hollow Crest wildlands, the blood jewel of the wasteland, Bloodiron City. Unlike Dragonstone Oasis, which could barely qualify as a large town, Bloodiron City was on an entirely different scale. To the Fortuna Party's surprise, not only was it a true city, it even rivaled capital cities, even by Pangaean standards. Even the Fury family's capital, the City of Ashes, fell short in comparison. It's as if all development across the wildlands was concentrated into this single location. Alex mused as his gaze swept over the city. The walls, however, were peculiar. They were relatively short and oddly structured. These walls are strange, Kavakin remarked. That's because they aren't designed to defend against human armies, Havel replied. They're built specifically to counter beasts. They've committed entirely to resisting beast tides, he continued. But against a coordinated, intelligent assault, they'd fall quickly. He gestured toward the walls. At roughly 10 meters high, they're just tall enough to prevent most beasts from leaping over. Unlike humans, Beasts can't use ladders after all. I'm certain the surface has also been treated, making it difficult to climb. As for the irregular structure, his eyes sharpened slightly. It's designed to break momentum, to disperse charges, and more importantly, to funnel the beasts into controlled choke points. Once there, archers and long-range combatants can eliminate them efficiently. It makes defending against a beast tide far more manageable. Alex found himself nodding as Havel dissected the construction philosophy behind the city walls. Inwardly, he was mildly surprised by Havel's grasp of the military doctrine employed by the city's leadership. But what surprised him even more? Havel has been talking more than usual, Alex mused. Did the trial change something in him? Beyond the walls, there was also a strong military presence. Guards patrolled both the perimeter and the surrounding outer areas in organized rotations. As the core settlement of the wildlands, I expected chaos. Alex thought as the group joined the queue at the entrance. But it seems I was mistaken. From what we know, the city is governed by a council made up of the dominant factions, likely including forces backed by empires, temples, and major organizations like the Adventurers and Mercenaries Associations. The queue moved surprisingly quickly. Within 30 minutes, the Fortuna party reached the front. As expected of a free trade city, I guess, Alex noted inwardly. To merchants, every minute lost is worth its weight in gold, or rather, berserk stones. A guard captain signaled for them to step forward. Alex reached for a pouch of berserk stones, preparing to pay the entry toll. But before he could, a voice cut in. "They're with me." The guard captain immediately straightened. "Understood, sir." He stepped aside without hesitation. Alex turned toward the speaker. "Why are you here?" he asked. The man chuckled. "And why can't I be?" He leaned slightly closer, his expression turning meaningful. "Are you sure this is the place for that discussion?" Alex frowned, then gave a slight nod. "Good," the man said. "Come along. The bald dwarf has already arranged accommodations for you." Then, as if recalling something, he added, "Oh, and you got a guest. Someone from afar who's been very eager to meet you." Alex's brows furrowed deeper, but he said nothing. Instead, he led his party to follow. Before long, they arrived at a mansion large enough to house the entire group comfortably. The moment they stepped inside, Alex spoke. "You have a lot to explain, Ravenhorn." Indeed, the man was none other than the drunken rogue Alex had met at the Dragonstone Oasis Adventurers Association, introduced through Branchmaster Wanshard. Just then, another figure emerged from within the inner chambers. "Oh, you've finally arrived," the man said casually. "You took longer than I expected." Alex's eyes flashed with surprise. "Kronbellic," he said. "What are you doing here?" Alex studied Kronbellic for a moment. The first Verdantian to arguably join the Fortuna party since their arrival looked different, as though he were carrying a heavy burden on his shoulders. A flicker of understanding passed through Alex's eyes. He turned to his wives. "Settle the others in," he said. "I'll speak with our guests." The women nodded. Ravenhorn then led Alex and Crone into the mansion study. Without ceremony, Ravenhorn dropped into one of the guest seats. Crone took the other, leaving Alex to occupy the master's seat behind the desk. "I suppose congratulations are in order," Ravenhorn said casually. "I didn't expect you'd actually succeed," he added with a grin. "What exactly are you referring to?" Alex asked, raising an eyebrow. "Don't. Please don't." Raven waved dismissively. "You're not surrounded by nobles here. There's no need for all that evasive nonsense you noble-like performing." Alex glanced at Crone, as if to say he's a noble. Raven caught the look and shrugged. "He's not the first son. Doesn't count." Crone's expression twitched slightly, but he held his tongue. Alex shook his head faintly before turning back to Raven. "Very well," he said. "Let's be direct." His gaze sharpened. "Were you really? You're clearly more than just a combat master-level adventurer." Raven leaned back slightly, unbothered. "I'm an elder of the Black Scar Syndicate," he said. "Or more precisely, an elder of the Alston family." "The Black Scar Syndicate? The Alston family? That's impossible," Crone blurted out. Alex glanced at him. "Are they significant?" Crone stared at Raven, still shaken. The Black Scar Syndicate is believed to be the largest syndicate in the world, he explained. They operate across multiple empires. As for the Alston family, he hesitated briefly. They were an imperial lineage, eradicated centuries ago by combined weight of multiple temples under charges of heresy. Their territories were divided among 3 of the current empires. His tone hardened. The temples were thorough. There's no way any members of the Alston family could have survived. And yet, Raven said lightly, "Here I am." Alex nodded slowly. "I see," he said. "Then you must be part of the Guardian lineage responsible for safeguarding the Heaven-Earth Concordance talismanic field." His eyes narrowed slightly. What happened? Was the secret exposed? Ravenhorn's eyes flickered. "You're quick to catch on," he said, studying Alex. "Let's just say, when a family grows too large, it becomes harder to keep loose tongues in check." "I see." Alex nodded slowly. "So the royal family of the past evolved into the syndicate of the present." Raven gave a faint chuckle. "Both are not so different, really. Royal families rule in the day under the authority of the temples, while we rule in the night under the authority of money, influence, and greed." Silence settled over the room. For a brief moment, Alex and Raven regarded each other, both measuring. Eventually, Alex broke the silence. "I assume you already know the outcome of the trial," he said. "Let me guess, Wayne Ashard sent me there deliberately. The Berserk humans were nothing more than a distraction, a waypoint to guide me in the right direction." "You're correct," Raven replied without hesitation, nodding openly. "Why?" Alex asked. Raven tilted his head slightly. "Why what? Why me?" Alex clarified. "Why choose me for the trial?" Raven shrugged. "Because the trial field itself pointed you out." Alex's brows furrowed. "And what exactly does that mean?" "I don't know all the details," Raven admitted. "But within our family, there's a group of sorcerers who practice a mystic art that links them to the talismanic field. When a potential legatee appears nearby, the field sends out a signal. That signal leads these sorcerers to the candidate. It's our family's job to evaluate whether the individual is suitable. If we deem the candidate worthy, they're guided to the trial field." He paused briefly. "You remember Martin? The young man at the front desk of the Dragonstone Adventurer Association branch?" Alex replied. "That's the one," Raven nodded. "He's one of those sorcerers. From what I've been told, he received a strong signal from the talismanic field the moment you arrived to register your party. He reported it immediately to the dwarf. So that's why he looked so startled back then," Alex thought. "If that's the case," Alex said, "why didn't Branch Master Wayne test my character before sending me to the trial?" "He didn't need to," Raven replied. "Someone vouched for you." "Who?" Alex asked. "I didn't know anyone in Dragonstone at the time." "Your patron," Raven said, gesturing towards Crone Bellic. "Baron Luth Bellic. He contacted Wayne beforehand and asked him to evaluate you as a potential candidate. He vouched for your character, but still wanted one of our sorcerers to verify it, just to be certain." Raven smirked faintly. As expected, Luth's eye for people remains as sharp as ever. "It seems the Guardian families are closer than I expected," Alex remarked. "Not quite," Ravenhorn replied casually. "Luth is simply one of the smarter ones." He glanced briefly at Crone, then hesitated. It was subtle, but noticeable, as though he were weighing whether or not to speak. Alex's brow lifted slightly. "It's unlike you to hold your tongue," he said. "I may talk a lot," Raven shot back, "but I do have tact." "Tactful indeed," Alex replied dryly. Crone spoke up. "What is it?" "There's no need to hesitate on my account." He too was curious. Raven shrugged. "All right then. The reason the Bellic family fell centuries ago," he said bluntly, "was because its leaders were fools. Men who accepted the word of nobody as truth simply because he carried a token." Crone's expression tightened. "The fraud claimed he had inherited the legacy," Raven continued. "And your ancestors, eager to finally fulfill their generational duty, followed his orders without verifying anything. They didn't consult us, the guardians of the trials, to confirm whether the legacy had truly been passed on." He exhaled lightly. "By the time they realized the truth, They were already too deeply entangled in the man's delusion. And at that point, pushing forward was their only option. Crone frowned deeply, his silence heavy. Raven, however, had already turned his attention back to Alex. Luth wanted to ensure history didn't repeat itself, he said. So he reached out and built a working relationship with my side. We've maintained close cooperation ever since. That's why we were willing to accept his judgment when he vouched for you. I see, Alex nodded. He leaned back slightly, resting his chin against his hand. You're unusually forthcoming today, he observed. You weren't like this before. Raven shrugged again. You're the legatee now, he said plainly. The Guardian families are meant to fall under your command. In other words, you're the boss. He smirked faintly. And as your subordinate, it'd be rather foolish of me to keep things from you, wouldn't it? Alex gave a small shrug in return. Would they really accept my authority that easily? He asked. Just because of a centuries-old trial? I find that hard to believe. You're not wrong, Raven admitted with a nod. If this were before the Bellic incident, perhaps. But now, things are more complicated. Everyone will want assurance before they commit. Alex leaned back further, folding his arms. Let me guess, he said. That's why you're here, to act as my chaperone. Do you really think that if those old foxes want to send you a babysitter, they'd send me? Ravenhorn raised an eyebrow. Alex chuckled knowingly. Raven waved his hand dismissively. I've been assigned as a liaison between you and the Guardian families, he said. But let's be honest, that's just a fancy way of saying messenger. He leaned back casually. Still, it's a comfortable job. All I need to do is discreetly pass messages between both sides. That's right up my alley. Alex would be a fool to believe that was all Raven was there to do, but still, he nodded in acceptance. I'm fine with the arrangement, he said. In fact, to be honest, I'm also wary of the Guardian families. His expression grew more serious. For now, I'd rather everyone remain where they are and continue with their usual operations. I'll only need them to act when the time comes. Until then, we can't afford to draw the attention of the false deities and their hounds. A faint glint passed through his eyes, especially now that there are scapegoats more than willing to step into the spotlight on our behalf. Raven smirked faintly. I'll pass on your message, as delicately as possible. Don't, Alex cut in. Deliver it exactly as I said. Raven raised a brow. You're not worried that kind of phrasing might offend those old foxes? No, Alex replied calmly. I'm more concerned that your delicacy would make things worse. Raven paused, then shrugged. Fair enough. Alex shook his head, no longer bothering with him, and turned to Crone instead. Let me guess, he said. You're here for a similar reason, to act as an intermediary between your father and me? Something like that, Crone nodded. Father hopes I can join your party, and keep him informed about your nature. Just my nature? Alex raised an eyebrow. Not my plans. I was only told to observe your nature, Crone replied with a shrug. I suspect he knows I wouldn't be able to see through your plans if you chose to conceal them. Raven laughed. You're straightforward. I like that. Crone didn't react. Instead, he reached into his inner jacket and pulled out a letter. One more thing. He handed it to Alex. Father asked me to give you this. He said that if you make proper use of the information within, it could help accelerate your goals. Alex accepted the letter and opened it. His eyes scanned its contents briefly. Then a smile slowly formed on his face. I see. This is indeed a valuable gift. 3 months later, time passed like a gentle, warm breeze for the Fortuna party. Alex did not immediately act on the information provided by Baron Luth Bellic. Instead, he kept the party on a low profile, taking on missions from both the Mercenary and Adventurers Associations to pass the time. This also allowed the core members of the party to properly acclimatize to the significant boosts in strength they had gained within such a short period. Fortunately, Blood Iron City was vast, and a party whose average rank hovered around silver largely went unnoticed by the city's power players. That said, within the adventurer and mercenary circles, the Fortuna party had begun to build a quiet reputation over the past 3 months. They were known for taking on short-term missions that were relatively difficult for a group of their average level, and completing them with a high success rate. But more importantly, with remarkably low casualties. That, above all else, was what pleased Alex the most, especially since neither he nor his wives had directly participated in those missions. Leaning into his more adventurous and free-spirited approach, Alex had placed Kavakin in charge of leading the barbarians and orcs on selected missions. As for the Fury Knights and his other followers, they were given the freedom to join missions as they saw fit. Because of this, while the Fury Knights often accompanied the barbarians and orcs, his followers adopted a rotational system. This ensured that no one grew rusty from inactivity, while still remaining fresh enough to respond immediately should Alex call upon them. As for his wives, Alex had them establish a storefront dealing in alchemical goods. Unsurprisingly, their most profitable trade revolved around berserk beast stones. The shop purchased large quantities of corrupted beast cores and sold a limited supply of clear beast cores in exchange for berserk stones. Thanks to Alex, the corrupted cores could be cleansed of the berserk contamination. However, Eleanor was careful. She strictly controlled the volume of purified cores released to the market, selling only enough to sustain the shop without drawing unnecessary attention. She had no intention of attracting attention, not when both their shop and party lacked the background or deterrence needed to ward off the inevitable greed such a business would invite. Instead, she leveraged Ravenhorn through the Black Scar Syndicate and his connections within the Adventurers Association. She discreetly offloaded more sensitive goods, such as the purified beast cores. Alex did not involve himself in such matters. He trusted Eleanor's judgment. She had a far better head for such decisions than he did, so he left the party's financial operations entirely in her hands. Zora oversaw day-to-day decision-making, while Yadara handled intelligence, gathering, and security. In essence, the party structure remained largely unchanged. Alex merely reinforced it, especially for the benefit of the newer additions, the barbarians, the orcs, Crone Bellic, and Ravenhorn, who were still unfamiliar with their internal dynamics. As for Alex himself, he finally made use of the breathing room afforded by a city like Bloodiron. He entered seclusion in a room within the mansion graciously provided by Wayne Ashard, through Ravenhorn, to the party. His goal was to fully understand the transformations within his Rune-Tech platform following the activation of the Rune Sage spell, and to explore what he could now achieve with it. It also helped that Bloodiron City functioned as the central trade hub of the Hollowcrest Wildlands. Virtually every resource circulating through the region passed through the city at some point, which meant if something couldn't be found here, it likely didn't exist anywhere else within the Wildlands. Alex took full advantage of this. He procured a wide range of materials, not only to replenish his reserves within the sanctuary, but also to acquire new sigil-sympathetic materials that had previously been absent from his inventory. The knowledge he had memorized from Heavenly Venerable's study during the trial proved invaluable. It filled in critical gaps, allowing him to identify and understand numerous unique materials native to Verdantis that he would have otherwise overlooked. As a result, Alex was able to find viable substitutes for rune-based materials that were unavailable in this world. Over the course of the past 3 months, with OmniRune handling the bulk of the workload, Alex systematically upgraded all his existing RuneTech products. What had once been purely rune-based constructs were now reconfigured under the new Rune-Tech programming framework, one that incorporated sigil nature. In doing so, every one of his creations became fully compatible with Verdantis' magical glyph system. He also took the time to design an operational module for OmniRune, one that would allow the AI Mage Assistant to carry out similar updates autonomously in the future. With this, all RuneTech products could be adapted to newly encountered magical glyph systems without requiring Alex's direct intervention. The system ensured that everything, from spells to formations, and even rune tattoos, could now function across both Pangea and Verdantis. In truth, the conversion process for spells and formations took less than a month. What consumed the majority of Alex's time over the past 3 months was the rune tattoos. He wasn't content with simply making them compatible with Verdantis. He wanted to evolve them. As I theorized before, runes are rigid, almost mechanical in nature, Alex mused. They operate on fixed principles and do not adapt, well, to changes in external conditions. But their advantage lies exactly in that consistency. What you see is what you get. He paused. Sigils, on the other hand, are fluid. They adapt. They respond to changing conditions and variables. That flexibility is their strength, but also their weakness. Their output isn't always constant. His gaze sharpened. Previously, my rune tattoos were limited by the rigid nature of runes. But now that I've incorporated sigil nature into my system, it's possible to combine the strengths of both. Simply updating existing tattoos isn't enough. Alex shook his head. I should take advantage of this duality. Runic precision, paired with sigil adaptability. Alex rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Sigils resonate better with the ever-changing nature of the human body and mind, while runes provide stability and consistent output. His thoughts began to crystallize. If I use sigil nature as the foundational layer, linking the tattoo more naturally to the body and mind, and then integrate runic structures into the output layer to enforce precision and consistency. His eyes lit up. Then I can create rune tattoos that are both adaptable and reliable. A slow smile formed on his lips. In other words, better rune tattoos. Alex had always been one to strike while the iron was hot. The next 2 months of his seclusion were devoted entirely to investigating the dual nature of Rune-Tech's glyph system. On the surface, the glyphs were unmistakably runes. Yet beneath that, they also exhibited properties that runes, by their inherently rigid and mechanical nature, should not possess. It was as though two opposing principles coexisted seamlessly within a single form. A true duality. Alex couldn't claim to fully understand how the universe had orchestrated such a contradiction and made it functional. However, by drawing parallels with other known dualities such as the wave-particle duality of electrons and photons, as well as the principle of mass-energy equivalence, he began to form a working framework. Electrons, photons, light, matter itself, Alex mused. They exhibit both wave and particle characteristics, but not simultaneously. Rather, the observed behavior depends on the perspective of the observer. He continued, in essence, matter possesses both natures, but only expresses one at a time. His thoughts deepened. The same pattern appears in other universal dualities. Mass is condensed energy, while energy is dispersed mass. Yet, depending on the frame of observation, one is perceived as either mass or energy, never both simultaneously. A spark of insight flashed through his mind. Applying this principle to Rune-Tech's dual glyph nature. It means I don't need both aspects to function at once. Instead, I only need to create conditions where the glyph expresses either its runic nature or its sigil nature as required. With a clear direction in mind, Alex began experimenting. Each iteration yielded new data. Gradually, he refined his approach, stripping away overly complex constructs in favor of something far more simple, almost intuitive. At their core, rune tattoos are essentially large-scale formations compressed into a singular structure, a greater rune etched onto the body. Formations themselves are composed of multiple rune circuits' individual functions combined to produce a unified effect. He paused. Then a new idea emerged. In that case, what if I divide the underlying circuits of the formation into two distinct layers? His eyes gleamed faintly. The components responsible for interfacing with the body, those that must adapt to its constantly changing conditions, should be constructed using the sigil nature of the glyph, while the components responsible for producing the intended effects should be built upon the runic nature. In theory, this means the resulting rune tattoos will adapt more effectively to the body's changing conditions and regulate their effects more efficiently, Alex mused, which, in turn, reduces the strain on the bearer. He paused, considering the trade-offs. That will likely come at the cost of peak output, but that's acceptable. After all, these tattoos are meant to serve the bearer, not harm them to provide power. A faint smile tugged at his lips. And while the reduction in peak output is somewhat disappointing, it also opens up possibilities. With lower strain, I can implement functionalities that were previously too taxing for the body to sustain. This simplified approach significantly streamlined Alex's workflow. His first step was to apply the concept to his existing suite of elementary rune tattoos. Strength, agility, speed, defense, vitality, endurance, and perception. All of them underwent restructuring. To his surprise, the process was far smoother than expected. He didn't need to redesign the entire system. Instead, he selectively instructed specific circuit components to adopt sigil-like behavior. That was the essence of it. Of course, the actual implementation was more complex, but fundamentally, that was what he had done. A quick simulation by OmniRune confirmed his hypothesis. The updated rune tattoos showed a 5 to 15% reduction in peak output. But in exchange, they imposed 20% less strain on the bearer's body and demonstrated a 50% improvement in adaptability and responsiveness. Alex's eyes lit up. This is better than I expected. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully. If that's the case, I no longer need to limit rune tattoos to passive or conditionally triggered activation. I now have far greater flexibility in how and when they can activate. Another benefit soon emerged from OmniRune's data analysis: rune slot capacity. According to this, I can afford to loosen some of the safety constraints I originally imposed. That would free up additional capacity for further enhancements. A glint of curiosity flickered in his eyes. Perhaps I could even use that free capacity to compensate for the loss in peak output. He paused, then shook his head slightly. No, I need more data before attempting that. No need to rush. Notwithstanding, this was good news all around for him. It just so happened that he already had a couple of concepts in mind for his next 2 rune tattoos. However, those ideas had previously been stalled, mainly due to the unusually high adaptability requirements demanded of the runes. Now, with this new development, Alex believed he could finally bring those concepts to life. A little over a third of his seclusion was spent refining and actualizing these ideas. Surprisingly, knowledge from Heavenly Venerable's study, as well as insights gained from the alchemy trial, provided inspiration at key moments, pushing the project forward when he would otherwise have stalled. The way plant essences were extracted, condensed, and stabilized within alchemical potions. How those essences interacted with the human body upon consumption. The Heavenly Venerable's Heaven-Earth-Man body tempering theory. While none of these were directly related to rune tattoo technology, Alex found ways to draw parallels and integrate their underlying principles into his design. Finally, after 3 months of uninterrupted research and relentless experimentation, Alex succeeded. In the end, he produced 2 working variants of his intended concept. Too bad these are only effective for warriors. I was hoping to develop mage or warlock variants as well, but every approach I tried failed miserably. He sighed. Unfortunately, I don't have the time to keep tinkering. It's almost time to act on the information Baron Luthbellic gave me. He stretched lightly, easing the tension built up over months of work. That means I only have time to inscribe the rune tattoos for their intended bearers. Well then, no point wasting time. I should call those 2 over and get this done. Alex sent out a message. Not long after, Mogul and Kavikin arrived outside the sealed chamber he had used for his seclusion. Commute. Alex's voice sounded from within. The moment they entered, they saw him seated behind a work table, surrounded by scattered yet oddly organized heap of materials and mess. 2 chairs had been placed opposite him. Take a seat. We have a lot to discuss, Alex said calmly. The Dravo tribe barbarian powerhouse and the axe-crazed Tiger exchanged brief glances. Before taking their seats, Alex leaned forward slightly. Then, with measured clarity, the Runemaster projected 2 rune tattoo designs from his beta bracer and began explaining the new creations he had prepared specifically for them. These are called the Chains of Unyielding and the Mark of Slaughter. Kavikin and Mogul stared at the rune tattoos projected from the beta bracer, their expressions filled with confusion. Rune tattoos were one of Alex's closely guarded trade secrets. As such, very few people truly understood what they were, let alone how they worked. Naturally, both men were unsure how to react to what was being presented to them. Alex had expected this, so he was neither surprised nor bothered by their confusion. Instead, "You both know what my class is, right?" Alex suddenly asked. Mogul and Kavikin were momentarily taken aback. "You said your class is a unique one called Rune Master," Mogul replied after a brief pause. Kavikin nodded in agreement. Alex inclined his head. "Correct. My class is Rune Master. And with it, I could do almost anything I can conceive so long as I have the knowledge to construct it with runes and the energy to power it, I guess." He paused briefly, then continued. "You should have noticed by now that I'm not a conventional spellcaster, right?" Mogul answered again, more thoughtfully this time. "Your casting speed is abnormal. Other mages need time between spells, but after the trials, it feels like you can keep casting endlessly, so long as you have the mana." An astute observation. As expected, Alex mused inwardly, a faint smile forming. "That's because I don't actually cast most of my spells myself," Alex explained. "I use runes to handle the heavy lifting. So, unlike other mages, I'm not limited in the same way." He interlocked his fingers on the table. "However, spellcasting isn't the only thing my class allows me to do. I can also construct formations of virtually any purpose, provided my understanding is sufficient. That's why I'm confident I can repair the interplanar orb formation and get us back home, assuming we can gather the necessary resources to construct the gate." Alex paused, allowing his words to settle. The room grew quiet. Then, "You're probably wondering why I'm telling you all this," he said with a small smile. He didn't wait for an answer. "It's to show sincerity." Mogul and Kavikin exchanged a glance before looking back at him. Alex's expression remained calm but resolute. "I don't use people I don't trust, but I trust those I use. That is both my strength and my flaw." He leaned forward slightly. "Spellcasting and formation construction aren't unique to my class. While I do have advantages in both, they aren't what I consider truly special." He paused, then tapped lightly on the projection. "There's something else, something that definably unique to my class." His eyes sharpened. "Rune-Tattoos. Rune-Tattoos." Kavikin echoed. "Essentially," Alex began, "I can inscribe formations directly onto a person's body in the form of tattoos. These tattoos can enhance their abilities, or even grant them entirely new ones." "What?" both Kavikin and Mogul exclaimed, disbelief evident on their faces. Alex's faint smile remained unchanged. "Do you remember when I chose you to become my followers?" he asked. "I told you then that I chose you because you possessed a specific kind of talent. That talent is the ability to bear my rune tattoos." He let the words settle before continuing. "The four of you I chose that day were the ones whose potential moved me. When you became my followers, I promised to strengthen you using my abilities. I wasn't speaking figuratively. I meant that quite literally." His expression dimmed slightly. "Unfortunately, since arriving in Verdantis, my class has been suppressed by the plane's laws. As a result, I haven't been able to keep that promise. But now," his eyes sharpened, "that changes. For the past 3 months, I've been developing rune tattoos specifically for the four of you. The process is not simple, as you might imagine. In the end, I was only able to complete 2-1 for each of you. Due to time constraints, I can't continue my tinkering. Hence, the designs for Havel and Silver's tattoos are still unfinished." Kavikin leaned forward, a grin spreading across his face. "Does that mean we're finally making a move?" "Maybe," Alex replied with a casual shrug. Then he glanced at the word tiger, a teasing smile forming. "But if we are, I'm afraid it won't be the kind of battle you're hoping for. I'm anticipating something more subtle, political." He tilted his head slightly. "Those tend to be rather boring, don't they?" Kavikin snorted lightly. "If it's anything like what happened at Camp Red Rock, I doubt it'll be as boring as you say, boss." Alex blinked in surprise, then laughed heartily. "I suppose you're right." His attention returned to the projected designs. "These 2 tattoos are fundamentally different from anything I've created before. Typically, my rune tattoos only occupy a single rune slot. But these, they require more. He paused, only then noticing the confusion on their faces. Alex raised a hand and lightly tapped his forehead. I haven't explained rune slots to you yet. So, he briefly outlined the concept of rune slots, as well as his broader vision for rune soldiers. In summary, rune slots are the innate capacity required to bear my rune tattoos. Kavikin, you have 7. Mogul, you have 8. My current rune soldier framework requires each of you to bear 5 runes. He paused briefly. If I continue creating high-level rune tattoos like these, ones that occupy multiple slots, it may become difficult for you to meet that requirement. Kavikin shrugged casually. The goal of your rune soldier plan is to create powerful soldiers, right, boss? Alex nodded. And these higher-level runes, the ones that take up more slots, they're stronger than the smaller ones, right? Alex nodded again. Then, Kavikin continued, if a single high-level rune can outperform several smaller ones combined, I don't see how that makes someone less of a rune soldier. Alex's eyes widened slightly as realization struck. Indeed, it's not the armor or equipment that defines the soldier. A faint smile appeared on his face. Thank you. That clears things up. Kavikin scratched his chin, grinning. Glad I could help somehow. Clap. Alex brought his hands together once. In that case, I don't believe these rune tattoos will hinder you. If anything, I think you'll appreciate them. His expression turned serious. But if you don't, inform me. I currently lack the ability to remove them once they are inscribed. So don't treat this as a casual decision. Understood. Kavikin and Mogul exchanged odd looks. You're really strange, boss, Kavikin said reflexively, then quickly covered his mouth, realizing what he had just said. Mogul, however, simply nodded. We are your followers, he said firmly. We cannot refuse what you offer us. Our lives are yours. Alex shook his head. Your service is mine. Your lives are your own. He met their gazes directly. I know that sounds hypocritical, given the master-slave contract between us. But that is how I see our relationship. The contract is merely a binding mechanism, not the foundation. If you're to serve me well, you must be at your best. And no one understands how to reach that better than you do. All I can do is provide the best tools at my disposal. You are the ones who must decide how to use them. In that case, I cannot force you to accept something you do not want. That would only be counterproductive for both of us. With that brief exchange settled, Alex moved on to the main reveal. His gaze first fell on Kavikin. Designing something suitable for the War-Tiger had proven unexpectedly tricky. At first, Alex had considered using him as the foundation for a standard rune soldier configuration. A full suite of elementary rune tattoos, filling all 7 of Kavikin's available rune slots. But that's too lazy, Alex thought. More importantly, he didn't believe Kavikin actually needed enhancements to his basic parameters. Between his call of the wild technique and his lycanthropic transformation, his physical capabilities were already well covered. In fact, they were excessive. But the decisive factor came down to something far simpler. It's boring. It doesn't make proper use of Rune-Tech's new capabilities. So instead, Alex shifted his focus to something Kavikin lacked, not in strength, but in control. Alex tapped on one of the projected rune designs, expanding it to fill the entire display. The Mark of Slaughter, he introduced. This rune tattoo is designed to integrate seamlessly with your body, your energy, and your intent. As the name suggests, it interfaces directly with your killing intent. Killing intent naturally grows stronger with each kill, especially within short bursts of continuous combat. He paused briefly. However, based on my observations during our journey, a significant portion of that energy is wasted. Kavikin frowned slightly. Wasted? Yes, Alex nodded. I estimate that as much as 90% of the emotional energy generated from your surge in killing intent dissipates almost immediately. Only about 10% remains, used to temper your will and permanently strengthen your killing intent. Kavikin blinked. Killing intent produces energy? Of course, Alex replied matter-of-factly. Why else would your killing intent amplify your combat capabilities? Nothing comes from nothing. He raised a finger slightly. Belief gives rise to will. Will gives rise to intent. And each of these, belief, will, intent, generates a form of invisible energy. I call it emotional energy. His gaze sharpened. Tell me, where do you think divine energy comes from? The energy that the Navi harvests from believers. It's simply a refined form of the energy from belief, faith, directed towards them. A purified derivative of the same underlying principle. Alex shook his head lightly, refocusing. It just so happens that, with my Rune Masterclass, I can now do more than manipulate conventional mana and related energies. I can also, albeit to a limited extent, interact with this overlooked emotional energy. He gestured towards the projection. The Mark of Slaughter is built around this newfound capability. When you generate emotional energy through your killing intent, the rune tattoo captures what would otherwise be wasted. It then stores it as a resource I call slaughter energy. Kavakin's expression sharpened slightly. Currently, I've programmed this slaughter energy to serve 3 primary functions. Alex raised a finger. First, it helps coalesce the energy generated by your killing intent. This improves how effectively you can channel that energy into your attacks. He glanced at Kavakin. I've noticed you struggle to properly infuse your weapons with killing intent. This will significantly improve that. Then his tone turned firmer. But don't misunderstand. This is not a crutch. It's rather a supplementary aid. If you want to increase its effectiveness, you'll still need to improve your own control over your killing intent. But if you succeed, the power the mark provides will also increase, right? Kavakin interjected. Exactly, Alex nodded. This was by design. He could have made the rune tattoo automatically regulate and refine Kavakin's killing intent. But that would have been a mistake. Too much interference would stunt growth. Kavakin needed absolute control over his killing intent if he wished to elevate it to a higher tier. Rather than becoming a dependency, the Mark of Slaughter was meant to function as a reward system, a multiplier for mastery. Alex could already envision it. A future where Kavakin's killing intent had reached such refinement that it merged with his concepts. At that point, killing with nothing more than a glance or sheer presence wouldn't be impossible, Alex thought. He continued. The second function is duration extension. The Mark of Slaughter increases how long your killing intent empowerment lasts. He folded his arms slightly. Based on my observations, your current enhancement lasts for roughly 5 minutes after your last kill. After that, the energy dissipates. This tattoo increases that duration by approximately up to 50%. Kavakin's eyes lit up slightly. Alex continued calmly. It achieves this by absorbing the emotional energy your body naturally releases after the initial 5-minute window. Then it reintroduces that energy converted into slaughter energy as a substitute fuel source. Kavakin's eyes lit up at that. Alex continued. I initially wanted to extend the duration even further. After all, that 90% of dispersed emotional energy is substantial. But then I realized something. Your body releases that excess energy for a reason. It cannot sustain it. He looked directly at Kavakin. I believe you understand that better than I do. Kavakin nodded. Killing intent is a double-edged sword. If I push it too far, I lose myself. He paused, thinking. The method I came up with, what did you call it again, False avatar method, Alex supplied. Yes, Kavakin nodded. The false avatar method, as you described, isolates the killing intent to a portion of my soul. But if even that portion becomes overwhelmed, his expression darkened slightly. I might lose myself completely. He exhaled. That would explain why my instincts react the way you described. I believe so as well, Alex affirmed. In that case, forcing a longer duration passively would be dangerous. That's why I made the extended duration an active function. You will need to consciously will it into effect. Understood. Understood, Kavakin replied firmly. Good. Alex nodded once. That brings me to the third function. The Mark of Slaughter will gradually expose your body to slaughter energy over time, in a controlled manner. This should allow your body, energy, and will to acclimatize to the effects of your killing intent. He paused briefly. Over time, it should strengthen your tolerance and improve your control. A slight shrug followed. At least in theory. Kavakin blinked. You're not sure? I'm not. Alex replied plainly. Kavakin looked momentarily stunned. Alex waved it off. Take some time to think about it while I speak with Mogul. This mark represents significant changes to you after all. Kavakin nodded slowly, deep in thought. Alex then turned his attention to the barbarian. For you, he said calmly, I designed the chains of unyielding. He paused, then added with a faint, knowing smile. I won't lie. This is probably the strangest rune tattoo I've ever created. A brief silence followed. Because he stared straight at Mogul. Its primary function is to weaken you. Weaken me? Mogul frowned. Alex nodded in confirmation. His gaze settled on the Dravo tribesman before him. Mogul was a hulking specimen, his physique a mass of dense, powerful muscle that would put even legendary bodybuilders like Arnold and Ronnie to shame, leaving onlookers in stunned admiration. Yet, his build was not for show. The Dravo tribe's pugilist tempering method was designed with pure martial function in mind. Its intimidating aesthetics were merely a byproduct. Unlike the exaggeratedly stiff physiques of burly hulking men often portrayed in fiction in Alex's past life, Mogul possessed what Alex would describe as a Herculean body, a form built for total physical supremacy, power, speed, agility, endurance, explosive force. In terms of raw physical capability, Mogul was quite simply a walking cheat. Of course, most warriors, whether from Pangaea, Verdantis, or any other plane, also train their bodies. But the Dravo tribe's approach was fundamentally different. Take Pangaea, for instance. Warriors there absorbed mana through breathing techniques and diet, circulating it through their bodies to strengthen themselves and advance their rank. Physical training existed primarily to ensure the body could withstand and contain that power. Even Verdantis, physique-tempering sorcerers, followed a similar principle. But the Dravo tribe inverted this structure entirely. For them, the body came first. Physique tempering was the foundation. Only after pushing their bodies to extreme limits would mana begin to accumulate naturally, as if drawn in by the body itself. An inversion of the norm. It's closer to how beasts cultivate, Alex mused. Through constant combat, they instinctively refine their bodies toward a preferred form, then draw in mana from their food and environment to reinforce that path. This wasn't mere speculation. Mogul's habits supported the theory. Rather than cultivating mana through structured breathing techniques, Mogul relied heavily on consumption, devouring mana-rich flesh. He would train his body to absolute exhaustion before or after meals, forcing his system to rapidly digest and absorb as much mana for the meal as possible. The resemblance to beast cultivation methods was unmistakable, and Alex doubted it was coincidental. The Dravo tribe's defining ritual only reinforced this belief. At the peak of each rank, members were required to hunt a powerful beast and use its will to forge a beast totem before advancing further. It was almost as if the Dravo tribesmen used beast will to deceive the world itself, convincing it they were closer to beasts than men, thereby allowing their cultivation to progress along that path. But planar consciousness isn't that easily fooled, Alex mused. It might work for a time, but not indefinitely. Perhaps that's why they must form a new beast totem at every breakthrough, to renew that deception. Whatever the truth, Alex had no intention of studying the Dravo methods to replicate them. His goal was far simpler, to understand them well enough to enhance Mogul effectively. If Mogul were a sorcerer, he would undoubtedly stand as a perfect exemplar of the physique tempering school. That much was undeniable, and so Alex leaned into that strength. Drawing upon the insights he had gained from Heavenly Venerable's Heaven-Earth-Man tempering philosophy, he began designing a rune tattoo tailored specifically for Mogul. Mogul's cultivation path inverted the conventional structure of warrior development. So Alex followed suit. He inverted his own design principles. The result, Unlike Kavakin's mark of slaughter, which enhanced and supported its bearer, the chains of unyielding operated through suppression. It weakened its bearer. Alex smiled faintly at Mogul's visible confusion, recalling the thought process that led him here. "You're surprised," he said calmly. "I told you these rune tattoos were meant to strengthen you, and yet this one weakens you." He leaned forward slightly. "I assure you, those two ideas are not contradictory." Mogul remained silent, listening. "From what I've observed, the energy within your body isn't merely internal energy, as defined by Pangean warriors. It's something more, a fusion of internal energy and life essence." He raised a finger. "Internal energy is relatively straightforward. As long as mana is absorbed into the body, regardless of the method, it can be converted into internal energy. But life essence," his tone changed slightly, "that's far more difficult to produce consciously. Yet your tribe has found a way around that limitation." Mogul nodded slowly. Understanding dawned in his eyes. "The tempering method we use," he said, "is essentially a way of forcing life essence out of our bodies and then replenishing it." Alex nodded inwardly. The Dravo tribe's method, at its core, was deceptively simple. Every living being possessed a finite amount of life essence, and the most stable way to increase it was through advancement in rank. But the Dravo had discovered a workaround. Through their tempering method, they forcibly extracted life essence from their bodies, particularly from their flesh. Life essence was inherently stable. The body did not produce more than necessary. As long as it maintained a sufficient amount, it would not generate additional life essence, no matter the effort, unless one advanced in cultivation, in most cases. So, the Dravo took a different path. They combined the extracted life essence with internal energy, creating a unique hybrid energy specific to their cultivation system. Their tempering method did more than just extraction. It also reintegrated this newly formed energy back into the body, into the flesh, strengthening it further. A stronger body, in turn, improved the body's ability to regenerate life essence. Thus, a cycle was formed. Extraction, fusion, reinforcement, regeneration. A self-sustaining loop that continuously enhanced a Dravo tribesman's physique. Of course, as one's rank increased, this process became progressively more difficult. Greater thresholds demanded more extreme methods, which was why Dravo warriors above the saint level were exceedingly rare. In Alex's view, the Heaven-Earth-Man tempering philosophy could elevate this system even further, but was far too complex to explain directly. Although Mogul wasn't a stereotypical brain-dead muscle head, Heavenly Venerable's philosophy would still be a bit difficult for him to wrap his head around. So instead, Alex translated the theory into a rune tattoo. "The chains of unyielding suppress your body's output," Alex explained. "While active, you will only be able to access roughly 30% of your peak power." Mogul's brows furrowed slightly. Alex continued calmly. "In exchange, as you continue training under this restriction, the excess energy your body produces, beyond what the suppression allows, will be stored." He tapped lightly on the projection. That stored energy can then be released at once, in critical moments, to temporarily amplify your strength by up to threefold. He paused, then added, almost thoughtfully, "At the very least." Mogul's eyes sharpened as he processed the implications. "So, this chains of unyielding stores the power I can't use during normal training, and lets me unleash it when I need it most." Click. "Exactly." Alex snapped his fingers. "That's a good way to put it." He continued, "In practice, the rune tattoo will suppress your strength down to roughly the intermediate rank. But when you release the stored energy, you'll have the potential to one-shot a veteran rank opponent." Mogul stared at the projected rune tattoo. He was tempted, but at the same time, it felt slightly underwhelming. Almost instinctively, he shook his head. He was about to voice his thoughts. But Alex spoke first. "However, that's only a side effect," Alex said calmly. "As I mentioned, the true purpose of this rune tattoo lies in its suppression." Mogul frowned. "Please explain." Alex nodded. "From what I've observed of your tempering method, Life essence isn't produced solely through physical exertion. There's also a mental component, or more precisely willpower. Mobile nodded in agreement. The method strains not just the body, but the mind as well. To extract life essence, one must continue pushing beyond exhaustion. This requires immense will. The rune tattoo amplifies that burden, Alex cut in. Mobile's eyes narrowed slightly. As I said, the chains of unyielding restrict your output to roughly 30%. But that doesn't mean your body itself becomes weaker. He tapped lightly on the projection again. Think of it this way. Your body still possesses its full strength. The tattoo simply prevents you from accessing more than 30% of it. Alex leaned forward slightly. Under normal circumstances, now that you've reached the elite rank, you would need significantly more effort to push your body to its limit, to reach the threshold where your willpower forces out life essence. He paused. But with the chains of unyielding, you'll reach that threshold much faster. It forces your body to hit its limits sooner. That is the chain aspect of its name. Mobile's expression grew more focused. Alex continued. In addition, the tattoo includes a mental component. It intensifies your perception of exhaustion. You will feel the strain more acutely, which means pushing past it will require even greater willpower. He met Mobile's gaze directly. Not just strong will, but a will that is dash. Unyielding, Mobile finished. Exactly, Alex nodded. A brief silence followed. Then, but that's not all. The chains of unyielding has one more effect. The rune tattoo is able to suppress your body's output the way I described because it is directly embedded into your energy circulation system, Alex explained. It doesn't just sit on your body, it interacts with it, giving it influence over your energy flow. This is key. Not only does it enforce the suppression of your output, it also grants the tattoo a degree of control over how your energy circulates. And because of that, I was able to implement what I consider its most important function. Mobile's focus sharpened. The chains of unyielding can systematically target individual parts of your body for enhancement, down to the level of individual muscle fibers. Mobile's eyes widened slightly. That means it can ensure uniform development across your entire physique, based on your overall growth. Alex paused briefly. No matter how rigorous training is, there will always be inconsistencies. Even within the same muscle group, some fibers will develop more than others. For ordinary people, that doesn't matter much. But for someone like you, someone who walks the path of physical perfection, it becomes a flaw. Perhaps even a fatal weakness. Mobile remained silent, but his expression grew more serious. With this function, Alex continued, the chains of unyielding eliminates that flaw. It ensures balanced, harmonious development across all muscle groups. Alex's gaze deepened slightly. That's not even its greatest effect. He thought. What he didn't say aloud was that this function quietly embedded something far more profound. The foundation of Heavenly Venerable's Heaven-Earth Man philosophy. By accepting the chains of unyielding, Mobile was effectively granting the tattoo access to all of his internal systems. His internal energy, his will, his intent, all of it. And through that access, the rune tattoo would continuously temper his body, refining not just his muscles, but the flesh surrounding them. A complete, integrated evolution. At the very least, this should push his physique to the stage of bearing the burden of man, Alex thought, which is equivalent to the crimson and bronze glow stages in Heavenly Venerable's physique tempering system. As for the later stages, the weight of earth and the will of heaven, there's still need for improvements in the design. Future upgrades or additional rune tattoos to expand the set can be introduced. Alex exhaled quietly. He chose not to voice these thoughts. His explanation was already bordering on overwhelming. Better to let Mogul experience the results himself and understand them in time. So, Alex said, looking between them, what do you think? Are you willing to bear the burden of these rune tattoos? Burdens? Mogul shook his head. They're gifts, leader. I gladly accept. As do I, Kavakin added without hesitation. Excellent. Alex smiled. Time is of the essence. We'll begin immediately. He gestured towards a familiar setup, a specialized tattoo chair he had retrieved from the sanctuary space. The necessary materials were already laid out neatly beside it, along with one particularly noticeable item. A gag. Mogul and Kavikin slowly turned back to Alex, their expressions turning strange. Alex shrugged casually. You're free not to use it. Then his lips curved into a dark, amused smile. But trust me, you're going to want it. The process is going to be extremely painful. And that's me putting it lightly. The issue lay with one of the Verdantine materials required for the rune tattoo ink. It reacted poorly with the anesthetic Eleanor had developed for the procedure. While alternatives existed, they were both rare and prohibitively expensive. Not worth the cost. Besides, they're grown men, Alex thought, a faintly wicked smile forming. They can handle a little pain. For the next few days, groans of agony echoed throughout the mansion. More than once, the other residents felt chills run down their spines at the sound. When it was finally over, Mogul and Kavikin emerged bearing their new tattoos, both striking and intimidating. One of the advantages brought by integrating sigil nature into Rune-Tech was the ability to define the aesthetic form of rune tattoos after their functional design was complete. OmniRune handled the translation, converting complex runic formations into the intended visual forms. For Kavikin, the mark of slaughter manifested as a massive tiger head tattoo sprawled across his entire back, occupying his two largest rune slots. For Mogul, the chains of unyielding took the form of traditional Dravo markings, wrapping around his forearms and his neck, occupying 3 slots. Kavikin was visibly pleased. Mogul, however, frowned slightly. To him, the tattoos felt like chains. With the tattoos successfully inscribed, Alex finally brought his long seclusion to an end. For the first time in 3 months, he stepped out of the mansion. Alex quietly stepped out of the mansion into the garden. He bent down almost theatrically, brushing his fingers across the grass and flowers, taking in their scent for a moment longer than necessary. Afterwards, he walked over to a large tree overlooking the garden and unceremoniously dropped down against its trunk. His hands locked behind his head, one leg crossed over the other. Yes, this is nice, Alex thought. Life shouldn't always be at full speed. Sometimes it's good to stop and enjoy the moment. A faint smile touched his lips, though it's still not quite as good as resting beneath Lord Bonsai's crown. But this will do. Before he knew it, he drifted off into slumberland. Poke! A light sensation brushed against his chin. Alex's eyes slowly opened. The first thing he saw was a beautiful face hovering above him, watching with quiet amusement. "Why are you poking my face, milady?" Alex asked, catching the wandering finger. "You look so peaceful." "I couldn't resist, master," Yudara replied, her smile soft, yet carrying a subtle, teasing edge. For a brief moment, Alex froze. Then his gaze flickered around. The guards who should have been patrolling the area were nowhere to be seen. "I see." He looked back at Yudara. Without warning, he pulled her gently into his arms and shifted their positions beneath the tree. "Do you admit your mistake?" he asked, a hint of amusement in his tone. "I don't know what you're talking about," Yudara replied innocently. But her smile only deepened. Alex felt a surge blood rush through his body down his nether regions. He knew what she was doing, but he didn't bother putting up his guard against it. However, it seemed his mind was too strong. Though his body fell prey to Yudara's antics, his mind was still incredibly clear, yet he chose to indulge the moment. Leaning closer, he pressed a soft kiss to her lips. Yudara responded without hesitation. From a soft, gentle kiss, the movements became increasingly rough, passionate. Eventually, surprisingly, it was Alex that accepted defeat first, pulling back to catch his breath. "You're unusually bold today," he said, studying her enamoring expression. Yudara tilted her head slightly. "Do you dislike it?" Her smile lingered, playful and provocative. Alex narrowed his eyes slightly. Then, as if accepting a silent challenge, he leaned in once more, and the quiet battle of lips and tongues between them resumed. Alas, he had underestimated the novice. Before he realized it, The situation had reversed, and he found himself pinned beneath her. The longer their playful struggle continued, the more Alex found himself losing ground, and the more Yudara's presence began to overwhelm his senses. No, I can't lose like this, he thought. So, he resorted to a trump card. His hands, which had been holding her in place, began to wander, tracing along her form with deliberate intent. Then he struck, pinching at two particularly sensitive spots. Ah! Yudara gasped, her composure breaking as she instinctively pulled back, one hand moving to her bosom. A faint blush spread rapidly across her cheeks. Alex seized the opening immediately, reversing their positions and pinning her down. See? He grinned, victorious. If you're not ready to get burned, don't play with fire. He was about to press his advantage, when suddenly, both of them sensed something and froze their movements. Without a word, they quickly separated, straightening their clothes as if nothing had happened. Only then did a thought cross Alex's mind. Wait, we're husband and wife. Why are we acting like we got caught doing something wrong? Just then, Eleanor stepped out into the garden. Her eyes lit up when she spotted them, and she began walking over. But after a few steps, she paused. Her gaze flickered between the two. A knowing smile slowly formed. What were the two of you doing? She asked. We were sparring, Alex replied smoothly. He casted a teasing glance at Yudara. Yudara's blush deepened instantly, spreading all the way to her ears. She stomped hard on Alex's foot before turning away, hiding her face. Eleanor's smile widened. Oh, I didn't know you had it in you. Making your move out here in the open. She winked. Should I get some pointers from you? Or perhaps I should inform Big Sister Zora? Yudara immediately grabbed her arm. Please don't, she pleaded. I'll die of embarrassment. Both Alex and Eleanor burst into laughter. They knew all too well, if Zora got wind of this, she would milk it relentlessly. Alex was usually her favorite target, but Yudara and Eleanor were far from exempt. And Yudara, in particular, was far too easy to tease. Even after beginning to come out from her shell, following the Heaven-Earth trials, she still stood no chance against the Ice Empress's merciless teasing. Don't laugh, Yudara muttered, lightly hitting Alex's shoulder. This is your fault. The three of them lingered in that warm, familial moment for a while. Too bad Zora isn't here, Alex thought. That would have made it complete. In this life, perhaps his greatest fortune wasn't power, but the fact that his wives genuinely got along. It spared him the usual chaos and drama that often came with polygamous marriages. Where's Zora? Alex asked. I haven't seen her since I came out. She went to the city's administrative building with Silver, Havel, and Sergeant Lopota to handle some permits for our expansion. Udara replied. Permits? Alex raised an eyebrow. What do we need permits for? Eleanor stepped in to explain. We're expanding the shop, so we need a larger space. The Mercenary Association also advised us to establish a guild building. So Big Sis wanted to see if she could secure a property large enough to handle both. Alex nodded slowly. Blood Iron City had a distinct advantage over most settlements, its multiple oases. For reasons Alex still didn't fully understand, the city was able to house 5 separate oases within its city limits, each supplying one of its 5 districts. However, this abundance didn't mean total freedom. Water was still tightly regulated, leading to other related constraints. One of the most notable was population control. Rather than directly limiting the number of residents, the city administration controlled the number of buildings, which, in turn, controlled how many people could live in the city. After all, without shelter, no one could stay. It was an indirect but highly effective system. You couldn't simply construct a new building or even renovate an existing one without official approval. Permits were required, but like any bureaucratic system, it came with its own share of bottlenecks and corruption. Navigating it required experience. Fortunately for the Fortuna party, Zora was more than capable of this. Alex exhaled softly and nodded. If you're already expanding the business, then can I assume we have already caught the eye of the smaller fish? He asked. We have. Eleanor smiled. I was just about to inform you. We've established a cooperative relationship with the Jadewell Merchant Company. We recently sent over the product you suggested, and the company's chairwoman, Lady Rosa Mercier, has invited us for a meeting this afternoon. Alex nodded, then turned to Yadara. Have we verified the information? He asked. As much as possible, Yadara replied. There's about an 80% chance that Baron Luth Bellick's intelligence is accurate. So even if it's off, Alex pressed, it won't be by much. Yes, Yadara confirmed. Good. Alex nodded. He turned back to Eleanor. When are you leaving? In half an hour, she replied. I'd like to arrive early, perhaps establish a few additional connections before meeting Lady Mercier. Alex raised a hand slightly. Don't overextend. Let things develop naturally. We don't want it to be obvious that we're targeting them. Eleanor waved him off lightly. Relax. It's just a business meeting. Then a mischievous glint appeared in her eyes. Do you two want to come along? She asked. Or would you prefer to continue where you left off? I think we should dash. We're going. Yadara cut in sharply. Before Alex could get another word in, she grabbed Eleanor's arm and began pulling her away. Alex chuckled softly. Still thin-skinned, he thought. His gaze drifted upward to the sky. But she's improving. It won't be long now. A small smile formed on his lips. Half an hour later, Alex and his wives set out for the meeting with a modest escort of 4 guards. As they traveled, Alex couldn't help but glance at Yadara. The seductive woman from earlier was completely gone. In her place stood, or sat, his ever-composed, stoic shadow guard. He almost laughed. He wanted to tease her, but a subtle, pleading glance from her stopped him. Alex smiled inwardly. Fair enough. It's more fun teasing you in private anyway. He thought inwardly as he accepted her plea. A few minutes later, after traveling through Bloodiron's wide and surprisingly clean roads, their carriage arrived at the Jadewell Merchant Company's private quarters. For a merchant company's private quarters, there are quite a lot of trained individuals moving about. Alex commented as the carriage rolled into the estate belonging to the Jadewell Merchant Company. Udara responded calmly. The estate isn't solely used by the Jadewell Merchant Company. In fact, even with their financial power, they wouldn't be able to secure such a large property on their own. This estate actually belongs to the Battlebane Guild. As she spoke, Yadara gave a concise rundown of the intelligence gathered by her scout team. The Jadewell Merchant Company was a mid-sized operation within the Hollow Crest Wildlands, with its primary base in Bloodiron City. Their specialty lay in acquiring goods, particularly alchemical products, flowing through the wildlands, then distributing them across the continent, most notably toward the Selahan Empire. Interestingly, much like Eleanor's shop, Jadewell maintained a close affiliation with a larger mercenary organization within Bloodiron, the Battlebane Guild. While not one of the absolute dominant powers in the city, the Battlebane Guild was far from insignificant. It held a considerable voice within the mercenary union, one of the most influential forces not just in Bloodiron, but across the Hollowcrest wildlands and Verdantis as a whole. In truth, the Guild's direct authority was concentrated within Bloodiron's local branch of the Union. However, due to its importance in the larger association, the branch's influence extended outward, thus granting Battlebane a level of reach that exceeded its apparent standing. As a result, the Guild was widely respected, and as one of its affiliates, the Jadewell Merchant Company benefited from both its protection and its implicit deterrence. Yadara continued, Unfortunately, we haven't been able to confirm the exact nature of the relationship between the two groups. All we know is that Lady Rosa Mercier has familial ties to the leader of the Battlebane Guild, but whether they're spouses, siblings, or distant relatives remains unclear. Alex raised a brow. Why is that? The Guild's leader is something of an enigma, Yadara replied. No one outside the Battlebane Guild knows their true identity. That makes it difficult to verify her exact connection. Alex considered this briefly. What if she's the one actually in charge? Yadara shook her head. Unlikely. While she clearly holds influence, the behavior of the Guild members during our surveillance suggests otherwise. Alex nodded slowly. Understood. He glanced ahead as the carriage continued deeper into the estate. Well, if things go well, we'll find out soon enough. Alex glanced out the window as the carriage came to a halt before the villa entrance. Baron Luthbellic's letter had laid out a path toward his goal, and the first checkpoint on that path was the Battlebane Guild. However, approaching them directly was neither practical nor wise. So instead, he chose to begin with the Jadewell Merchant Company. One step at a time, Alex reminded himself. He stepped out first, then helped Eleanor and Eudara down from the carriage. Afterwards, he and Eudara naturally fell in step behind Eleanor as the villa's butler came forward to receive them. Their positioning made it clear that Eleanor was the lead of their delegation. Lady Rosa has prepared to receive you over tea and pastries in the garden, the butler informed them after the exchange of greetings. This way, please. As they began to move, Alex subtly signaled for the guards to remain behind with the carriage. Only he and Eudara would accompany Eleanor inside. The butler gave a faint, almost imperceptible nod. Alex's move was a small gesture, but a meaningful one. In a place like the Wildlands, such restraint could be interpreted as a sign of trust or confidence. Even within Bloodiron City, where the major powers enforced a semblance of order, danger had not disappeared. It had merely been pushed into the shadows. A faint smile tugged at Alex's lips as they walked through the villa corridors. Whether intentional or not, the route they were led through offered a clear view of Battlebane Guild members training in an open courtyard. For most, it would have been an intimidating display. For Alex, it only stirred within him a sense of nostalgia. It reminded him of Ashen Castle, of the day he transmigrated into this world, and he had been brought to the castle by his chief maid for the first time. How long has it been? 5, 6 years, he mused. I've come a long way. Back then, watching a Fury Knight cleave a training dummy from a distance had filled him with awe and a touch of fear for this new world he found himself. Now, such displays barely registered with him. They had become too ordinary and familiar. A part of him even itched to step into the yard to test himself. They looked strong enough. Alex mused. Maybe they'd finally let me use that new power I couldn't fully test back then. The berserk humans fell too quickly, and I ran out of mana before I could push it further. A trace of battle intent leaked from Alex. Then he shook his head. No, not now. We're here to build connections, not embarrass their forces. A quiet chuckle escaped him. What he didn't realize was that his fleeting battle lust had not gone unnoticed. The moment it surfaced, his newly formed all-weapon intent subtly resonated outward. Below, the weapons in the hands of the Battlebane trainees trembled for a brief instant. The warriors frowned, glancing down at their weapons. For a moment, they wondered if it had been their imagination, but the identical reactions across the group told a different story. Silently, their gazes turned toward the strongest among them. The man stood still, eyes fixed on the distant corridor, the very path Alex had just taken. Without a word to his men, he moved towards it, unaware of what had transpired. The butler continued his duty and led Alex and his wives into the garden pavilion. The garden was breathtaking. A vibrant array of flowers filled the space, each one more refined than the last. Unlike the flora at their own mansion, these are closer to pseudo-alchemical plants, rare and difficult to cultivate, nearly impossible to sustain in a place like the Hollowcrest Wildlands. No wonder she chose the garden, Alex thought. A glance passed between him and his wives. They understood immediately. This was a subtle flex. Maintaining such a garden required immense resources and expertise. And combined with the earlier display of trained personnel, it was a clear message of power, wealth, and influence. A demonstration of strength and prosperity, Alex mused. At least she's subtle about it. I'll give her that. The butler quietly spoke with a group of maids. Moments later, 2 additional seats were brought forward, placed beside Eleanor's. Just as they were about to sit, a heavy, somewhat oppressive presence approached. A middle-aged man strode into the pavilion. His aura was sharp with restrained battle intent. He ignored the butler and everyone else as his eyes locked onto Alex. Then suddenly he asked, "Would you like to spar?" "Would you like to spar with me?" the man asked. Though phrased as a question, the heavy battle lust radiating from him made it feel anything but. "Master Dalton, this is a guest of Lady Rosa," The butler interjected carefully. He tried to signal with his eyes, but Dalton ignored him entirely. So, Dalton replied flatly. His gaze remained locked on Alex. From what I can see, the lady seated there is the one meeting Rosa. He tilted his head slightly. Why don't you stretch your legs while the women talk? Alex smiled faintly, then shook his head. You are a combat master, while I am merely a gold rank, he replied calmly. It wouldn't be a proper spar for you, especially since I am a guest in your home. Quite a glib tongue you have. Dalton's eyes narrowed. You speak as though you're conceding, but your eyes tell a different story. His aura sharpened. You believe you can face me on equal footing, or even defeat me? He was amused. Alex said nothing. He only smiled. That was enough of a response. Oh, Dalton's battle intent surged. Now I really want to test you. What is going on here? A calm yet authoritative feminine voice cut through the tension. Why are you threatening my guests, Dalton Ashton? All eyes turned. The butler immediately bowed. Lady Rosa, don't slander me. Rosa Mercier, Dalton replied. I'm merely inviting this warrior to spar. If you intend to spar, Rosa said evenly, then wait until after my meeting. I will not have your rudeness souring my negotiations. Her gaze sharpened slightly into a warning. And that's if he even agrees to it. Dalton looked like he wanted to argue, but, surprisingly, he held himself back. Fine. He waved at a nearby maid, who quickly brought a chair. And thus, he sat and waited. Alex's smile thinned slightly, but he continued to maintain his silence. I apologize for his behavior, Rosa said, turning to Alex and his group. All he knows is how to fight. No problem, Alex replied smoothly. I understand his enthusiasm. For a warrior, facing new opponents is one of the best ways to grow. As he spoke, he subtly stepped back, shifting the focus back to Eleanor. It was a small gesture, but not one that escaped Rosa's notice. Eleanor stepped forward gracefully, taking control of the exchange. Lady Rosa, it's a pleasure. She gestured lightly. This is Alex Fury, leader of the Fortuna Company. And beside him is Udara Kale, one of the group's captains. So, you're the leader of the rookies making waves recently. Dalton's voice cut in from his side. I suppose their success makes sense if they have someone like you leading them. Alex shook his head lightly. It's nothing more than a few small successes, hardly worth mentioning, he replied. Compared to the Battlebane Guild, our little party is child's play. I wouldn't be so sure, Dalton said with a knowing smile. Alex returned the smile, saying nothing more. Lady Rosa's eyes flickered subtly as she observed the exchange. She wondered what relationship Eleanor had with the Fortuna Company. What exactly is her relationship with this Fortuna Company? Her attention drifted back to Eleanor. A simple business partner? Or something else? She silently changed her evaluation of Eleanor and her little business. Eleanor was no longer just a promising alchemist with an interesting product. While Rosa assessed them, they were doing the same. Alex's gaze lingered on her briefly. A middle-aged woman who takes care of her appearance. A simple first impression. Not surprising for a merchant, I guess. Appearance is part of the trade. Plus, she is a woman as well. She wasn't on the same level as his wives, but she didn't need to be. What she lacked in raw beauty, she made up for with elegant refinement and a mature charm none of his wives could yet rival. I received your gift, Lady Rosa said, resting her chin lightly on her hand. I must admit, it wasn't what I expected. A beauty potion, was it? Eleanor smiled politely. It is more accurate to call it an age reversal potion. It does not enhance beauty directly. It simply reverses the visible effects of aging and nourishes the skin. She paused slightly, then flattered. It only appears to be a beauty potion because it was used by a natural beauty such as yourself, Lady Rosa. Rosa smiled. She knew it was flattery, but well-delivered flattery still had its effect, especially coming from someone like Eleanor. Even beneath her veil, her beauty was evident, which made the compliment feel more worthwhile. Still, flattery was flattery while business was business. Let's skip the pleasantries, Rosa said, straightening slightly. Let's discuss the real matter. Her gaze sharpened. Sell the rights to the potion to the Jadewell Merchant Company. I want the exclusive rights. All you need to do is focus on production and supply. My company will handle everything else. Lady Rosa's offer would have surprised most, but Eleanor's expression didn't change in the slightest. Her professional, composed smile remained. Exclusive rights are not possible, she said calmly. However, bulk purchasing is something we can certainly accommodate. Rosa lifted her teacup with measured elegance, taking a slow sip before setting it back onto the saucer resting in her lap. Her gaze returned to Eleanor. You must understand, she began, her tone smooth but firm. Doing business in Bloodurn and the Wildlands as a whole is not simple. Exporting beyond this region is even more difficult. She leaned back slightly. No matter how exceptional a product is, if it cannot reach the right markets, it will struggle to generate meaningful profit. Her eyes sharpened. Yours is a new business. The fact that you approached my Jadewell Merchant Company already tells me you lack confidence in marketing this product yourselves, at least from a shop of your current scale. Eleanor sighed inwardly. That was the weakness of their current approach. If not for their time constraints, she would have preferred a slower, more controlled entry into the market. But Alex had insisted. The man in question sat leisurely to the side. He poured himself a cup of milk while casually working through the cakes set before him. Yadara followed suit, though with far more tactful restraint and grace. To any observer, it would seem as though the negotiation had nothing to do with them. Alex's eyes flicked briefly toward Eleanor. He trusted her ability. But even so, he was curious how she intended to overcome the handicap he had imposed. Eleanor set her teacup down gently. Her smile never wavered. You are correct, she said. It is difficult for a new product to break into a market, especially when its supplier is an unknown entity like us. However, her eyes sharpened just slightly. That only applies to ordinary products. Every so often, a product emerges that is so revolutionary that the market bends to accommodate it. Distribution networks form on their own, and demand carves a path for it. She leaned forward just enough to meet Rosa's gaze directly. You've used our product, right, Lady Rosa? You tell me, do you think our potion is such a revolutionary product? Lady Rosa didn't answer Eleanor's question. However, her silence was telling enough. Seeing that she had recovered the advantage, Eleanor gave a subtle signal to Alex, who promptly handed over a small box from within his inner jacket. Eleanor placed the box in front of Lady Rosa and opened it. Inside were 6 vials, each containing no more than 3 drops of precious potion liquid. 2 mid-grade berserk stones, that's the price, Eleanor said calmly. That's a bit on the high side for a box of potions, don't you think? Lady Rosa raised an eyebrow slightly. You misunderstand me, Lady Rosa. It is 2 mid-grade berserk stones for each potion. However, each box can go for 10 mid-grade berserk stones at wholesale price. Consider the box itself a gift, Eleanor clarified smoothly. Lady Rosa frowned deeply. The price was higher than she had anticipated. She quickly calculated the disposable revenue she could allocate to this venture and the quantity of potions she would need to secure a foothold in the market. Not enough. That internal verdict caused her brows to knit even tighter. Eleanor's professional smile deepened ever so slightly. As you can see, Lady Rosa, this is not a product for which we can grant exclusivity. However, what we can offer you instead is clout. Clout, yes, Eleanor affirmed with a nod. Your Jadewell Merchant Company will be the first merchant house to host these potions within its inventory. Additionally, we will refrain from selling to any other merchant company for a full month. You will firmly hold the reputation of being the first merchant company to introduce this product. With that clout, I am quite certain that a shrewd businesswoman such as yourself will be able to capture a significant portion of the market share. Eleanor took a measured sip of her tea before placing the cup back onto its saucer. She continued, with this arrangement, you won't need to secure exclusivity over the product nor sacrifice the significant amount of revenue required to do so to ride the wave of its popularity and profitability. Handled correctly, no matter which other company later gains the right to market the product on our behalf, they will only be expanding the market and increasing the product's overall awareness for you. In time, this potion and your merchant company will become synonymous with one another. She placed the cup and saucer back onto the table as she looked towards the woman opposite her, who was now deeply considering the counteroffer laid before her. That sounds like a good offer, Lady Rosa said at last. But it is a volatile 1-1 that could easily go awry for me. We may very well end up serving as stepping stones for you, without reaping any real benefits ourselves. She shook her head slowly. The safest option is still to secure exclusivity, she insisted. Eleanor shook her head in response. In that case, this discussion will not go anywhere. You wish to protect your company's interests, and I likewise wish to protect my interests in the product I have developed. This negotiation exists for us to find a mutually beneficial balance between the two. Exclusivity does not satisfy that condition. If you continue to insist upon it, then there is no reason for us to proceed any further. I will simply have to seek out another business partner, she stated evenly. You don't need to play that game with me, Lady Rosa replied with a faint smile. Indeed, there are other merchant companies besides Jadewell operating within Bloodiron. Many of them may even surpass us in scale. However, there's a reason you chose to come to us first. We're the only ones you can trust not to outright seize the product from you, even though we very well could. The temperature at the table seemed to drop instantly, a heavy silence descending along with it. Eleanor and Lady Rosa locked eyes, their gazes so sharp and unyielding that one might think they were on the verge of coming to blows. However, this was a business negotiation, not a duel. The smile on Eleanor's face widened, to the point that Lady Rosa found it faintly unsettling. Lady Rosa, you appear to be operating under a misconception, she said calmly. While it is true that I approached your company first because, according to my investigation, it is the largest merchant house in Bloodiron that still maintains an upstanding reputation, do not misunderstand my intentions. It was not because I lack the means to defend myself or my product. It is simply because I have no desire to invite unnecessary trouble. Trouble that might very well warrant the destruction of a major power in this city overnight. Dalton Ashton and Lady Rosa Mercier's first instinct was to laugh at Eleanor's claim. However, to their shock, the laughter never made it past their throats. It did not take long for them to realize why. Eleanor's tone and expression were utterly plain and flat. It did not sound like a boast, nor even an attempt at intimidation. It sounded like a simple statement of fact. While the claim itself was undeniably outlandish, it was equally clear that the woman before them genuinely believed it to be true. Is she arrogant, or merely ignorant, unaware of the true terror behind the powers that govern this city? Or does she truly possess the strength to back such a claim? They wondered. What made the situation even more unsettling was that neither Alex nor Eudara showed the slightest hint of surprise at her bold declaration. It was as though they believed it as well. It took a great deal of shrewdness to survive in a place like Bloodiron, and as a result, both Lady Rosa and Captain Dalton were exceptionally perceptive individuals. They knew better than to underestimate anyone without conducting a thorough investigation into their identity and background. In fact, even when a person's identity appeared clear on paper, they would still exercise caution. They had spent many years in Bloodiron and knew all too well that countless coiling dragons and crouching tigers lay hidden within the city, quietly biding their time. If one was not careful, one might unknowingly touch a dragon's reverse scale or reach for a tiger's throat. Unbeknownst to them, Eudara was entirely oblivious to the tension at the table. She had long since stopped paying attention, her mind drifting elsewhere. Naturally, her expression remained unchanged. Meanwhile, Alex placed complete trust in Eleanor's ability to handle the negotiation. In his mind, if she claimed that their Group Fortuna could pluck the sun and moon from the sky, he would not show the slightest change in expression. Besides, these pastries are exceptionally good, quite possibly the best local delicacy I've tasted since arriving on this plane. Perhaps I should ask about their origin. If I'm fortunate, I might even be able to get my hands on the recipe. Alex's thoughts, too, were thoroughly preoccupied. Lady Rosa and Captain Dalton exchanged a subtle yet telling glance. Lady Rose's gaze soon returned to Eleanor. You seem quite confident in your ability to defend your potion formula. May I assume that your confidence lies with the Fortuna Company? She asked. You may think of it that way, Eleanor replied with a small nod. In that case, Dalton suddenly interjected, cutting cleanly into the conversation. Let us make this simple for both sides without souring relations. Blood Iron, and indeed the Greater Wildlands, operates on a single principle: might makes right. Negotiations and agreements are all well and good. However, such agreements only hold value when both parties possess the strength and deterrence necessary to enforce them. He paused briefly before continuing. So let us settle this in the manner of Blood Iron, a duel. The victor determines the terms of the agreement, exclusivity or otherwise. Dalton's gaze shifted from Eleanor to Alex. I will represent the Jadewell Merchant Company, he stated. And as the leader of the Fortuna Company, I trust you will represent Lady Eleanor's honor. His eyes narrowed slightly. Do you dare duel me? Dalton challenged. Alex glanced at Eleanor, who gave him a calm, confirming nod. He turned back to Dalton. What are the rules of engagement? He asked. Before Dalton could respond, Lady Rosa spoke up, her tone measured yet firm. Keep things contained. Do not draw unnecessary attention. Very well, Dalton agreed with a nod. We will have a weapon duel. The use of large-scale or flashy techniques is forbidden. Any attack that causes a disturbance beyond the confines of this venue will result in immediate disqualification. His gaze remained fixed on Alex as he spoke. Are you certain you want that to be the stipulation? That places you at a distinct disadvantage, Alex remarked calmly. I am facing an opponent one rank below me. That is a sufficient handicap, Dalton replied without hesitation. A grin slowly spread across Alex's lips, one that, for reasons he could not quite explain, sent a faint shiver down Dalton's spine. Then it seems we are having a duel, after all, Alex said. The group soon relocated to the Battlebane training grounds. Alex, Eleanor, and Eudara remained on one side of the arena, while Dalton and Lady Rosa took position on the opposite end. There, Dalton issued a series of firm instructions to the training guild members, ordering them to clear the area in preparation for the duel. It still came down to a fight after all, Eleanor muttered under her breath. You could have simply accepted the duel from the start if this was where it was going to lead. It couldn't be helped. The plan required me to fight him anyway, Alex replied calmly. I just couldn't accept immediately without first impressing upon him that you are an outstanding alchemist. And who exactly told you to go around releasing your intent? Eleanor shot back, clearly restraining herself from rolling her eyes. That one's on me. I'm still getting used to it, Alex admitted without resistance. Will you be able to achieve the desired result under these stipulations? Most of your spells are effectively unusable, Eudara cautioned, her tone more practical than concerned. It'll work out somehow, Alex said with a casual shrug. Besides, I'm also curious to see how far my physical combat abilities have improved. His spell casting, or rather, Omnirune spell casting, had already reached grade 8, placing his effective casting ability at the level of a class 4 spellcaster, the Great Mage level. While Alex had memorized a number of grade 9 spells, and even possessed the theoretical frameworks for several grade 10 spells stored within Omnirune's archives, Omnirune itself could not execute them. Such Grand Mage level spells required a deep comprehension of underlying planar concepts to function properly. Since Alex had yet to come into contact with those higher-order concepts, his spellcasting remained naturally capped at grade 8. This limitation persisted despite the fact that Omnirune could, in theory, construct the necessary spell formations, and that Alex himself possessed sufficient mana capacity to fuel at least one such spell. The universe maintains its balance. Nature is inherently fair. The thought surfaced unbidden in Alex's mind. No wonder there was no need to restrict Omnirune's spellcasting potential. There's already a system in place that prevents it from exceeding grade 8, which is still 2 full grades beyond what I should be capable of at the elite level. Maybe when I get Omnirune to develop its consciousness, it could begin comprehending those concepts independent of me. A universal rule that couldn't be broken was that only beings with a consciousness, or rather, some form of sentience, could ponder into less planar concepts, never mind the planar laws. Alex shook his head lightly. He pushed those idle thoughts aside. His gaze settled once more on his opponent across the arena, who had just finished issuing orders to his men. Alex wasn't entirely certain he could face a combat master in pure physical combat. Well, it's not as though I have no chance at all, Alex muttered under his breath. He was fairly certain he could take on anyone below the veteran rank in a purely physical confrontation. Dalton Ashton, however, was a 2-star combat master, which in Pangean terms placed him at the early stage of the veteran rank. It was only one stage above Alex's comfort zone, so he was reasonably confident he could at least hold his own. You won't know unless you try, he told himself inwardly. Fortune favors the bold. He cast a reassuring glance towards his wives before stepping forward, making his way towards the weapon rack positioned at the edge of the arena. Alex's eyebrows lifted slightly in amusement as he unexpectedly spotted a metal rod among the displayed weapons. Looks like there are fellow rod enthusiasts in Battlebane, he mused with a faint chuckle. He wouldn't, would he? Eudora glanced at him suspiciously when she noticed him pause in front of the rod. However, contrary to her expectation, Alex did not pick it up. Instead, he selected a half-moon war axe with a long shaft. He casually balanced the weapon across his palm before spinning it lightly, adjusting his grip in small increments until he instinctively located its center of balance. His gaze then flicked briefly towards a long sword resting on the rack. After a few seconds of quiet deliberation, he decided to take it along as well. The deciding factor was the belt hoist mounted nearby, which he used to secure the sword neatly at his waist. With the war axe now resting across his shoulders, Alex walked onto the arena floor at an unhurried pace. Both he and Dalton soon met at the center of the arena. You can still concede if you lack confidence. There is no shame in surrendering to a stronger opponent, Dalton said coolly. There is also no shame in losing to one, Alex replied evenly. In that case, I might as well test my luck. Opportunities to face a stronger opponent and to truly let loose don't come often. Dalton's eyes narrowed slightly. You had best defend yourself well. Since I am the weaker party in this exchange, do not expect me to hold back. I wouldn't have it any other way, Dalton laughed. He raised his greatsword with one hand, pointing it towards Alex. Come, he taunted. Alex smiled faintly. Calm madness. In an instant, his ruby-red eyes deepened into a vivid crimson. But that was not all. His pupils developed a faint golden rim along their circumference, giving them an eerie, almost otherworldly appearance. The source of Alex's confidence in facing a veteran in a purely physical duel, without relying on powerful spells, lay precisely in his Truth Seeker eyes. Perhaps the most significant growth he had experienced upon advancing to the elite stage, following the Heaven-Earth Concordance trials, was the changes of these very eyes. Like many things, Alex only came to truly understand this special ability after the trials, particularly the Heavenly Venerable's trial. His Truth Seeker eyes were not an ability born of his bloodline, nor were they something the original Alex Fury had possessed from birth. According to Merlin, they were a unique ability born directly from Alex's soul itself, with each of its capabilities, or sights, being shaped by the nature of his soul. At the time, Alex believed he understood Merlin's explanation. However, it was only after studying one of the Heavenly Venerable's documents that he realized just how shallow that understanding had been. The body was the vessel of the soul, and like all things in the universe, there existed a delicate balance between the two. The body needed to be strong enough to bear the soul, while a weak soul could not inhabit a body that was too powerful. Balance was everything. However, Alex's situation was unusual. His soul was exceptionally strong. According to Merlin, his twin bloodlines, though initially problematic, were the very reason his body had been able to withstand the burden of his soul. Instead of causing his body to collapse under the strain, a unique phenomenon had occurred. A portion of his soul's excess energy had overflowed beyond the limits of its vessel. Yet rather than dissipating, that excess energy had instead altered the vessel itself. This phenomenon was what ultimately gave rise to Alex's truth-seeker eyes. In other words, Alex's truth-seeker eyes were not born from the nature of his body, but from that of his soul. And his was an inquisitive soul, one that sought out the hidden truths of the world in order to comprehend them and ultimately apply them to his own needs. It was only natural, then, that the power born from such a soul would be one that aided his understanding of the world around him. Enhanced vision, eidetic memory, spirit sight, phantom sight. Each of these ocular abilities supported his relentless pursuit of knowledge and the concealed truths the world had to offer. However, beyond these, as though recognizing the inherent dangers of that very pursuit, the truth-seeker eyes had also granted him abilities meant to preserve his life, so that he might continue seeking knowledge, depth perception. Spirit sight level 2. Now, after undergoing the heaven-earth concordance trial, and confronting yet another vulnerability within himself, the truth-seeker eyes had evolved once more, granting him 2 new abilities. One had emerged as a direct response to the conditions of the trial itself, while the other was born from the deeper changes his soul had undergone during that process. Alex smiled faintly as he lowered his body into an unorthodox stance, his war axe extended forward from his side. It resembled the thrusting posture of a spear more than the typical stance suited for a war axe, which was designed primarily for slashing. Dalton frowned slightly, a hint of confusion crossing his face. Still, he did not believe Alex foolish enough to mishandle a weapon he had chosen himself. Maintaining his guard, he carefully observed Alex's every movement. That proved to be his mistake. Alex moved. In a sudden burst, he lunged forward, thrusting with the war axe. Dalton reacted instantly, moving to parry the incoming strike aside. Yet, in the very next moment, his eyes widened in shock. It's light. The sensation of his blade meeting the war axe was wrong. Too light. No. At the instant of contact, he felt nothing at all. His greatsword passed cleanly through the thrusting axe, as though it were an illusion. His battle-honed instincts roared to life, and he leapt backwards without hesitation. Boom! In that fleeting instant, he felt a violent rush of air brush past his torso, as something narrowly missed him before slamming heavily into the ground behind him. Dalton counterattacked on instinct, forcing Alex to retreat as well. The 2 men quickly widened the distance between them once more. Dalton stared at Alex, shock and confusion etched plainly across his face. Alex, on the other hand, maintained his usual faint smile. But within his mind, the name of his truth-seeker eye's newest ability echoed clearly. Illusionary gaze. I told you, Alex said, rolling his shoulders as he looked towards Dalton. Don't underestimate me. There is no enemy more dangerous than one who has nothing to lose. So go all out and show me exactly where I stand. He lowered himself into an attacking stance, the war axe resting at his side this time, adopting a far more orthodox posture suited to the weapon. I'll be coming at you even harder now. Don't hold back, he declared. In that instant, Omni-Rune unleashed a barrage of support spells across his body. Feather Flight, Featherfall, Body Strengthening Magic, Silver Body, Bear Strength, Buff, Strength Up, Buff, Agility Up, Buff, Defense Up, Buff, Endurance Up, Buff, Speed Up. Each spell had been meticulously curated and tailored to suit Alex's physical parameters with absolute precision. Omni-Rune even incorporated enhanced versions of Mordor's Iron Body and Bull Power buffs into the sequence. Gripping the long-shafted war axe, Alex immediately felt its weight diminish significantly. His body felt lighter, more responsive, moving with an ease that bordered on instinct. All-weapon intent. The effect of Alex's all-weapon intent was deceptively simple. It transformed any weapon he wielded into an extension of his own body. And just like his arms, he no longer needed to consciously think about how to move them. They simply obeyed his will. In that moment, for reasons he could not quite explain, Alex was reminded of a battle he had once witnessed. A battle in which a single man had stood like an unyielding dark bulwark, completely redefining Alex's understanding of what strength and pure martial prowess could look like. An inexplicable urge surged within him to recreate that same overwhelming style of combat. Alex lifted his gaze towards Dalton, a grin spreading across his face as he burst forward. His body shot ahead in an instant, his speed catching Dalton off guard. Reacting swiftly, Dalton thrust his greatsword forward, aiming to intercept and cut off any potential angle of attack based on Alex's current trajectory. Yes, you are fast, but Dalton thought inwardly. As Alex moved to strike, Dalton's greatsword moved with sudden fluidity like a striking serpent sliding into position and locking firmly between the axe head and its shaft. If your weapon is locked, what can you possibly do now? Dalton declared inwardly. Even as the thought crossed his mind, Dalton did not hesitate. The moment his sword changed direction, locking down and deflecting Alex's weapon, his body followed through seamlessly. Carrying the momentum of the swing, he pivoted into a spinning back fist aimed directly at Alex's unguarded face. Alex remained unperturbed. He allowed the greatsword's parry to drag the shaft from his initial grip, smoothly adjusting his hold along the length of the weapon. The axe became momentarily unbalanced, its head tilting downwards towards the ground. Using that shift to his advantage, Alex planted the shaft like a pole, vaulting his body upward in a fluid motion, evading the incoming back fist while simultaneously delivering a sharp counterkick towards Dalton's face just before descending. The instant his feet touched the ground, he pivoted sharply on his heels and hips, turning the motion into a powerful slash aimed at Dalton's midsection. Fortunately, Dalton was a veteran of countless battlefields. Although Alex's movements exceeded his expectations, he was still able to read the flow of the attack. Even as he stepped back from the kick, he brought his greatsword back into position, guarding his torso just in time. The clash rang out as Dalton successfully blocked the strike, though the force behind it drove him back several steps. Alex pressed forward immediately, seeking to maintain the pressure. However, brief as it was, the opening had given Dalton enough time to stabilize himself. He planted his foot firmly and surged forward to meet Alex head-on. In the very next instant, the two men collided in a relentless exchange of blows. Strikes met strikes, each attack answered by blocks, parries, and swift counterattacks. The tempo of the battle escalated rapidly, becoming so tight and unforgiving that even the slightest mistake from either side could prove decisive. To an untrained observer, it would have seemed less like a friendly competitive duel and more like a fight to the death between bitter enemies. Surprisingly, Eleanor and Eudora watched the clash with calm composure, neither showing any overt signs of concern. Instead, it was the Battlebane members whose expressions changed noticeably. At first, they had assumed the duel would end in an easy victory for their captain. Yet reality proved otherwise. The opponent before them was matching their captain almost blow for blow. As they continued to watch, the Battlebanes felt their blood begin to boil. Victory or defeat, this opponent had earned their respect. In fact, many among them now felt an urge to step into the arena themselves and go toe-to-toe with him. Alex and Dalton drove each other back and forth across the arena. The ground beneath their feet had begun to crack under the relentless barrage of strikes exchanged between them. The battle gradually settled into a tense push-and-pull rhythm, neither side able to gain a decisive advantage. Until something changed. Illusionary gaze. In that instant, Dalton perceived an opening. Acting purely on instinct, he seized it without hesitation. His greatsword shot forward in a decisive thrust, aimed to skewer Alex and bring the duel to an end. But the opening he saw was nothing more than a carefully woven illusion. The blade pierced through the air, stopping mere inches from Alex's body. A negligible distance. Yet at this level of combat, it was the difference between victory and defeat. Dalton was no fool. Alex knew better than to present an obvious illusion upon the first unveiling of his ability. That subtle, 2-inch discrepancy was the largest margin he could exploit without raising suspicion. And yet, it was precisely the margin he needed. With the axe shaft tucked beneath his arms, Alex drove its end into the ground, using it as a pivot. In a single fluid motion, he leveraged himself into a horizontal lift, his body rising off the ground as he launched a close-range, double-legged drop kick into Dalton's midsection. But that was not all. Dragon Commute Blast. At the moment of impact, a concentrated jet of mana erupted from the soles of Alex's feet, amplifying the force of the strike. Dalton was blasted backwards, his body folding in on itself like a shrimp before slamming heavily into the ground. Alex had no intention of repeating the same mistake by allowing his opponent a moment to recover. The instant he landed, he rebounded off his footing like a coiled spring, launching himself forward into a spinning leap. His body rotated horizontally, bringing the war axe crashing down in a vicious arc towards Dalton. Clang! Clang! Somehow, Dalton managed to raise his greatsword in time, gripping it firmly at both ends to brace against the incoming blow. The blade bit slightly into his palm upon contact, drawing a thin line of blood, but a faint aura coating his hand prevented the edge from cutting any deeper. Dalton suddenly angled his blade, allowing Alex's forward-leaning momentum driven by the downward slash to carry through, pushing him down. Using the ground as leverage, much like a man performing a bench press, Dalton braced himself and forcefully extended his arms, launching Alex away in a display of raw strength. Alex was sent airborne, flipping backwards before landing cleanly on his feet. However, instead of pressing the attack, he paused momentarily to steady his breathing, giving Dalton the space to rise back to his feet as well. Dalton, too, did not advance. Instead, he observed his young opponent with a mixture of amazement and respect, even as he recovered his breath. "You're something else. I really thought I had you there," Alex remarked with a light chuckle. "You'll need more than that to take me down," Dalton replied with a laugh. Then, his expression hardened. "I owe you an apology for underestimating you. You are not an opponent beneath me, but one who stands at my level." He gave a slight bow. In the next moment, he raised his head once more. "Allow me to correct that mistake." He shifted into a firm stance, gripping his greatsword with both hands, the blade pointed directly at Alex. "I will now come at you with my full strength." Alex's grin widened, his crimson eyes shimmering with a trace of madness. "I wouldn't have it any other way." He lowered himself into a fighting stance, his war axe poised and ready. "Come." Both men once more burst forward simultaneously. Ohakuting, weapon coating. Combat energy surged from Dalton's body, wrapping around both his form and his weapon with such refined control that it was almost imperceptible to the naked eye. The sheer density of that compressed energy caused the very air around him to tremble faintly. Dalton's speed spiked dramatically as he lunged forward, thrusting his greatsword with lethal intent, aiming to skewer Alex where he stood. At that moment, the golden rims around Alex's eyes glowed faintly, almost eerily. He sidestepped the incoming thrust, but in the same instant, Dalton adjusted mid-motion, his blade sweeping sideways in a fluid arc aimed at slicing through Alex's midsection. But as if anticipating the motion, Alex's war axe swept upward from the side in a scything arc. Then, like a whip, the hooked axe head caught Dalton's greatsword, dragging it along overhead before continuing the arc to Alex's opposite side. With that movement, Alex attempted to disarm Dalton. However, the veteran mercenary was not so easily outplayed. Dalton leapt, following the redirected arc of his blade. Using his body weight, he twisted along the motion and wrenched the weapon free from Alex's control. Seizing the brief moment where Dalton was airborne, Alex pressed the attack, slashing towards his midsection as he descended. Yet, in that instant, Dalton's aura coating flared. It was as though his weight suddenly multiplied, dragging him downwards faster than expected. The moment his feet touched the ground, he sprang forward off his landing leg, launching into a horizontal barrel roll. The spin served a dual purpose, not only evading Alex's strike, but also amplifying the power of his counterattack. Clang! Dalton's blade came crashing down, driven by the momentum of the rotation. But Alex intercepted it with his sword. As if he had anticipated the counter, Alex's blade cut cleanly into the path of Dalton's greatsword, halting the strike before it could reach its full force. Dash! Even so, blocking a spinning greatsword strike with a one-handed reverse grip was no small feat. A strained groan escaped Alex as the impact forced him down into a half-kneeling position. Dalton seized the opportunity without hesitation. Shifting his descent, he channeled his falling weight directly into the clash, bringing both hands onto his weapon as he attempted to overpower Alex and drive him into the ground. Boom! Alex was slammed heavily against the arena floor. The impact was so forceful that his body rebounded slightly upon contact, momentarily loosening Dalton's attempt to pin him down. Dragon Commute, Dragon Roar. Before Dalton could re-establish control, Alex opened his mouth and released a mana-infused roar. The shockwave blasted Dalton backwards, forcing him to stagger several steps away. Taking advantage of the space, Alex flipped backwards and sprang to his feet, retreating dozens of steps to reset the distance between them. He looked towards Dalton with a wry smile. As expected of a Class 4, he thought to himself. Although it might not have appeared so to the onlookers, Alex knew he had just walked a very fine line. Even with the layered support spells from Omni-Rune, now that Dalton had become serious and was actively reinforcing his body with mana, Alex found himself somewhat overwhelmed in both speed and strength. The only reason he had managed to survive that relentless exchange was because he had moved before Dalton even struck. If Dalton had initiated his attack before he moved, Alex would have already lost, perhaps even his life as well. Dalton frowned slightly. He, too, had realized why Alex had been able to evade his attacks, but he could not discern how the young man was accomplishing it. Can he see the future? Dalton wondered. His gaze locked onto Alex's crimson eyes. The faint golden rims within them shimmered intermittently, stirring a deep sense of unease within him. His instincts told him that there was something more to those eyes, something beyond the illusion-based ability he had already witnessed. Dalton did not realize it, but his suspicion was not far from the truth. Alex shook his head lightly, as though attempting to clear a lingering haze from his mind. He glanced down at his body, only to realize that the duration of his buffs was rapidly approaching its limit. He shook his head again. To the onlookers, it appeared as though he was still recovering from the heavy slam against the ground. But that was not the case. The true reason lay elsewhere. Phantom Sight Level 2. Much like Spirit's Sight before it, after the restoration and advancement of his Truth Seeker eyes, Alex discovered that Phantom Sight had evolved into a higher tier of ability. It was only upon unlocking this new level that he truly began to understand what Phantom Sight actually was. At its core, Phantom Sight was the Truth Seeker Eye's attempt to develop a form of cognitive augmentation. Phantom Sight Level 1 relied on Alex's knowledge of tracking, terrain, and environmental cues, as well as the mana signatures captured through Spirit Sight, to reconstruct likely events that had already occurred within a given area, displaying them as phantom images within his vision. In essence, it functioned as a form of post-cognitive ability. On the other hand, Phantom Sight Level 2 operated differently. It drew upon Alex's battle instinct traits from his Führer true name and bloodline, his combat experience, as well as his all-weapon intent to predict the most probable actions of an opponent he was currently facing, or even merely observing, again projecting these deductions as phantom images within his vision. In that sense, it resembled a form of pre-cognitive ability. That said, neither level of Phantom Sight could be considered true pre- or post-cognition. They did not peer into the fabric of time to reveal definitive outcomes. Instead, they generated highly probable scenarios based on Alex's accumulated knowledge and experience, presenting them as predictive or reconstructive phantom visions. At best, they could be described as pseudo-cognitive abilities, products of subconscious, high-speed deduction. And, as with any such system, there were inherent limitations. Unlike most of Alex's truth-seeker abilities, which placed minimal strain upon him, Phantom Sight imposed a significant cognitive burden, rapidly draining his mental energy to sustain its calculations. Attempting to predict the actions of a higher-ranked opponent, one who was both faster and stronger, only amplified that strain. The minor migraine building behind his eyes was proof enough of that cost. Additionally, both levels were limited in the duration they could deduce forward or backwards respectively. Phantom Sight's LV1 could potentially recreate scenes no more than 5 hours back, depending on the level of deterioration or contamination of the cues left behind. Meanwhile, Phantom Sight's LV2 can only predict about 2 to 3 seconds ahead at most. The stronger the opponent, the less understanding Alex has of their fighting style, then the less accurate the prediction, if one is deduced at all. It wasn't as world-breaking as Alex would like, but even so, Alex had no choice but to maintain the ability. He knew with absolute certainty that, without it, he would be unable to keep pace with Dalton. "You continue to surprise me, leader of the Fortuna Company," Dalton said, his tone carrying a note of genuine admiration. "Alex Fury, was it? I will remember your name." He dropped back into a combat stance, his grip tightening around his greatsword. "I hope you can continue to exceed my expectations." Without needing any prompt, Omnirune, Alex's AI mage assistant, immediately refreshed all active spells the moment their durations elapsed. It even preemptively renewed several that had not yet expired, ensuring seamless continuity. Featherflight, Featherfall, Silver Body, Bear Strength, buff, Strength up, buff, Agility up, buff, Defense up, buff, Endurance up, buff, Speed up. Alex drew in a deep breath before layering his own techniques atop the enhancements. Body Strengthening Magic, Dragon Commute, and then, for the first time, much to the surprise of the gathered onlookers, Ohakuting. Inwardly, Alex reached into his Führer bloodline and true name, drawing upon the concept it embodied. Velker, Battle Instinct, All Weapon Intent, Abyssal Conqueror Steps. "I will do my best," Alex replied evenly. He settled into a deliberate stance, his long-shafted war axe braced beneath his armpit in one hand, while his other hand held the longsword at the ready. His feet planted firmly into the ground, making his defensive intent unmistakably clear. "If that's the approach you've chosen," Dalton's lips curved into a faint smile, "then I'll oblige." A greater surge of combat energy erupted from his body. Though the visible size of his aura coating remained unchanged, its density increased markedly, growing heavier, more oppressive. Boom! Dalton launched forward once more. In an instant, he closed the distance and brought his greatsword down in a powerful overhead slash. Through Spirit Sight, Alex perceived the concentrated, tightly compressed combat energy reinforcing the strike. And through Phantom Sight Level 2, he knew with certainty he could not afford to take that blow with his war axe. It would shatter under the impact. Clang! Instead, Alex met the attack with his longsword, now coated in his own aura. Eleanor glanced towards Udara in surprise. This was the first time she had seen Alex employ weapon coating in combat. Udara could only offer a silent shrug, equally uncertain. Even with his blade reinforced by mana, augmented through his true name trait and Dragon Commute, Alex did not dare receive the attack head-on. Using depth perception, he identified the weakest point within Dalton's weapon coating, a feat he could barely accomplish under such pressure. Striking precisely at that point, he subtly redirected the trajectory of the incoming force, gradually guiding the greatsword away from his body and successfully parrying the attack. Even so, the recoil sent a tremor through his arms. Dalton flowed seamlessly from the deflected strike, twisting his body into a high kick aimed directly at Alex's head. Without changing his footing, Alex used the butt end of the war axe's shaft to block the incoming kick. Then, with a sharp twist of his wrist, he spun the weapon, sending the axe head sweeping towards Dalton's exposed flank. Dalton reacted instantly, kicking off the shaft to create distance between them. But as if he had already anticipated this, Alex's sword followed immediately, pressing the attack. Dalton blocked the feinted slash, which transitioned smoothly into a thrust, before countering with a sweeping strike of his own. His intention was clear: force Alex backwards and re-establish a more favorable range for his greatsword. However, Alex's eyes flickered with a faint golden glow as he saw through the maneuver. A trace of madness flashed within them. Twisting his arm backwards, he repositioned his grip, resting the flat of his blade along his upper arm and shoulder. Then, instead of retreating, he dashed forward, shoulder checking the incoming strike before it could reach full force, disrupting both the weapon's trajectory and Dalton's balance. The sudden clash forced Dalton backwards, and in that instant, an opening appeared. Alex's war axe came crashing in from the side. Dalton barely managed to react in time, striking the incoming blow aside before immediately stepping in to launch a counterattack of his own. Yet, in a display of fluid control, Alex's war axe snapped back into position, guarding his flank. The axe had hooked onto Dalton's blade, dragging it offline. At the same moment, Alex's sword shot forward, aiming straight for Dalton's now exposed side. "Good night," Alex muttered inwardly. Clang! His eyes widened. Contrary to expectation, the blade failed to pierce through. Instead, it was halted by Dalton's aura coating, so densely compressed that it felt as though Alex had struck solid metal. Dalton responded instantly, slashing upward between them. The motion carried little killing intent. It was meant to force separation. Alex retreated without hesitation, springing backwards to avoid the strike. Unlike Dalton, he had no confidence in his aura coating's ability to withstand a direct blow of that caliber. "I can't afford to drag this out any longer," both men concluded at the same time. For Alex, the mental strain from sustaining Phantom Sight was rapidly becoming unbearable. Push any further, and the ability would become a liability rather than an advantage. For Dalton, something else had begun to stir within him, something that set his instincts on edge. Without another word, both men charged forward, attempting to seize the initiative once more. First step, ghost step. While Dalton relied on overwhelming speed and raw power, Alex chose finesse and technique, employing the elusive first step of the Abyssal Conqueror steps to weave through the edges of Dalton's attacks. His sword moved with precision, deflecting and intercepting Dalton's strikes, while his war axe pressed relentlessly, seeking every opportunity to counter. The two men danced across the arena floor, displaying what could only be described as the pinnacle of pure martial prowess beneath the level of sainthood. Each clash carried weight and intent, their strikes laced with lethal edge and venom. The force of their exchanges generated powerful gusts of wind that rippled outward, buffeting the spectators at the perimeter. One of the battle banes began, only to trail off, unable to find the right words. None of them had expected their captain to struggle against an opponent who, on paper, should have been inferior. "The captain is actually going all out," one of them muttered. "He's struggling because of the handicap, right?" "That's not it," another battle bane replied, shaking his head. "After everything his opponent has shown, do you really think he isn't also affected by the same handicap? How is that even possible? He's only gold rank," the first argued. "And yet, here he is, fighting our captain on equal footing," the other countered calmly. He turned slightly, fixing his companion with a steady gaze. "The captain already said it, didn't he? This isn't a weaker opponent, it's an equal one. Don't underestimate him." Similar murmurs began to spread through the group, their disbelief gradually giving way to reluctant admiration. Before long, the whispers reached Lady Rose's ears. Could he really be holding back as well? She wondered. How can someone so young stand on equal footing with Dalton? In that moment, Lady Rosa noticed a critical detail that the Battle Banes had unconsciously overlooked: Alex's age. He was clearly a youth, no older than his early 20s, yet he stood toe-to-toe with Dalton, a man with decades of battlefield experience. The respect the Battle Banes had begun to develop for him had dulled their perception of this fact. But Rosa Mercier was not so easily blinded. Though she and Dalton did not always see eye to eye, she both knew and respected his strength. If he was struggling against an opponent who appeared weaker on paper, then the truth was simple. It was not Dalton who was lacking. It was his opponent who was extraordinary. A warrior of such caliber, at such a young age, cannot possibly come from nowhere. Lady Rosa mused inwardly. There must be a powerful force behind him to nurture such talent. As she recalled the unwavering confidence with which Eleanor had spoken earlier, Lady Rosa found her conclusion only strengthening. Back in the arena, as Alex and Dalton pressed forward aggressively, each seeking to seize the advantage, Dalton's body suddenly shuddered. That brief lapse was all Alex needed. He immediately capitalized on the opening, hooking Dalton's blade aside and thrusting forward in a decisive strike. Alex had moved purely on instinct. His entire focus was fixed on ending the fight as quickly as possible, so much so that he failed to notice Dalton's abnormal state in time. The exchange unfolded in a blur. By the time Alex registered that something was wrong, his sword was already driving towards Dalton's heart. Then, a hand shot out and caught the blade. Shatter. Alex's eyes widened in shock as Dalton crushed the sword with his bare hand. I am sorry. I can no longer suppress it, Dalton said, his voice strained and fragmented. Defend yourself, someone will soon. Before he could finish, his eyes turned completely black. His sclera, iris, and pupils, every part of them, were swallowed by an eerie, pitch-black void. With what little clarity remained, Dalton flung his greatsword away, leaving himself unarmed. Alex had no time to process what was happening. It felt as though he were staring into an abyss, and before he could react, boom! A violent surge of sickly gray aura erupted from Dalton's body, blasting Alex backwards. The very atmosphere changed. The air around Dalton warped, thickening into something suffocating, something steeped in derangement and madness. That ominous energy spread outward, spilling beyond the arena and engulfing the entire estate. Stop him! Lady Rosa shouted urgently. Roar! Like a maddened beast, Dalton lunged at Alex, his fist driving forward with terrifying force. That's enough, Alex said coldly. He dropped his weapons and raised his hand towards the incoming attack. Stun current. Umber grasp. A crackling field of lightning erupted around Alex, discharging into Dalton's body and momentarily stunning him. At the same time, a massive hand of shadow rose from Dalton's own shadow, coiling around him and locking him in place. Dalton struggled violently, attempting to break free from the restraints binding him. But Alex gave him no such opportunity. Stepping in, Alex seized Dalton by the head. Night Shock grasp. The lightning and darkness mana coursing through Dalton's body abruptly converge at Alex's hand, fusing into Netherspark mana to fuel the spell. Tendrils of dark lightning spread from Alex's palm, burrowing into Dalton's body through his veins and arteries. Under Alex's precise command, and guided by Omnirune's meticulous control, the inherently lethal spell was significantly suppressed. Rather than shutting down Dalton's entire nervous system, as it normally would, the attack was refined to paralyze only his motor functions, bypassing his body's natural defenses entirely. Even after Alex released his grip and Dalton collapsed to the ground, the dark lightning continued to course through his body, ensuring he remained immobilized. Udera! Alex called, while the Battlebanes remained stunned by the sudden turn of events, and by the ease with which Alex had taken control of the situation. Udara appeared at his side in an instant, handing him a vial of bluish potion. Without hesitation, and without seeking permission, Alex forced the potion down Dalton's throat. What are you doing? Only then did the Battlebanes recover, their shock giving way to outrage as they shouted in unison. Regality, dominion, domination, subjugation. Alex's true name stirred. A crushing aura erupted from his body, sweeping across the arena like an invisible tide. Calm yourselves. I am merely saving your captain's life, he said, his voice carrying an unquestionable authority. Unconsciously, the battle-banes froze in place. His voice allowed no defiance, only obedience. Lady Rosa's body trembled faintly. This presence of a ruler. In that moment, any lingering doubt vanished. She was certain Alex's background was anything but ordinary. If anything, her suspicions only spiraled further out of control. Moments later, Captain Dalton began to regain his senses. Noticing this, Alex withdrew his spell, allowing the paralyzing currents to dissipate. When Dalton's awareness fully returned, his first sight was of Alex crouched over him, not a member of the Battlebane Guild. Alex's gaze was steady, solemn. "What did you do to incur the wrath of a deity to the extent that they would place such a curse upon you?" Alex asked. The question sent a wave of shock and dread through the Battlebanes. In an instant, weapons were drawn. Steel flashed as they surrounded Alex, ready to fight to the death to protect their secret. Alex remained unperturbed despite the sudden hostility and aggression directed towards him. Dominion, domination, beast intimidation. With nothing more than a brief glance, Alex froze most of the Battlebanes where they stood. Even those who were not directly affected by his gaze hesitated, unwilling to act after witnessing the overwhelming display. Amidst the tension, none of them noticed Eudara quietly slipping back to Eleanor's side, subtly guiding her a few steps away from the center of the confrontation. Alex's actions and the Battlebane's reaction only further reinforced Lady Rosa Mercier's growing suspicions regarding his background. But she also noticed something they had missed. His tone carries no hostility, and they possessed a potion capable of halting Dalton's rampage, she observed inwardly. Whatever the truth may be, we cannot afford to fall out with them. St. Stop, all of you. Lady Rosa was about to intervene, but someone beat her to it. Seeing the impassive look in Alex's eyes as he stood over him, Dalton immediately barked out the command. "I apologize for their actions. I hope you can understand the reason behind their behavior," Dalton said quickly. "Edo, that is the only reason I have not acted, despite them pointing their weapons at me," Alex replied evenly. "What are you all still doing? Put your weapons down," Dalton roared. "But Captain, have you not disgraced our guild enough? If I am still your captain, then lower your weapons." Now, a few of the Battlebanes looked as though they wished to protest, but Dalton's authority silenced them. Reluctantly, they began to lower and sheath their weapons. Dalton turned back towards Alex. "Sir Alex, did you just use a potion to reverse my rampage?" he asked, his tone carrying a hint of disbelief. "Yes, I did," Alex replied with a nod, one brow lifting slightly. "You sound surprised. I take it you do not possess such a potion. How do you usually deal with a rampage?" "You are correct. We have neither heard of nor possess such a potion," Dalton admitted. "Typically, the stronger members restrain the afflicted until the rampage subsides on its own. You are a captain. I doubt the other captains possess the strength required to fully suppress you in that state. So, I assume the one who restrains you is your guild leader, correct?" Alex asked. A faint, knowing smile touched his lips. "You told me to hold on just now and defend myself. Am I right to assume your leader is nearby and would have been able to stop you if I hadn't acted?" Dalton gave a wry smile. "It is exactly as you say, Sir Alex. Then, would it be possible for me to meet your leader? I suspect our discussion would proceed far more efficiently that way," Alex said. Dalton shook his head. "Our leader will not make an appearance now that the situation has been resolved. Besides, their presence is not necessary for the agreement we are discussing." "No," Alex replied, shaking his head in turn. "For the deal I am about to propose, I will require your leader's direct approval." Dalton frowned slightly. "What deal? Is it about the potion you used just now?" Lady Rosa stepped forward, joining the two men. A look of understanding flashed across Dalton's face, his eyes lighting up briefly before dimming once more. If we could obtain that potion, then the thought stirred something within him. Alex shook his head. "No, that potion merely suppresses the immediate symptom, your rampage. In addition to that, I can offer you something more, a treatment, and even a cure. Dalton's expression stiffened. A treatment would keep the curse at bay for several months, perhaps even up to a year. As for the cure, it would completely eradicate the curse once and for all. That is possible? This is a divine curse, Dalton said, disbelief evident in his voice. That is for you to decide, whether you believe me or not, Alex replied with a casual shrug. However, regardless of your decision, understand this. The price will be exceedingly steep. Even a temporary treatment potion alone will not come cheap. How much? Dalton asked without hesitation. Instead of answering, Alex turned his gaze towards Eleanor. She met his eyes, gave a small nod, and stepped forward onto the arena floor. I will need to examine your condition. Is that acceptable? She asked. Dalton nodded. What do you require of me? Simply remain still, Eleanor replied calmly. Eleanor cast a spell that allowed her to assess Dalton's condition without making direct contact. After a brief moment of inspection, she spoke. He will require a concentrated dose. It will consume 3 full sets of materials, she stated calmly. What materials do you need? Our merchant company will provide them, Lady Rosa offered immediately. Eleanor shook her head. Not all of the required components fall under conventional alchemical materials, she replied. She turned towards Alex and gave a slight nod. Divine energy, Alex said plainly. You will need divine energy, preferably sourced from a deity's statue. What? Both Lady Rosa and Dalton were visibly stunned. What? Are you surprised? Alex scoffed lightly. We are dealing with a divine curse. Naturally, divine energy is required to counteract its effects. That said, you will have to procure the statue yourselves. I have no intention of risking my people for such a task. Where exactly are we supposed to obtain divine energy? Break into a major temple or ancestral shrine and steal a deity's statue or a spirit's totem? Dalton asked, his tone edged with disbelief. What are you talking about? Alex raised an eyebrow. When did I say it had to come from a major deity or high spirit? Then where else would we find a statue or totem imbued with divine energy? Dalton pressed. There are countless monsters scattered across the wildlands, are there not? Alex replied. Some of them worship deities or spirits of their own. Would they not possess statues or totems brimming with divine energy? He shrugged lightly. Besides being mercenaries, I am sure you all, or at least some of you, are adventurers. Hunting such creatures is your trade. Acquiring one of those statues or totems along the way should not be beyond you. A look of realization dawned upon Dalton. His eyes lit up, quickly followed by a hardened, determined gaze. Alex continued, We will provide you with a full list of the remaining materials for the treatment once you have secured a suitable divine statue or totem. As for our fee, it will be 10 mid-grade berserk stones per dose. Before you complain, Alex cut in, stopping Dalton and Lady Rosa before they could respond. Do not forget, this is a seller's market. We are dealing with a divine curse here, one that we may very well be the only ones capable of curing. Well, unless you intend to return to the deity who placed the curse upon you and somehow make amends. Perhaps then they might choose to lift it. Alternatively, you could attempt to kill them. He paused briefly, a faint smirk tugging at his lips. But I'm quite certain neither of those options is realistically within your reach. Is it? Dalton's expression darkened. Well, take your time to consider the offer. Let us know once you have reached a decision. You know where to find us, Alex said, already turning to leave the arena. He began to walk away with his wives, only to suddenly halt mid-step. Oh, and one more thing. He glanced back over his shoulder. I believe I won the duel. Therefore, according to the agreed stipulations, we will be proceeding with Eleanor's terms for the agreement. With that, Alex and his wives departed from the venue without another word. Only after they had completely disappeared from sight did Dalton and Lady Rosa finally move. Do you believe them? Dalton asked quietly. I do, Lady Rosa replied with a firm nod. They are far from ordinary. In fact, I suspect they may come from that place. They are unlikely to side with the deities against us. If anything, they may even oppose the designs of the deities themselves. I share the same suspicion, Dalton said, nodding slowly. We must report this to the master. Agreed. Dalton turned towards the assembled battlebanes. All of you will forget what transpired here. Is that understood? He commanded. Yes, Captain. The battlebanes responded in unison. Without further delay, Dalton and Lady Rosa departed to make their report. Meanwhile, Alex and his wives had already returned to their waiting carriage, setting off towards their residence. Seated by the window, Alex gazed out as he reflected on the recent events. Things had not unfolded as neatly as he had originally planned, but their objective had been achieved nonetheless. Truthfully, they did not truly care about the deal for the age reversal potion. It had merely been a convenient creation, something Eleanor had devised to meet Alex's requirement for a product capable of securing them an audience with the Jadewell Merchant Company, and more importantly, the Battlebane Guild. Now that their objective had been achieved, whether the deal for the age reversal potion proceeded or not was largely irrelevant. Why did you ask for divine statues? We don't actually need them for the potion, Eleanor asked, her tone laced with curiosity. Not for the potion, Alex replied calmly. I need them for something else. I want to test a theory. Once that is done, I should be ready to proceed with the rune tattoos for each of you. Eleanor and Eudara's eyes lit up instantly. They would be lying if they claimed they felt no envy towards Zora's rune tattoos. Beyond the power they granted, the tattoos were a subtle symbol of status amongst them, much like the omni-rune trinkets Alex had gifted them on their wedding day, though he himself remained oblivious to that fact. Alex continued, besides, it would be unwise to make things too easy for them. If they receive both the treatment and the cure without sufficient difficulty, they will not truly value what they've been given. Exchanging a handful of alchemical plants for a solution to a problem that has plagued them since forever would be far too cheap. Only by setting a price that feels exorbitant, yet still within their reach, will they come to properly appreciate its worth. Understand the principle, Alex, Eleanor said, rolling her eyes slightly. I know you want to establish a high enough benchmark before making your actual demands, but do you really need to set it that high? Won't it backfire? Eudara added, joining the discussion. Are you certain they will agree to it? Exactly. Eleanor nodded in agreement with the inquiry. Alex shook his head lightly. A person who has never known hunger cannot truly comprehend what someone who is starved would do for a single meal, he said quietly. We gave Dalton a potion that halted his rampage instantly. Judging by their reaction, that is something they have never experienced before. While I do not know the full extent of the curse, from the intensity of his rampage alone, I can tell that he would have killed several of his subordinates before being subdued. That is the kind of pain that would haunt Dalton for the rest of his life. And I doubt that is even the worst outcome the divine curse can produce. He is a starving man who has just tasted relief from hunger for the first time in years. Trust me, no matter what it takes, he will do it just to experience that relief again, Alex said. Not to mention, what I asked of him is not particularly difficult for a guild of their size and strength. Even we managed to secure a monster group's divine totem statue. They should be capable of at least that much if they're worth the effort. This is not merely about payment. It is also a test of their capabilities. His eyes flashed faintly. The two women nodded in agreement. Alex was not concerned about whether Dalton would attempt to acquire the divine totems scattered across the wildlands. In truth, Dalton had little choice in the matter. A means of managing their curse was not something they could afford to ignore. What concerned Alex was something else entirely. We know nothing about their leader. It is difficult to profile him, let alone predict his response. If he is the patient type, one who is content with temporary treatment, then he may refuse to pay the far greater price required for a permanent cure, Alex mused inwardly. He shook his head lightly. The bait has been cast, and the lines are in the water. There is nothing left for me to do but wait and see. The carriage soon arrived at the mansion currently serving as the base of operations for the Fortuna Adventurer Mercenary Company. The teams that had gone out on assignments, as well as those who had accompanied Zora, had already returned. Yet, even before stepping down from the carriage, Alex immediately sensed that something was wrong. Blood. Several members of the group were visibly injured, and these were not wounds inflicted by beasts or monsters, but by human weapons. A few hours earlier, since receiving their rune tattoos from Alex, Mogul and Kavikin had been doing everything within their power to push the enhancements to their limits, following his instructions closely. Live stress testing, the Rune Master had called it. Mogul continued with his usual training regimen. Alex's gym bro to another world found to his delight that exercises which had once grown trivial for him were now challenging once again. Weights he had previously lifted without a second thought now demanded his full focus and precise muscular control. A routine that once took nearly an hour to produce even the faintest soreness or engagement in his muscles now achieved the same effect in mere minutes. The pugilist was utterly enthralled. Aside from eating, he spent nearly all his time training, pushing his body further and further. He discovered that the chains of unyielding rune tattoo did not merely enhance his physical training efficiency. It also accelerated the development of the will he had first begun to cultivate during the steel trials. Kavikin, on the other hand, took a very different approach. Rather than remain in one place, he spent most of his time venturing out on hunting missions in the areas surrounding Bloodiron City. He knew he was not the type of individual who could sit still and achieve enlightenment through contemplation alone. Instead, he threw himself into practical application, seeking to refine his killing intent and mark of slaughter rune tattoo through real combat, relying on instinct, trial, and on-the-spot comprehension. In essence, the Rune-Tiger way. It was only after receiving reports from both men and confirming that the rune tattoos were functioning as intended that Alex finally emerged from his period of seclusion. On this same day, shortly before Alex left his secluded quarters, Kavikin and Mogul had led members of Fortuna's raiding party, namely the Orcs and Barbarians, on a mission. Their objective was to eliminate a group of goblins that had been terrorizing a nearby village outpost, located several hours away from Bloodiron City. To both men, it was the perfect opportunity to field test their newly acquired abilities in a real combat scenario. Under the command of their eager leaders, the Fortuna raid party arrived at a mountainous region where the goblins were believed to have established their lair. To their surprise, after some tracking conducted by a few of the barbarians trained as scouts, they discovered that the goblins had not taken refuge within any of the numerous caverns scattered across the region. Instead, they had established their settlement openly, nestled between two hills. At first, both Kavikin and Mogul assumed there was a high-ranking goblin present in the goblin village, something that would justify such brazen behavior. However, to their surprise, that was not the case. Whether through sheer ignorance or outright stupidity, the goblins had set up their settlement without any apparent protection. There was no high-ranking goblin within the camp, nor any indication that one had ever resided there. Had Alex, his wives, or the more perceptive members of Fortuna been present, they might have questioned how such a settlement had managed to survive in such an exposed location. But the two hulking warriors paid it no mind. Kavikin was irritated at having wasted time advancing cautiously, while Mogul was eager to finally test the combat capabilities of his rune tattoo. Neither of them spared a second thought for the origin of the goblin settlement. Kavikin charged straight into the camp. Killing intent. A phantom tiger manifested behind him, its presence looming and oppressive as it unleashed a suffocating wave of killing intent. "Come, my babies, feed on their BL." Before he could finish his battle cry, the goblins collapsed en masse, dropping to the ground like flies struck from the air. "What?" Kavikin halted, stunned. Every goblin within his immediate vicinity lay dead. Their faces were frozen in sheer terror, most likely victims of cardiac arrest induced by overwhelming killing intent. "Weaklings!" Kavikin cursed loudly. He had not even drawn his axes, yet all the class Euro goblins had already perished under the pressure of his aura alone. His babies had not even had the chance to taste goblin blood. Unfortunately for him, before he could turn his attention to the stronger class 2 hobgoblins. Mogul had already leapt into the fray. Despite his prowess being suppressed and restricted by his rune tattoo, he charged headlong into the group of hobgoblins, who were, at that moment, a stage stronger than him. Mogul remained undaunted. He steeled his will, holding firm to the belief that his fist could break through any and all opposition standing before him. With punches and kicks, he fought and killed his way through the stronger goblins within the settlement. Though his rank remained suppressed, Mogul could feel his body growing physically stronger with every exchange, his strikes landing with increasing force. That strength reinforced his belief in himself. And that belief, in turn, strengthened his will. A self-sustaining cycle formed, each blow fueling the next in a relentless loop of increasing power. By the time Kavakin stormed over, his twin axes cleaving through a couple hobgoblins in a single sweep, Mogul had already dealt with the majority of the worthy opposition. Bang! Kavakin, utterly frustrated, slammed his fist into a nearby makeshift goblin hut, obliterating it in a single strike. With the hobgoblins slain, only a handful of Class 0 goblins remained. Kavakin could not even bring himself to look at such pitiful creatures, beings that could not withstand even the pressure of his killing intent. He waved dismissively at the rest of the raiding party, signaling for them to finish the job. Only then did the stunned orcs and barbarians move. They had always known Mogul and Kavakin were strong, but not this strong. One moment, Kavakin had begun his battle cry, and before he could even finish it, the goblins had already collapsed dead. What kind of power was that? As for Mogul, despite his presence appearing suppressed, as though he were heavily restrained, even hobgoblins equal to them in rank could not withstand more than a single punch before falling. If that was the case, would they themselves fare any better? What kind of power did the leader grant them? The thought echoed silently among the group. They all understood that this overwhelming increase in strength likely came from the power bestowed upon them by their leader, Alex Fury. And now they could not help but feel both awe and desire. The desire to obtain that same power for themselves. Even so, the raiding party completed their task. The goblin settlement was eradicated entirely. None were spared, neither young nor old, male nor female, able-bodied nor crippled. The only good goblin is a dead goblin. The thought lingered coldly in their minds. The barbarians, led by their scouts, pursued every fleeing goblin, tracking down not only those who had escaped during the raid, but also those who had been away from the settlement beforehand. None were spared. By the time the operation concluded, over an hour had passed. Most of that time had not been spent in combat, but in ensuring the complete eradication of the goblin population. Only after confirming that every last goblin had been killed and collecting their ears as proof did the raiding party prepare to return triumphantly to Bloodiron. Kavakin remained visibly irritated by the goblins' weakness, while Mogul felt a trace of disappointment that none of them had been strong enough to push him to his limits. The journey back began smoothly, at least until they reached the halfway point. Ahead of them, blocking the trade route, stood a strange caravan, composed of dozens of carriages arranged in an unnatural formation. Kavakin frowned. Their positioning was far too convenient. It was the perfect setup for an ambush. Yet avoiding the route entirely would force them into a known beast territory, an area inhabited by roaming herds of dangerous creatures. After weighing the risks, and with Mogul's agreement, Kavakin chose to lead the group off the main path and detour through the beast-infested region. Both men reached the same conclusion. A coordinated ambush by an organized human force of that size posed a far greater threat than navigating through a beast territory. Under normal circumstances, if they moved swiftly and avoided unnecessary disturbance, the beasts might not even notice their passage. And even if they did, there was a good chance the creatures would hesitate to engage a group of their size and strength. Though berserk beasts were often chaotic, rabid, and unpredictable, they still possessed a strong instinct for self-preservation. As the raiding party altered their route, slipping into the beast territory, A pair of cold eyes watched their retreat from within the caravan. They didn't take the bait, a voice muttered. Move quickly. We'll intercept them at the danger zone. The raiding party reached the beast territory after a half-hour detour. They advanced cautiously. As expected, although they were immediately sighted by the beasts inhabiting the area, none of the creatures made the first move to attack. Instead, both sides observed one another warily, the beasts watching with predatory caution, while the clearly armed raiding party moved forward with measured confidence. A tense stalemate formed as they carefully made their way through the zone. However, just as they reached roughly 2/3 of the way through, approaching the core region densely populated with various species of berserk beasts, everything changed. Roar! A thunderous roar shook the ground. A massive, 3-meter-tall beast resembling a grotesque hippopotamus burst out from the side of the hill. Blood streamed heavily from both its hind legs. Driven into a frenzy by the scent of its own blood, the creature charged wildly, stampeding straight towards the raiding party. Damn it, Kavakin cursed. The metallic scent of blood spread rapidly through the air, igniting the predatory instincts of the surrounding beasts. Their eyes burned with hunger. Saliva dripped from their jaws. It was a disastrous development. There was only so much flesh the injured creature could provide. Once the surrounding beasts realized they could not all feed from it, their attention would inevitably turn to the raiding party. And worse still, the rampaging beast was charging directly towards them, effectively dragging the entire swarm of agitated predators along with it. If Kavakin had previously suspected a scheme, now he was certain of it. Run. Head for higher ground, he barked. The terrain was dotted with elevated outcrops along their escape route. It was already too late to retreat from the zone entirely, and allowing the beasts to seize the high ground would be a fatal mistake. Without hesitation, Kavakin ordered the group to secure one of the elevated positions and use it as a defensive stronghold. Meanwhile, Mogul dashed forward, straight towards the injured, hippo-like beast. Boom! Bang! The Dravo barbarian met the creature head-on, driving his fist directly into its skull. The collision rang out like an unstoppable force, striking an immovable wall. A violent shock wave burst from the impact, kicking up a cloud of dust that obscured the scene. A moment later, Mogul was hurled out of the dust cloud, slamming heavily into the ground. Yet he rose almost immediately, springing back to his feet and sprinting after the retreating raiding party. The strike had not killed the beast, but it had disoriented it. That brief disruption was enough to buy the party time to escape its immediate line of sight. Deprived of its target, the enraged creature thrashed wildly, stomping its pillar-like legs into the earth and ramming its massive body against the surrounding hillsides. The stampede of predators that had been drawn in by its blood soon became the focus of its fury. Though the beast was eventually overwhelmed by the frenzied horde, it did not fall easily. Even in its dying moments, it crushed several unfortunate predators beneath its weight before finally succumbing. Soon, a hierarchy began to form among the beasts, only the strongest among them gaining access to the carcass, while the weaker ones lingered at the edges, salivating in frustration. Or, at least, that was how it should have unfolded. The moment that hierarchy stabilized, the remaining beasts abruptly turned their attention towards the fleeing raiding party. Kavakin and Mogul, bringing up the rear, halted and spun around in unison. Killing intent. Kavakin surged forward, releasing his killing intent in the form of a looming phantom tiger. The near-corporeal apparition leapt from behind him, charging towards the oncoming beasts, its oppressive presence crashing down upon them like a mountain king descending upon insolent challengers. The sheer weight of that aura caused many of the beasts to falter. Their legs weakened, and they turned to flee. Those that persisted, charging forward in defiance, were met head-on by Kavakin's twin axes and Mogul's relentless fists. Blood stained the ground once more. Yet instead of driving the beasts into a deeper frenzy, the The slaughter only intensified their fear. They broke, scattering in panic as they fled for their lives. Suddenly, before either man could celebrate their success, a cry rang out from behind them, sharp and desperate, like a death throw. "Ambush," Kavikin said grimly. Without hesitation, both men turned and rushed towards the rest of the raiding party. While Mogul and Kavikin broke off to hold back the pursuing beasts, the Orc brothers, Hargul and Harem, took command of the raiding party, leading the group towards the hilltop Kavikin had designated. However, just as they were about to reach the elevated ground, an unknown force revealed itself. Figures emerged from concealment around the hill, their positions already prepared in advance. They had been waiting for the raiding party's arrival. Swoosh! Before the raiding party could properly react, a volley of arrows rained down upon them. Caught off guard, the group scrambled to defend themselves, but the sudden ambush left them disorganized. Several fell in the very first exchange. "Kill them all," the enemy commander roared. At once, the hidden force charged forward. Under the cover of continuous arrow fire, they pressed the attack, seeking to overwhelm the raiding party before they could regroup. But Fortuna's fighters did not remain passive for long. Those who survived the initial volley reacted swiftly. The barbarians armed with bows returned fire, launching arrows of their own to suppress the enemy archers. At the same time, the Orc brothers led the remaining melee fighters forward, meeting the advancing enemies head-on. Clang! Bang! Boom! Steel clashed against steel. Flesh collided with flesh. Rather than retreat, the raiding party chose to seize the initiative, confronting their attackers directly with fierce resistance. The Orcs leveraged their superior strength to carve a path through the encirclement, while the barbarians relied on speed and agility to break free from the tightening formation. Hargul and Harem exchanged a brief glance as they assessed the enemy. "They're weak." The thought surfaced in both their minds almost simultaneously. Could they be? A sudden scream cut through the battlefield. One of the Orcs had been cleaved cleanly in two across the torso. The brothers' expressions darkened instantly. That level of force was not something the bulk of their attackers could produce. Something was wrong. Their eyes scanned the battlefield more carefully. "There! Over there, brother!" Hargul shouted. Harem followed his brother's gaze and quickly spotted the anomaly. One of the attackers, though dressed just as shabbily as the rest, moved with a level of skill that was leagues above them. The difference was night and day, and he was not alone. Several others of similar caliber wove through the enemy ranks, using the weaker fighters as living cover as they systematically cut down members of the raiding party. A surge of rage filled Harem. Breaking formation, he charged straight at one of the elite attackers, just as the man cleaved another Orc warrior clean in two. "Leave your life behind," Harem roared, swinging his glaive in a brutal arc towards the retreating killer. Clang! Their weapons collided. Harem's eyes widened. The attacker had received his strike with unsettling ease. With a swift counter, the man forced Harem backwards. Then, a golden aura flared around his body, revealing his gold rank status, as he followed up with a sharp slash from his short sword. Harem blocked the attack, but the force behind it drove him back even further. Still, his objective had been achieved. His intervention had bought the raiding party enough time to break free from the encirclement. Without hesitation, Harem disengaged and retreated as well. The attackers attempted to pursue, but froze when they saw two hulking figures charging back towards the battlefield. Kavikin and Mogul had returned. The majority of the attackers halted in place, unwilling to advance any further. Only the stronger fighters hidden among them stepped forward, yet with their cover gone, even they hesitated. Well, most of them did. 3 distinct gold rank assailants continued the chase, pressing forward despite the looming threat. Swoosh! Just as one of them raised his weapon to strike down a fleeing raiding party member, Kavikin's axe came hurtling through the air. It split the man's skull cleanly before embedding itself into the ground beyond. Leap! A heartbeat later, Kavakin followed. He vaulted over the retreating raiding party, landing heavily behind them, directly in front of the remaining two assailants. Whirlwind. Retrieving his axe in one fluid motion, he spun violently, both weapons extended. A razor-sharp vortex formed around him, slicing through the air and cutting the two attackers down where they stood. Kavakin's arrival, and the sheer force of his presence, formed an invisible line between the raiding party and their attackers. It was a boundary the enemy did not dare cross. That brief, uneasy pause allowed both sides to regroup. At a glance, the disparity became obvious. The attackers held the advantage, both in numbers and in raw strength. The raiding party had begun with roughly 30 members, now fewer, after sustaining losses. Their enemies, on the other hand, numbered closer to 100, with more than a dozen gold rank fighters concealed among their ranks. Kavakin's eyes narrowed. "Why are you attacking us?" he called out. Swoosh! The response came not in words, but in a volley of arrows. Mogul stepped in instantly, arriving at Kavakin's side and throwing a punch into the air. The sheer force of the strike distorted the air itself, deflecting the incoming arrows and knocking them off course before they could reach their target. The remaining arrows fell harmlessly to the ground. "Sir!" Harem and Hargul rushed over to join them. "They're bandits," Harem reported grimly. "From the group we wiped out before." Understanding dawned in both Kavakin and Mogul's eyes. They recalled the bandit group they had encountered on their way to investigate the appearance of berserk humans in the valley, which had ultimately led them to the Heaven-Earth Concordance talismanic field. They had exterminated that group. Afterwards, they had flown the bandits' own flag as a warning, intending to deter other bandit factions from targeting them. "I'm sorry, Captain," Harem said, lowering his head. "It was my idea. I let us into this." "Don't concern yourself with that," Mogul replied. "Your idea wasn't wrong. Up until today, it saved us a great deal of trouble." Kavakin gave a firm nod. "The boss warned us this might happen eventually," he added. "It's not as though I was unaware of the risk when I allowed us to keep flying that flag." He glanced towards the encircling enemies, his grip tightening around his axes. "Blame can wait," he said coldly. "Right now, our focus is getting out of here alive." Mogul fixed his gaze on the enemy force ahead. "Forward is the only option," he said, "but it doesn't look like they'll let us pass without a fight." Behind them, the beasts within the region remained in a frenzied state. Although Kavakin and Mogul had managed to keep them at bay for the moment, retreating that way would almost certainly provoke the beasts into forming a relentless tide to hunt them down. Their only viable escape lay ahead, but that path was firmly blocked by the bandits. "Captain, most of them are slaves forced into combat," Hargul said quickly. "If we take out the stronger ones, the rest should break and scatter. That will give us an opening to escape." "Good." Kavakin nodded, approving of the clear-headed suggestion. He was pleased to see that the brothers had not lingered on guilt, but had instead focused on a practical solution. Turning his attention forward once more, he noticed the bandits beginning to stir restlessly. "Perfect timing," Kavakin muttered, a grin forming. "I didn't get to enjoy a proper fight earlier. Let's hope they can put up some resistance before my babies cut them down." On the opposing side, the bandits were growing increasingly agitated. The hesitation of the enslaved fighters triggered by the overwhelming presence of Kavakin and Mogul had caused a prime opportunity to slip through their fingers. Enraged, the bandit leader, along with several others, drew out whips and lashed at the faltering slaves. Cracks rang through the air as the whips struck flesh. Some of the slaves, paralyzed by fear, were beaten mercilessly. A few were even killed on the spot. For the bandit leader, however, it was not merely about the lost opportunity. It was something more than that. The slaves feared Kavakin and Mogul more than they feared him. That fact gnawed at his pride. Had their fear of him been greater, they would have pressed forward regardless of the pressure emanating from the two warriors. To him, this was a stain on his authority, one that could not be ignored, and the realization only fueled his fury further. His whip cracked again and again, striking with brutal force as he vented his anger upon the slaves he commanded. Such was the life of a slave in the wildlands. Their lives were worth little more than the dust beneath their feet. The surrounding slaves trembled as one of their own was beaten to death with a whip. Anyone who hesitates again will meet the same fate, the bandit leader warned coldly. I'm not asking for much. Rush them. Kill them. That is all. Yes, they might kill you, but if you freeze in fear like that again, I will kill you. He let his gaze sweep across them. I'll leave it to you to decide. A possible death, or a certain one. The slave shuddered. Good. The bandit leader nodded in satisfaction. Now that we understand each other, attack. Without hesitation, the enslaved fighters dashed forward, rushing towards the smaller Fortuna raiding party. At the same time, the bandit leader gave a subtle signal. The gold rank fighters slipped into the advancing mass, weaving themselves between the slaves. Most of the slaves were no higher than bronze rank, but within such a dense swarm, the golden aura of the stronger fighters became far less noticeable. It was a tactic their unit had employed with great success. With their elites concealed in this manner, opponents and targets found it far more difficult to identify and prioritize them, allowing the hidden gold ranks to inflict devastating damage before the enemy could react. As the bandits charged forward, the Fortuna raiding party charged as well to meet them head-on, with Kavakin and Mogul leading the charge. Killing intent. Just moments before the two forces collided, Kavakin unleashed his overwhelming killing aura. The effect was immediate. The enslaved fighters faltered only for a split second, but it was enough. In that brief pause, several of the concealed gold rank fighters were exposed. The raiding party counted more than a dozen of them in that instant. Though the sight raised questions, how had a mere bandit group amassed such an elite force? Their leaders did not dwell on it. Call of the Wild, lycanthropic transformation. Beast totem, Dune Croc scales defense. Kavakin and Mogul transformed simultaneously. They dashed forward like unleashed beasts, tearing through the ranks of enslaved bandits as they locked onto their true targets, the hidden gold rank fighters. Kavakin's twin axes became extensions of a predator's claws, carving through anyone in his path, slave or elite alike, with ruthless efficiency. Mogul was no less terrifying. His body hardened and scaled, his movements gaining a primal weight as he charged through the enemy ranks without resistance. Each punch and kick left devastation in its wake, and within moments, two more gold rank fighters fell beneath his blows. Behind them, the rest of the raiding party advanced, with Kavakin's killing intent disrupting the enemy's morale and focus. Their task became significantly easier despite being outnumbered. They cut through the bandits with renewed momentum. The bandit leader's expression twisted with fury. Without warning, he drew his blade and unleashed a sweeping strike indifferent to the slaves caught in its path. Several were cut down instantly as a translucent wave of blade energy shot towards Kavakin and Mogul. Both men reacted without hesitation. Axes met energy. Fist struck force. Boom! Kavakin barely held his ground, his rune tattoo reinforcing his body just enough to withstand the attack. Mogul, on the other hand, was blasted backwards, his suppressed state limiting his resilience, though he suffered only a minor injury. Veteran rank. Combat master. The realization struck both of them at once. A flicker of shock passed through their eyes. They had not expected a mere bandit force to host a combat master in its ranks, let alone deploy such a figure against them. The bandit leader, too, was taken aback. Though the strike had not been delivered with his full strength, it was still far beyond what an ordinary gold rank opponent should be able to withstand without significant damage. What surprised him most was Mogul. Despite appearing weaker than Kavakin, he had endured the attack with little more than a shallow cut along his arm. No wonder they cut down my gold ranks so quickly. His gaze sharpened, turning deadly serious. No, I can't allow them to move freely any longer. His grip tightened around his weapon. It seems I'll have to deal with them myself. Go, kill them all, the bandit leader ordered the remaining fighters. Then, he stepped on the battlefield himself. His gaze locked on a Kavakin. In his mind, the strategy was simple. Eliminate the strongest, and the rest would fall apart. However, before he could reach his target, a figure intercepted him. Mogul, I was planning to let you live a little longer, the bandit leader sneered. But it seems you have a death wish. Allow me to grant it. Without hesitation, he slashed forward with his curved desert blade. Mogul evaded the strike and immediately countered with a punch of his own. Having already witnessed the destructive force behind Mogul's blows, the bandit leader chose not to meet it head-on. Instead, he sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the attack. In the next instant, the two were locked in a fierce exchange, their battle intensifying as Mogul subtly guided the fight away from the main clash. Kavakin noticed immediately. As per Alex's prior instructions, their roles had been clearly defined. Mogul would engage the enemy's strongest combatant, while Kavakin would cut through the masses. With Mogul fulfilling his role, Kavakin wasted no time. He activated his mark of Slaughter Rune tattoo. His killing intent surged to an even greater level. Several weaker-minded slave bandits collapsed instantly, their consciousness snuffed out under the overwhelming pressure. Whether they lived or died remained uncertain. Those who remained conscious fared no better. Kavakin descended upon them like a reaper, cutting down all who dared raise their weapons against him. A massacre began. Recognizing the threat he posed, 6 gold-rank bandits swiftly surrounded him, employing coordinated hit-and-run tactics in an attempt to wear him down. Elsewhere, the remaining gold-rank fighters turned their attention towards the raiding party. At the same time, Mogul's situation began to deteriorate. The bandit leader's blade found its mark again and again, carving shallow cuts across his body. Each wound was minor on its own, but together they formed a steady drain that would inevitably sap his strength. Mogul considered unleashing his trump card but hesitated. It was too early. Sensing the shift in momentum, the bandits grew emboldened. Their confidence swelled as the tide began to tilt in their favor. Rather than finishing off the weaker raiding party members swiftly, they began to toy with them, inflicting deliberate, painful wounds. Cuts designed not to kill but to prolong suffering. Kavakin and Mogul felt the pressure mounting. Anxiety crept in, and that momentary lapse only invited more injuries from their opponents. Scree dash. Regaditioha. Just as the situation teetered on the brink of collapse, a majestic eagle's cry rang out across the battlefield. It carried with it an overwhelming sense of royal authority, as though its owner were declaring absolute dominion over the skies above. Spatialahon. Without warning, a blade of spatial energy tore through the air, hurtling towards the bandit leader. He reacted instantly, abandoning his attack on Mogul and throwing himself backwards in an ungraceful dodge. The strike missed, but the aftermath did not. A deep gash carved itself into the ground, the very earth split open by the force of the attack. The bandit leader's eyes widened. Could I have survived that head-on? For a brief moment, his attention wavered, and that was all Mogul needed. Unlocked. The restraints of the chains of unyielding fell away. A surge of power flooded through his body. Without hesitation, Mogul channeled that energy into his fist and struck. There was no outward burst of force. Every ounce of energy was compressed into raw kinetic impact. His fist drove straight into the bandit leader's midsection, a brutal, perfectly placed liver strike. The effect was immediate. The bandit leader was blasted aside, blood spraying from his mouth as his body crashed violently into a rock face, his aura coating unable to mitigate all of the impact. Mogul dropped to one knee. The fatigue flooded his body, a momentary backlash of the unleashed power catching up to him. The bandit leader struggled to rise, his body trembling under the weight of severe, likely fatal injuries. Still, he forced himself to his feet. Dragging his broken form, he attempted to retreat, but the new arrival would not permit it. Dream dive. From a sky above, the eagle descended. Her form shimmered, turning partially illusionary as she plunged towards the ground. At the final moment, she turned over-arriving talons first. Her dagger-like claws, sharpened further by spatial energy, tore cleanly through the bandit leader's body. He fell, split into 4 separate pieces. Scree dash. Once more, the eagle released a commanding cry as the dust settled, revealing her form in full. Who else could it be but the herald of the raging Sun Wolf King, the Rune Sage, the self-proclaimed Queen of the Skies? Senu. Senu's predatory gaze swept across the battlefield. She quickly locked onto the 6 gold rank fighters surrounding Kavakin. Spatial step. With a single flap of her wings, she vanished and reappeared instantly above Kavakin. Dazzling strike. Shadow scream. A burst of blinding radiance flared from her eyes, while a piercing, disorienting screech tore through the air. The combined assault struck the gold rank bandits directly, freezing them in place. Strangely, despite standing at the very center of both effects, Kavakin remained completely unaffected. The moment the bandits were locked down, Kavakin did not hesitate. Whirlwind. Spatial slash. His axes spun in a savage vortex, tearing through the nearest 3 bandits in a single, fluid motion. At the same time, Senu descended upon the remaining targets, her talons flashing as she tore them apart without mercy. In mere seconds, all 6 were dead. With the immediate threat eliminated, Kavakin, Mogul, and Senu turned their attention to the rest of the battlefield. What they saw broke the enemy's will completely. Witnessing their combat master leader and multiple gold rank elites fall so decisively, the remaining gold rank bandits chose survival over pride. They fled. The raiding party attempted to intercept them, cutting down several, but a few still managed to escape. Enraged by their losses, the raiding party redirected their fury towards the remaining slave bandits. They cut them down mercilessly until fewer than a fifth of the original number remained. Only then did they stop, subduing those who had already thrown down their weapons in surrender. Senu's arrival had turned the tide of battle in an instant, but the damage had already been done. The raiding party had lost nearly half of its members. Those who survived bore injuries of varying severity. None had escaped unscathed. Without delay, they regrouped and began their return to Bloodiron. The lightly injured supported the heavily wounded, moving as quickly as they could manage. There was only one thought driving them forward. As long as they made it back to their mansion, to Eleanor, they would live. That belief alone kept them moving. And when they finally arrived, Eleanor did not disappoint. The moment she saw their condition, she sprang into action, swiftly organizing them based on the severity of their injuries. At the same time, Alex joined in, supporting her efforts with his own, albeit weaker, healing spells. They prioritized stabilizing those with life-threatening injuries first. Only after ensuring they were no longer in immediate danger did they begin treating the most severely wounded. To conserve as much mana as possible, those with lesser injuries were bandaged and given lower-grade healing potions to manage their condition. It might leave scars, but it ensured they would survive until proper healing could be administered. Meanwhile, Eleanor and, surprisingly, Alex focused their efforts on the critically injured. They had just finished tending to the most severe cases when Zora returned. Her expression was already tense, but the moment she saw the condition of the raiding party, it darkened into a deep frown. The city administration denied my request for expansion, she reported. They also rejected my follow-up request to acquire a larger property. What reason did they give? Alex asked. None, Zora replied. I believe someone is targeting us. Alex raised an eyebrow. And what led you to that conclusion? While we were waiting, one of the administrative officers tried to sell us several larger properties, she explained. He was unusually eager, almost desperate for us to take them. After our expansion request was denied, I contacted him again to finalize a lease for one of those properties. We were close to concluding the deal until someone approached him. She paused briefly. After that conversation, his attitude changed completely. Suddenly, he had nothing available for us. A cold glint flickered in Alex's eyes. Still, he kept his composure. He gestured to one of the Fury Knights nearby. Go and call Ravenhorn, he instructed. A few minutes later, Ravenhorn arrived. The moment he stepped into the mansion, his gaze swept across the injured and a flicker of surprise passed through his eyes. Someone is targeting us, Alex said without preamble. He briefly outlined both incidents. Ravenhorn listened in silence, his expression growing increasingly serious. "Give me a moment," he said. "I'll find out." He departed swiftly. When he returned later that evening, his face was solemn. "The bandit group you eliminated," he began, his tone heavy, "belongs to the Lost Heathens, one of the largest dark mercenary factions in the Wildlands." "Dark mercenaries? Those suspected of banditry?" Alex asked. "More like known to act as bandits on the side, but no one truly cares," Ravenhorn replied. "The Lost Heathens are fiercely protective of their reputation. So, you flying the banner of one of their units after wiping them out." He paused slightly. "Let's just say it didn't sit well with them." He continued, his tone growing heavier. "But the real issue is this: the leader of the unit you eliminated was the younger brother of the Lost Heathens' leader, Brock Payton." Alex's eyes narrowed slightly. "So this is a vendetta?" "Yes," Ravenhorn confirmed with a nod. For a brief moment, Alex's gaze turned solemn. Then he asked, "How large is the Lost Heathens? And more importantly, how do they have enough influence to interfere with the city administration?" The city administration was not a place easily swayed. It was a tangled web of competing interests, a structure built on power, wealth, and mutual benefit. No insignificant force could influence decisions such as the leasing of major estates, especially when such decisions directly affected one of the city's primary sources of revenue. Where there was money, there were vested interests. And in the Wildlands, no one allowed their interests to be disrupted without consequence. "The Lost Heathens themselves are not that powerful in the grand scheme," Ravenhorn explained. "They're roughly on par with the Battlebane group you had me investigate earlier." He paused briefly before adding, "However, they serve as the arms and feet of the Drumvale Merchant Company in the Wildlands." Alex's expression hardened. Ravenhorn had previously provided them with a detailed dossier on the major powers of Verdanus. One of the most prominent among them, the Free City of Aphrodisia, a merchant city that had not only gained independence, but had managed to retain it despite the greed of surrounding empires. Like Bloodiron, Aphrodisia was governed by a council. But unlike Bloodiron, its council consisted of the 10 largest merchant companies in the city. Arguably, the 10 most powerful merchant entities across all of Verdanus. And among them was the Drumvale Merchant Company. Aside from being one of the wealthiest merchant companies in the world, Drumvale was also known to harbor combat, saint-level powerhouses. The pinnacle of strength just beneath the combat sages who stood as pillars for empires and temples alike. They were not an entity one offended lightly. "I see. So that's why the city administration folded," Alex mused inwardly. Even so, as he looked upon his injured men, a primal rage ignited within him. It burned fiercely, fueled by the Führer aspect of his bloodline. "What do you intend to do?" Ravenhorn asked. Before Alex could respond, he caught sight of Zora subtly shaking her head, a silent plea. In that moment, a gentle, cooling sensation spread through him. The influence of the Oromir aspect of his bloodline soothed the rising fury. Alex exhaled slowly. "This isn't just about me anymore. I can't act on impulse, not when others depend on me." He steadied his thoughts. "Let's try another approach first." Suppressing the instinctive aggression of his Führer side, Alex spoke calmly. "I understand Brock Payton's grief," he said. "Let's attempt diplomacy first. If this can be resolved with words rather than blades, that would be preferable." He looked to Ravenhorn. "Can you arrange a meeting?" Ravenhorn studied him for a moment. "Are you certain?" "Yes," Alex replied with a firm nod. "Very well," Ravenhorn said. "I'll make the arrangements and report back soon." With that, he departed swiftly. Zora stepped closer. "Thank you," she said softly. "I know that wasn't easy for you. We're in unfamiliar territory. We shouldn't create powerful enemies before establishing our foundation." Alex understood her concern. They might be capable of defeating Brock Payton and his forces, but doing so could provoke the wrath of the Drumvale Merchant Company behind him. If the matter could be resolved peacefully, it would spare them from far greater consequences. Still, Alex was not nearly as optimistic. Though he had suppressed the impulses of his Führer bloodline, he had not ignored them. The diplomacy and military force are tools that complement one another, he reflected. One does not exist without the shadow of the other. Even as he spoke of peace, plans were already forming in his mind. Later that day, he held a private discussion with Yadara. Not long after, a scouting unit quietly departed from the mansion, their destination and true purpose known only to Alex and Yadara. Alex had initially assumed that Fortuna's clash with Brock Payton's Lost Heathens would be a relatively minor incident, one that would not draw significant attention within Bloodiron City. He was wrong, very wrong. Several major powers had taken notice. They watched closely, observing how the young leader would handle the confrontation, some with interests that bordered on alliance, others with intentions far less friendly. Among those most invested in the situation was the Black Scar Syndicate, or more precisely, the Alston family, to which Ravenhorn belonged. After departing from Fortuna's mansion compound, Ravenhorn made his way through several unsavory corners of the city. Ironically, despite the polished facade the city's administration attempted to maintain, such places were far from rare in Bloodiron. What Ravenhorn did in those locations remained unclear. He entered and exited without drawing attention, so much so that, aside from the individuals he met, most would not even realize he had been there at all. Eventually, he arrived at an unremarkable tailor's shop on the outskirts of the city. At a glance, it was utterly ordinary, the kind of establishment no one would spare a second look on any given day. But Ravenhorn had not come for clothing. After forming a subtle, obscure hand sign, one that resembled a sorcerer's seal more than any conventional signal, he stepped into the back room. From there, he descended into the basement. Hidden behind shelf was a concealed door, locked by a mechanism that responded only to a specific pattern of mana pulses. Ravenhorn activated it without hesitation. Then, the entrance opened. Beyond it lay an extensive network of underground tunnels. Their worn structure hinted they had existed since from a distant time. Ravenhorn spared the passage little attention. This was, after all, not unfamiliar ground to him. Without pause, he moved forward. After roughly 10 minutes of travel beneath the city, he emerged no longer in the outskirts, but within another building, deep in the core district of Bloodiron. Buildings in this district was not one anyone could enter or claim with mere wealth. Here, ownership was reserved for only the most influential individuals and organizations within Bloodiron. It was in every sense the equivalent of a noble district in a capital city, and it showed. Through the villa's expansive windows and open corridors, glimpses of refined architecture and cultivated luxury could be seen at every turn. Ravenhorn walked through the halls with clear familiarity. Servants and guards alike bowed respectfully as he passed, yet he acknowledged them only with the faintest grunt, as his expression remained unusually solemn. There was a weight to his demeanor. Eventually, he arrived before a set of imposing twin doors, leading into what appeared to be a grand chamber. He paused briefly, drawing a steady breath before pushing the doors open and stepping inside. The chamber beyond was sealed. There were no windows nor secondary entrances. The twin doors behind him served as the sole point of access, and the room itself was empty, or so it seemed at first glance. Upon closer inspection, the entire floor was covered in intricate symbols, etched with deliberate precision into the stone floor. Ravenhorn stepped forward. From within a satchel attached to his waist, he retrieved 8 low-grade berserk stones and placed them carefully at the 8 corners of the octagonal chamber. Then, he moved to the center. Closing his eyes briefly, he channeled his mana into the formation. The talismanic field ignited. Lines of energy coursed through the engraved symbols as the entire chamber came alive. From the 8 corners, dark silhouettes began to materialize. Each figure stood anchored to a point of the formation, their forms indistinct, their features deliberately obscured. Only those truly within the organization would be capable of recognizing them. Ravenhorn dropped to one knee, lowering his head in respect. "I greet the elders." A heavy voice echoed from directly before him. "Admin Alston, what report do you bring regarding the legatee?" The Legatee's party is currently being targeted by a local warlord and bandit leader Brock Payton, Ravenhorn reported steadily. The Legatee's group encountered and eliminated one of Payton's units, which was led by his younger brother. As a result, Payton has initiated a vendetta. He continued without pause. A raiding unit belonging to the Legatee's party was subsequently ambushed by Payton's forces. Despite this, the Legatee's party succeeded in killing a combat master, along with approximately a dozen gold rank fighters, though they suffered losses amounting to nearly half their number. In your previous report, a voice cut through the chamber, cold and sharp. You stated that the Legatee's party was composed primarily of silver rank fighters, with only the Legatee himself and a handful of core members no more than 10, if I recall, at gold rank. There was a brief pause, and now you claim they eliminated a combat master and over a dozen gold ranks? The tone turned skeptical. You expect us to accept this at face value? The voice asked. Ravenhorn didn't respond. Instead, he waited. A moment passed before the intended question came. Have you verified this personally, admin? Yes, I have, Sixth Elder, Ravenhorn replied calmly. I personally visited the site of the battle and confirmed the majority of the account I was given. I am 95% certain the events occurred as reported. Still kneeling, head bowed, he added, in the earlier report you referenced, Sixth Elder, I also stated that the Legatee's core members, let alone the Legatee himself, should not be judged by conventional standards. His words stirred a subtle ripple among the assembled elders. You may continue, the figure before him said. Yes, Grand Elder, Ravenhorn acknowledged with a slight nod. Beyond the ambush, Brock Payton has also leveraged his connections within the city administration to obstruct the Legatee's party. He paused briefly before finishing. He has successfully blocked their attempt to acquire a larger estate, thereby preventing them from meeting the necessary conditions to formally register as a guild under the Adventurer and Mercenary Associations. This Payton, he holds influence within Bloodiron's city administration. Another voice echoed with clear surprise. Yes, Third Elder, Ravenhorn replied. He operates as an agent of the Drumvale Merchant Company. It is my belief that he led the officials within the city administration to assume that his request carried Drumvale's authority. He continued evenly. There's also the possibility that Drumvale's representative has tacitly permitted this. After all, it benefits a long-standing ally. Additionally, the Legatee's party has maintained a low profile since arriving in the city. They remain largely unknown within the upper echelons. What exactly is the Legatee doing? Another voice interjected, sharp, dissatisfied. The Fourth Elder. He has remained inactive for 3 months since entering the city. Had he made any significant moves earlier, matters would not have escalated to this extent. Ravenhorn did not hesitate. I believe he has been digesting the gains from the steel trials. He said. He added, when I met him today, my first meeting since he emerged from seclusion, I sensed a marked increase in his strength. His tone grew more deliberate. To be frank, I felt a bit threatened. That admission caused another stir, a more subtle one this time. Furthermore, according to our intelligence network, he recently fought a weapon duel against Dalton Ashton of the Battlebane's recognized and respected combat master. Ravenhorn continued. And the result? The Grand Elder asked. A draw. Ravenhorn replied. Silence fell over the chamber. Ravenhorn continued. I must emphasize, by his own admission, as well as that of his party, his true expertise lies in mystic arts, not weapon mastery. He lifted his head slightly, though his posture remained respectful. If he can contend with Dalton Ashton on equal footing using only weapon techniques, then with mystic arts dash. He paused, then concluded plainly, I may not be his equal. It is rare to hear you speak so highly of another, admin, the Grand Elder remarked. I am merely reporting what I have observed in my capacity as liaison, Grand Elder, Ravenhorn replied, so that both parties may make the most informed decision possible. A sharp voice cut in immediately. And what exactly is that supposed to mean, admin? The Sixth Elder's roar echoed through the chamber, heavy with displeasure. Ravenhorn did not respond. He remained perfectly still, maintaining his bowed, half-kneeling posture. That's enough, Sixth Elder. Admin is merely fulfilling the role we assigned to him. The Grand Elder's voice carried quiet authority. Tisk. The Sixth Elder clicked his tongue, though he said nothing further. The Grand Elder shifted his attention back to Ravenhorn. How does the legatee intend to handle this situation? Ravenhorn answered without hesitation. He expressed understanding and even sympathy for Brock Payton's loss. Rather than resorting to arms immediately, he wishes to pursue dialogue first. He intends to meet with Payton and explore the possibility of resolving this conflict through negotiation rather than violence. What? This time, it was the Seventh Elder who reacted. Is this legatee a fool? Does he truly believe a bandit leader in the Wildlands cares about grief or familial bonds? His tone sharpened with disdain. This is clearly about restoring lost prestige. One of Payton's units and his own brother were killed. Unless the legatee is prepared to make concessions that restore that man's honor, he can forget about any peaceful resolution. And what of the message this sends to his followers? The Sixth Elder spoke again, seizing the moment. Can such a man be trusted? Negotiating with an enemy who has already attacked him rather than retaliating. Now, let us not rush to conclusions. The Third Elder finally interjected, his tone calm, almost amused. What rushing? The facts are plain, Third Elder. Surely, even you can see that. The Sixth Elder argued. Is that so? A soft chuckle escaped the Third Elder's lips. Then, he turned his attention to Ravenhorn. Admin, answer me this. Did the legatee possess any prior knowledge of Brock Payton and his forces before today? He continued, each question deliberate. How large is Payton's organization? What influence does he wield? What backing supports him? And most importantly, what is the true size and power scale of the legatee's own party? The legatee had no prior knowledge of Payton or his forces until I informed him, Ravenhorn replied. Due to his connection with Drumvale, Payton has cultivated a strong network within the lower to mid-tiers of Bloodiron City administration. While his influence is far from absolute, it is sufficient to hinder and frustrate the legatee and his party. He continued evenly. As for his strength, Payton himself is believed to be a combat master. Under his command, he also has 5 other combat masters, largely due to Drumvale's backing. His total force is uncertain, but estimates place it at around 1,000 personnel excluding the expendable slave fighters he employs as cannon fodder. In contrast, the legatee's core followers are estimated to range from gold rank to combat master level, but their number remains limited only a handful. A brief silence followed. Then the Third Elder spoke. Faced with such disparity in opponent with superior numbers, resources, and unknown connections, would you, personally, rush headlong into battle? His question was directed squarely at the Sixth and Seventh Elders. You claim he does not care for his men, he continued calmly. Yet to me, his actions suggest the opposite, that he values them enough not to recklessly throw them into a battle. They are ill-prepared for a battle they may very well lose before it even begins. He gestured lightly. They are outnumbered, outmatched in resources, outclassed in influence. And as we speak, a significant portion of his forces are likely still recovering from injuries sustained mere hours ago during the ambush. His tone remained measured but firm. To me, this is not cowardice. It is restraint. The legatee appears to be a careful, deliberate leader, one not ruled by impulse. Is that truly a trait to be condemned? Especially for someone we may one day stand beneath. Seeking vengeance is understandable, he went on. But should it come at the cost of even more lives in a battle one already knows is unfavorable? A faint smile touched his lips as he glanced toward the others. And besides, he is only attempting negotiation. Who said that implies he has abandoned the option of reprisal? That, he concluded lightly, is why I say you are jumping to conclusions. The Sixth and Seventh Elders clenched their fists discreetly. At best, the Third Elder's tone resembled that of a senior instructing juniors. At worst, it carried a hint of condescension bordering on disdain. While it was true that the third elder was older and more experienced, they were, in principle, equals all members of the Elder Council. At least, on paper. The atmosphere in the chamber grew heavy and tense. Cough. The Grand Elder's deliberate cough shattered the silence, diffusing the mounting tension. "What request has the legatee made?" he asked, steering the discussion back to its purpose. Ravenhorn responded immediately. He has requested that the Black Scar Syndicate utilize its influence to facilitate and mediate the negotiations. He added, he also asked I provide him with all available information regarding Brock Payton. He did not request information regarding Drumvale or its representative in the Wildlands. The Grand Elder's tone changed slightly. I offered it afterwards, Ravenhorn replied. However, he declined after some hesitation. Good lad. The Grand Elder laughed openly, much to the surprise of several elders present. The third elder joined in with a quiet chuckle. He wishes to avoid becoming overly reliant on us or indebting himself too deeply. He tilted his head slightly. Or perhaps, he simply does not wish to trouble us. After all, investigating one of the wealthiest merchant powers in the world is no small undertaking. The Grand Elder gave a slow nod of agreement. Admin. Yes, Grand Elder. For this matter, you will have full authority to act within Bloodiron. The declaration fell heavily. You are not required to report to us before making decisions. A ripple of shock spread through the chamber. Grand Elder. The fourth, sixth, and seventh elders spoke almost in unison, greatly alarmed. That's enough. The Grand Elder raised a hand, silencing the others. I understand your concerns. You fear that history may repeat itself, that we may once again misplace our trust in an outsider. His gaze swept across the chamber. However, this individual is not like those who came before. He is the one chosen by the ancestor. In that case, it is only right that we fulfill our role in ensuring he has the opportunity to achieve his purpose. His tone grew measured. Like you, I remain skeptical, but we cannot afford to distance ourselves, completely not, until he has proven himself. This is the balance we must maintain. He clasped his hands behind his back. If he fails to resolve this matter even with the support we are providing, then we will have our answer. But if he succeeds, his lips curved faintly, then we may begin to extend further opportunities gradually and on our terms until he either proves his worth beyond doubt or reveals his limits. But should he rise to the very top, need I say more? The Grand Elder is wise. The other elders spoke almost in unison, their agreement swift whether born of conviction or prudence. In truth, though the Neo-Alston family was now governed by an elder council following the fall of the Alston imperial lineage, everyone present understood where true authority lay. It did not rest in consensus like most outside this chamber believed. It rested in the will of the Grand Elder. This was a council in name alone. In reality, it was something closer to a patriarchy, with the Grand Elder at the top of the hierarchy. And with his decision made, there was little room left for opposition. Thus, the matter was settled, and the meeting drew to a close. Not a moment too soon. The Berserk stones had dimmed significantly, and the energy accumulated within the talismanic field itself was nearing exhaustion. One by one, the silhouettes faded until the chamber returned to silence and darkness. Ravenhorn finally exhaled. A quiet, relieved sigh. I truly despise reporting to these scheming old men. He straightened, stretching his stiffened limbs before turning toward the exit. Moments later, he left the chamber, and then the villa, through the concealed passage. Now armed with newfound authority, he moved to set events into motion. Elsewhere, Lady Rosa Mercier and Dalton Ashton arrived at an inconspicuous villa not far from the Battlebane estate. Unlike the estate, this villa appeared subdued and almost lifeless. Though modestly large, there were no servants present on the property in absence that was highly unusual for the caliber of dignitaries permitted to lease such a residence within Bloodiron. Lady Rosa and Dalton paid the gloom no mind as they walked through the corridors with practiced familiarity. Before long, they arrived at the master study. Dalton stepped forward and knocked on the door with measured care and respect. "Dalton, Rosa, you have arrived? Commute." A gentle voice sounded from within. Dalton promptly opened the door, and the two entered without hesitation. The moment they crossed the door, both Dalton and Rosa felt their bodies shudder involuntarily. It was as though they had passed through an invisible veil and stepped into another realm, a realm steeped in suffocating gloom. In an instant, every trace of excitement, joy, and warmth within them was extinguished, as though erased without a trace. What remained was an oppressive tide of unease, melancholy, and quiet pain. Fortunately, the sensation lasted only for a few breaths before receding. Yet even in its brief passing, it left a deep impression upon their minds, prompting both of them to sigh inwardly as they regarded the figure ahead with faint traces of pity. Before them stood a man clad in a full suit of plate armor. The armor was worn and weathered, its surface marred by countless stains and irregular marks. At first glance, one might assume these were the scars of many battles, and one would not be entirely wrong. However, the truth was far more unsettling. Upon closer inspection, it became apparent that these marks did not originate from external strikes, nor from enemy blades, but from the wearer himself. Dalton and Lady Rosa regarded the armor with complicated expressions. They knew full well that it was not worn to protect a man from external threats, but rather to protect the outside world from the threat from within him. "Master," both Dalton and Lady Rosa greeted in unison. Indeed, this man was the leader and master of the Battlebane Guild, as well as the true owner behind the Jadewell Merchant Company. Unlike Dalton, whose curse only flared up intermittently, particularly when his mana ran low or when he lost control over his body, the master of the Battlebane Guild bore a far more severe affliction. A curse so grave that he was forced to remain within this specially crafted armor at all times, enduring constant torment from the sins of his past, reduced to a wretched existence steeped in melancholy and pain. Some looked down upon the man for confining himself within this gloomy residence. However, Dalton, Rosa, and all others within their organization who were aware of his condition held nothing but the utmost respect for him. Others in his position had long since taken their own lives, unable to endure the relentless, unceasing torture, both the lesser, continuous agony and the greater, overwhelming surges of pain that plagued him. Yet this man remained resolute, clinging stubbornly to his will to live and persevere through the curse, all for the sake of one day exacting vengeance upon those who had condemned him and many others he held dear to such a fate. Dalton and Lady Rosa took their seats on the chairs positioned opposite the sofa where the armored man sat, the table between them forming a quiet boundary. "Dalton, how are you? I sensed you lose control earlier, though you regained it soon after." A deep, husky voice sounded from behind the armor. It was the voice of a man unaccustomed to speaking, as though each word had to force its way through a long-neglected throat. "Yes, thank you for your concern, Master. I did indeed lose control today, but my rampage was brought to a halt," Dalton replied with a respectful bow. Dalton and Lady Rosa exchanged a brief glance before turning their attention back to their leader. "We encountered a rather peculiar group of individuals today." They proceeded to recount the sequence of events as clearly and objectively as possible, making a conscious effort to strip away personal bias and unfounded assumptions. "Someone who recognized our curse immediately, yet did not carry the aura of divinity," the Battlebane master muttered. "Then again, one of the very reasons we came to the Wildlands in the first place was because it is one of the few regions where the clergy and the temple rarely tread," he mused inwardly. "Do you know or at least have an idea of who he might be?" he asked. "We do not have anything concrete," Lady Rosa replied. "His Fortuna Company arrived in Blood Iron approximately 3 months ago and has largely maintained a low profile. If not for the potion they intended to introduce, they would not have entered our sphere of attention at all. However, his movements, his manner of speech at critical moments, his presence, and his sheer prowess all suggest that he hails from a significant background. More importantly, he carries an air of regality, while at the same time unconsciously displaying a certain disdain or perhaps dismissal towards divinity. Taking everything into account, I believe he is an heir of that place. I see. That would make sense. The Battlebane Master nodded in agreement. They are the only ones capable of nurturing such an individual, while remaining entirely free from divine influence, be it deity or spirit. He paused briefly before asking, "What is your opinion of his offer?" "I believe it is worth the risk. If there is any hope of ridding ourselves of this curse, then I believe we must seize it," Dalton said firmly. His eyes burned with unwavering determination and resolve, not for his own sake, but for the sake of the many within their organization who suffered under the same affliction. Most of all, for the man seated before them. "Understand," coughed Dash. "Master." Rosa and Dalton shot to their feet in alarm. The Battlebane Master raised a hand, dismissing their concern even as his body was racked by violent coughing. The force of it was so severe that his combat energy began to surge chaotically from within him, barely contained by the armor encasing his body, an effort that only served to further aggravate his condition. Rosa and Dalton could do nothing but watch, powerless, as their master coughed up blood repeatedly. There is so much of it that an ordinary person would have long since succumbed to blood loss after experiencing such an episode, even once or twice. Yet for him, this had been a reality for years. Eventually, the coughing subsided. With a practiced motion, the man casually wiped the blood from the mouth opening of his armor before rinsing his hand in a nearby bowl, one that was already stained a deep crimson, as though it had long since surrendered to the color of blood itself. He noticed the look of deep concern etched across Dalton and Rosa's faces and shook his head lightly. "Do not look so grim. This is not the first time this has happened, nor will it be the last. Yet I am still standing," he said. His gaze drifted towards the moon hanging high in the night sky. Determination, derision, disdain, and mockery, a tumultuous cocktail of emotions flickered through his eyes in that fleeting moment. He turned back to Dalton and Rosa as he walked over and resumed his seat. "I harbor my doubts about a man without divinity who claims he can lift a divine curse, and who demands a divine statue as remuneration. However, you are correct. No matter how unlikely it may seem, if there exists even the slightest possibility of treatment or a cure, then we have a responsibility to pursue it. If not for ourselves, then for those who depend on us," he said. The Battlebane Master paused briefly, taking a moment to stabilize the restless flow of his combat energy. "Dalton, seek out the surrounding monster dens and acquire a divine statue," he ordered. "As you command, Master," Dalton responded with a respectful bow. The Battlebane Master then turned his attention to Rosa. "Rosa, once Dalton has acquired the statue, I want you to handle the trade. You are more adept in matters of negotiation. If you sense even the faintest sign that something is amiss, withdraw immediately." "Understood, Master," Rosa replied with a bow of her own. The Battlebane Master looked at the both of them, his gaze heavy with intent. "I understand that this may seem like the closest we have come to a cure or even a treatment in decades. However, I do not want either of you to lose yourselves in its pursuit. Until they can truly prove their claims, our relationship with them will remain strictly transactional. Even if they find themselves in peril on the brink of annihilation, you are not to intervene out of fear that the cure might be lost. Am I understood?" "Yes, Master," both replied in unison. "Now leave me, before my curse intensifies further." The Battlebane Master dismissed them. Rosa and Dalton bowed once more before taking their leave, exiting the room and soon after the villa itself. Not long after, the Battlebane began to move, joining the many unseen forces that operated within the shadows beneath the calm facade of the Wildlands, a city built upon blood and iron. Elsewhere, beyond the outskirts of Bloodiron, within a native barbarian settlement situated tens of kilometers away, a group of men tore through the village like a violent storm, setting fire to the crude homes of its inhabitants. The bandits slaughtered all who resisted, cutting them down without hesitation before gathering the remaining survivors together. However, their cruelty did not end there. They separated the disabled and the elderly from the able-bodied and killed them outright, deeming them worthless and not even worth the effort to sell. Those who remained were divided into 3 groups: children, able-bodied or military-aged men, and women. The children would be taken to specialized camps, where they would be raised and conditioned into obedient slaves, trained from a young age, perhaps even taught specific skills to increase their eventual market value. As for the able-bodied men, their fate depended largely on their strength. The weaker ones would be sold off as labor to buyers, while the stronger individuals might instead be retained and used as expendable cannon fodder by the bandits themselves. The women, their fate was perhaps the cruelest of all. They would be sold into prostitution, forced to generate continuous profit for the group until their value was completely stripped away. Thereafter, they would either be sold off as labor or discarded entirely. It was unclear which of those endings could be considered a mercy. What was certain, however, was that none of their lives would ever be the same again. Even before departing the settlement, the bandits sought to utterly break the spirits of their captives. Several women were dragged aside, forced into the open as the others were made to watch. Laughter, crude, vicious, and devoid of humanity, rang through the air as groups of men descended upon them, one after another, venting their depravity without restraint. Families could only watch in helpless agony, powerless to intervene. Many of the women did not survive the ordeal. Those who did were left as shattered remnants of who they once were. One of the bandits, drunk and unrestrained, continued his assault upon a captive woman, only to realize, too late, that she had already succumbed during his brutality. Irritated, he pulled away and kicked her lifeless body aside as though it were nothing more than refuse. Yet his desires remained unfulfilled. Turning back towards the remaining captives, his gaze roamed hungrily as he searched for another victim to sate himself. He was about to pick one at random when another woman suddenly stepped forward, placing herself in front of the others and shielding her fellow tribeswomen with her body. She was strikingly beautiful, yet her face bore a fierce, unyielding defiance. However, rather than deter the bandit, her resistance only served to further inflame his lust. The vile organ dangling between his legs stirred once more as blood rushed through him. Slap! He struck her viciously, sending her crashing to the ground as blood splattered across the dirt. He reached down to seize her by the legs and drag her away when, without warning, a powerful kick sent him rolling across the ground. "Who dares?" The bandit began to roar, but the moment he saw who had struck him, the words died in his throat. "What did I just tell all of you about touching the boss's merchandise?" the man said coldly. "Vice Captain, it's not like that." You what?" The vice captain cut him off sharply. "You what? Go on. I am listening." His tone was calm, but beneath it lay a chilling edge. "Is it that my orders mean nothing to you? Or that satisfying that worthless piece of flesh is more important than the profit the boss stands to lose if you damage the goods?" The vice captain advanced slowly towards the bandit. The man did not dare move. He did not even attempt to rise. It was as though his body had been paralyzed by fear. "Vice Captain, the bandit stammered, his voice trembling as he failed to form a coherent sentence. The vice captain offered no opportunity for explanation. His figure blurred forward in an instant. Splat! His foot came down with brutal precision upon the bandit's groin. Everything happened so quickly that the man did not register it immediately. It was only when he saw the blood spilling between his legs that the pain finally reached him. "Aha!" A scream tore from his throat, raw, primal, and filled with unimaginable agony. Perhaps the worst pain a man could ever endure. As the bandit writhed on the ground, clutching himself and screaming uncontrollably, the commotion drew the attention of the others nearby. Amidst the chaos, the vice captain calmly unsheathed his curved desert blade. Then, without hesitation, he slit the man's throat. The bandit's eyes remained wide with shock and horror as blood poured freely from the wound. No matter how desperately he tried to clutch his neck, the flow would not stop. Moments later, his body went limp. He collapsed onto the ground, lifeless. More stunned than the captives were the bandits themselves. They could scarcely believe that their vice captain had just killed one of their own without hesitation. "Listen up, you maggots," the vice captain barked suddenly. "The captain has been generous enough to provide you with playthings to vent your desires upon them. If they die before you've had your fill, then you have no one to blame but yourselves. Do whatever you like with the corpses. I cannot care less. But if anyone lays a hand on the boss's merchandise," his voice dropped cold and absolute, "I will slit that person's throat on the spot. Remember this well, maggots. They are worth far more than your worthless lives. When you die, there will be plenty of men eager to take your place for the whores and shards. Do not forget that." With that said, the one-eyed man sheathed his blade in a slow, deliberate motion before turning his attention forward. His single remaining eye fell upon the beautiful barbarian woman still shielding her tribeswomen. Though he had intervened on her behalf, she felt no sense of relief, no warmth whatsoever. His gaze was as lifeless as the ruined eye on the other side of his face, a jagged scar marking where it had once been. To him, she was not a person, only a commodity, merchandise to be sold to the highest bidder. The one-eyed vice captain turned away at last, signaling another combat master to oversee the captives before walking off. He moved deeper into the village, heading towards the mountain beyond. There, several men were already at work, striking against the rock face with tools and weapons alike, as though searching for something hidden within. Further ahead stood a burly man with the physique of a bear and the waist of a tiger, his broad back exposed and a thick, full beard cascading down his chin like that of a seasoned lumberjack. His sharp, hawk-like gaze surveyed the activity with unwavering focus from his vantage. The vice captain approached and came to stand beside him. "Have they found anything, boss?" he asked. "They have. A vein, just as we suspected," the burly man replied. "Once mining begins, we'll be able to supply Drumvale with their required quota. Then that annoying woman will no longer complain about us making further use of their name." In truth, the bandit group's attack on the barbarian settlement had not been primarily for the sake of capturing slaves. The true reason lay beneath the ground itself, a newly discovered mineral vein located very close to the barbarian village. Rather than allow the barbarians to recognize its value and potentially negotiate a trade, the bandits had chosen the far more ruthless path: slaughter, subjugation, and complete takeover of the land, a method that ensured profit from every angle. "I can smell blood on you. What happened?" the boss, the captain of the bandit group, asked. "There was a fool who tried to lay his hands on one of your hand-picked merchandise," the vice captain reported calmly. "What?" The captain turned sharply, his gaze hardening into a glare. "I trust you didn't stop at merely cutting off his hands. He didn't just attempt to steal from me. He disrespected me. I will not tolerate such disrespect. Do not worry, boss. He will be vulture food alongside the rest of the savages," the vice captain replied without emotion. "Good." The captain's expression eased slightly. An idiot who fails to recognize his place has no right to keep breathing. He turned his attention back to the prospectors mapping out the vein. Then, a moment later, something seemed to cross his mind, and his brow furrowed. "Speaking of those who fail to respect their station, what of the team we sent out? Are they not back yet with the heads of those nobodies? What do they call themselves again?" "Fortuna, boss. They go by the name Fortuna," the vice captain answered. "Whatever. They are dead anyway," the captain said dismissively as he glanced sideways. "Right. It would appear otherwise, boss," the vice captain replied. "What?" The captain's expression darkened instantly. The team missed their scheduled check-in. "The only reason they would dare do so is if something has happened to them," the vice captain explained. The captain said nothing, but the temperature around him seemed to drop as his face grew increasingly cold. "There is more, boss," the vice captain continued. "We have just received a bird missive from the guild building in Blood Iron. The Black Scar Syndicate has reached out to us." "The Black Scar? Why would they?" We have no dealings with them, the captain said, his brows knitting together. They wish to arrange a meeting between us and Fortuna. Apparently, Fortuna's leader is seeking to make peace. Make peace. The captain's eyes flashed with fury. He believes he can speak of peace after killing my brother and showing me such blatant disrespect? The vice captain remained silent. Several breaths passed before the captain spoke again, his voice calmer, yet far more dangerous. Do you believe there is a connection between this? Fortuna and the Black Scar Syndicate, he asked. I find unlikely. Based on our investigation, Fortuna is a group of nobodies, while the Black Scars are known brokers. It is far more probable that their leader simply paid the syndicate to arrange this meeting, the vice captain replied. Very well. I will meet with this Fortuna leader, the boss said suddenly. You will? The vice captain asked, a trace of surprise flickering across his face. There is no sense in offending the Black Scars by refusing their invitation. Besides, I am curious to hear what this Fortuna leader has to say. Perhaps, if he is willing to pay the price for his disrespect, I may consider forgiving him, provided he can't afford that price, the bandit boss added with a low, amused laugh. The vice captain gave a small shrug and nodded silently. This group was none other than the infamous dark mercenary band known as the Lost Hardens, and the burly man who led them was none other than Brock Payton. Back in Bloodiron City, it was well past midnight. Alex awoke upon the bed in the Fortuna Mansion's master bedroom, finding himself in the enviable position of being wrapped within the soft embrace of his 3 wives. Carefully, he began to disentangle himself, taking great care not to disturb them. He failed. The women stirred slightly, but with a few gentle motions and quiet reassurances, he managed to coax them back into sleep. Bare-chested and clad only in his sleeping trousers, Alex rose from the bed and made his way towards the balcony door. From a second-floor balcony, the view offered a modest yet pleasant overlook of the surroundings. However, Alex paid it little attention. His thoughts were elsewhere. Letting out a quiet sigh, he hopped up and settled onto the stone railing of the balcony, sitting facing outward into the night. He sat there in silence, gazing into the distance as countless thoughts drifted through his mind. You're not planning on jumping, are you? A voice suddenly broke through his reverie. Alex glanced back to see a familiar, strikingly beautiful blue-haired woman standing by the balcony doorway, dressed in light sky blue nightwear. Zora, Alex called softly. Should I be worried? She asked, concern evident in her voice. No, the fall from here couldn't kill me even if I did jump. Alex let out a small chuckle. I just needed some air, he replied. Zora walked over and leaned against the balcony railing beside him, her posture relaxed, unknowingly flaunting her gorgeous figure. Alex subtly swallowed, his gaze flickering for the briefest of moments before he steadied himself. Oblivious to his reaction, Zora tilted her head slightly. What's on your mind? She asked. Alex blinked, pulling himself back to the present moment. He turned to her with a faint smile. And what makes you think something is on my mind? Zora shot him a sidelong glance. Standing at the highest point you can find, sitting on the railing, you do remember I'm the one who taught you that habit? I remember, Alex replied, his smile widening just a fraction. His gaze turned distant, tinged with reminiscence, as he recalled the day barely a month after joining the Dragonhold Enclave and Zora had brought him to the highest point of the main tower, revealing to him the breathtaking expanse of the Dragon's Pine mountain range. How could I forget? Alex said softly. It was there that I had the epiphany that gave birth to my Rune-Tech platform, my one creation that set me on the path to becoming the man I am today. No, Zora shook her head gently. Rune-Tech did not make you who you are. At best, it is only a small part of it. I am certain you would still be the same curious, impulsive, unpredictable yet undeniably impressive man you are now. Huh? Alex let out a quiet laugh. Thanks for the vote of confidence. He smiled, then turned back towards the night view. Slowly, that smile began to fade. What a difference 6, 7 years can make, he murmured. It has only been a little over 6 years since that day at the top of the tower. Yet everything has changed, so much more than I ever expected. It has been nearly 2 years since my coming of age, and yet it feels as though I have lived through an entire lifetime's worth of events. Reclaiming my position as heir, crushing the family council to stabilize my standing within the greater Fury family, leading my first expedition, slaying a drake above my rank, negotiating with a dragon, leading and winning a territorial dispute, narrowly surviving an assassination attempt by a legend, negotiating with a long-standing noble house, establishing one of the wealthiest companies on Pangea. He paused, glancing sideways at Zora. And somehow, marrying 3 beautiful women who are arguably out of my league, he added with a faint smirk. Zora shot him a glare, followed by a subtle eye roll. Alex chuckled before turning his gaze back towards the distant cityscape. His expression grew serious once more. For most people, any one of these would be enough to define them for an entire lifetime. Yet for me, they just keep coming one after another without pause. It feels like the stakes have only grown larger since we arrived on this plain one that might as well be enemy territory. And now, somehow, I've managed to drag us into a hidden struggle over the fate of this entire plane. He let out a long breath, and in the middle of all that, I still have to deal with a damned bandit leader. He let out a wry chuckle. A part of me misses those quiet 5 years back at the tower when all I had to worry about was my research. I no longer have that luxury. Alex exhaled softly and fell silent. Zora allowed him the space to speak, choosing not to interrupt. Only when it became clear that his thoughts had settled into silence did she gently press further. "What is this really about, Alex?" she asked again, her voice soft but firm. "I'm worried," Alex admitted after a few moments. "Father once warned me that interplanar travel would either make or break those who undertake it, especially the one leading it, the one responsible for making decisions on behalf of the entire expedition." He paused briefly, gathering his thoughts. When I first heard about the ambush, I felt nothing. Those under my command were killed, and I felt numb. When I learned that bandits were responsible, I was angry, but not because they had died. I was angry because of the inconvenience their deaths caused and the trouble of dealing with those responsible. He turned to look at her, his expression unusually solemn. In that moment, I realized an unsettling fact. Aside from Mogul and Kavikan, I don't truly see the raid party as my men. They were just add-ons, assets I picked up along the way. In my mind, they were nothing more than numbers. He looked away again. I understand that it may be a subconscious coping mechanism, especially considering the extremes of the Führer aspect of my bloodline. But the fact that I didn't even notice it until now, that's what frightens me. His voice lowered slightly. If I am to become a leader, the leader of an empire, no less, I do not want to become the kind of person who is cold and unfeeling. Someone who views his subordinates as nothing more than sources of providence, or mere figures on a sheet. "You won't," Zora said immediately, stepping forward and wrapping him in a firm embrace. "How can you be so certain?" "I'm not," Alex replied quietly. "Because I trust the kind of man you are," Zora answered without hesitation. "And even if things begin to change, you won't face it alone. You have me, Eleanor, Yadar, and everyone else who stands with you. We'll pull you back if you ever stray too far." She tightened her embrace slightly. "Is that enough?" Alex let out a slow breath, some of the tension leaving his shoulders. "Yeah," he murmured. "Yes, I'd like that." A week passed swiftly and seemingly uneventfully within Bloodiron City. Due to the prospecting operation the Lost Heartens had underway in the barbarian village, and their temporary absence from the city, the meeting between Alex Fury, head of the Fortuna Company, and Brock Payton, leader of the Lost Heartens, had been scheduled for a week later. During that week, Alex and the Fortuna Company appeared almost entirely idle. They rarely left the mansion unless absolutely necessary, and certainly did not venture beyond the city's limits. Before long, rumors began to circulate. Whispers spread that the leader of Fortuna had capitulated in fear, going so far as to beg the Black Scar Syndicate to mediate a meeting and outcome that was, unsurprisingly, likely fueled by the Lost Heartens' influence within the city. Fortuna's continued inactivity only served to reinforce these rumors in the eyes of many. In a city where strength alone commanded respect, Fortuna's apparent caution was met with open disdain by most, while some viewed it as a reasonable if humiliating response when faced with the overwhelming reputation of the Lost Hardens. Only a select few understood the truth. Fortuna could not move even if it wished to, as its raid party the bulk of its manpower was still recovering from their injuries. Even so, the situation worked to the advantage of the Lost Hardens, bolstering their standing within the city while eroding Fortuna's credibility ahead of the impending meeting. What had once seemed like a distant deadline arrived all too quickly. Time, indifferent to perception or preference, continued its steady march until the appointed day was finally upon them. That afternoon, Alex stepped out of the mansion dressed in his usual clean, roguelike noble attire, though this time he had chosen to forego the jacket, cloak, and hood. Without those additions, the outfit leaned more towards a refined rogue aesthetic than that of a traditional noble. In the unlikely event that Brock Payton agreed to peace or something resembling it, presenting himself too overtly as a noble might only provoke the bandit leader into attempting to exploit him further. If such a risk could be mitigated by the simple removal of a jacket or cloak, then there was no reason not to do so. Besides, the city was unbearably hot anyway. As Alex and his entourage exited the mansion, preparing to board the carriage and mount their horses, they found Ravenhorn already waiting beside the carriage. Alex's brows lifted slightly in surprise. Ravenhorn was not meant to meet them here. The plan had been to rendezvous directly at the meeting venue. Curious, Alex stepped forward ahead of the others to greet him. They exchanged brief pleasantries before the middle-aged man revealed the reason for his unexpected presence. There's been a change of plans. Brock Payton wants the meeting restricted to a single accompanying entourage. No one else is to come within 1 block of the venue, or the meeting will be called off, Ravenhorn explained. Alex's lips curved into a thin smile. He is making a show of force at the last minute. Try to remind me who he believes holds the upper hand. Ravenhorn gave a small nod. Unfortunately, it is not an unreasonable demand. As an impartial mediating party, we have no grounds to reject it. The same applies to you, since you were the one who requested this meeting in the first place, he added. I understand, Alex replied with a nod. He gave a casual shrug. I have no objections either. Give me a moment, I need to decide who will accompany me. He returned to the group and briefly explained the change in terms. Unsurprisingly, the others were less than pleased, but Alex quickly downplayed the situation. You're coming with me, big guy, he said suddenly, turning towards Mogul. The group reacted with visible surprise. Among Alex's followers, Mogul appeared to be the least threatening. Despite his imposing, hulking physique, his apparent rank did little to inspire confidence in his strength. Then the realization dawned on them. That was precisely the point. With Mogul accompanying him as his sole escort, Alex departed the mansion in a carriage, flanked by a security detail provided by the Black Scar Syndicate. The Black Scars had arranged a similar escort for Brock Payton as well. Officially, this was to ensure the safety of both parties, as the Syndicate acting as mediator was responsible for maintaining order throughout the meeting. The meeting venue was one of the largest and most prestigious restaurants in the city. For the average person, a single meal here would cost a small fortune, perhaps as much as half a year's earnings. Publicly, it appeared that Alex had been forced to pay an exorbitant price to book an entire floor to host the meeting. In reality, however, the establishment was secretly owned by the Black Scar Syndicate, meaning the arrangement had cost him nothing at all. The Black Scars orchestrated the timing with precision, ensuring that both parties arrived at the restaurant at exactly the same moment. They were then guided up the stairs at matching paces, guaranteeing that they reached the meeting room simultaneously. For this occasion, the entire floor had been converted into a single, expansive room. At its center stood a long table with 3 seats, one at each end for the opposing parties, and a third positioned along the side at the midpoint for the mediator. The moment they stepped into the room, Brock Payton released his combat master aura, flooding the space with oppressive force. Alex had anticipated the move, yet he made no attempt to resist. allowing the pressure to wash over him directly, if only for a brief moment before Mogul and Ravenhorn stepped forward to intercept it. Ravenhorn's own aura rose to meet Peyton's, neutralizing the pressure before it could escalate further. "What is the meaning of this, Brock Peyton?" Ravenhorn demanded coldly. "An attack at the meeting venue is no different from an act of disrespect towards my Black Scar Syndicate." "Relax, mediator. It was merely a friendly greeting," Brock Peyton replied with a broad, unapologetic grin. Alex returned the smile in kind. He understood the intent behind the gesture. Peyton was making a calculated power play seeking to establish dominance before negotiations had even begun. At the same time, it served as a test, or rather, a confirmation of the opposing side's strength. Before Ravenhorn could formally guide both parties to their seats, as etiquette would dictate, Peyton strode forward and took his place without invitation. He slouched into the chair, planting his boots atop the table like a common thug. Another deliberate move, crude, yet effective, meant to assert control over the proceedings from the very outset. Alex did not raise a fuss. Once again, he remained composed, calmly taking his seat with quiet elegance and refined poise. Ravenhorn followed suit, settling into the mediator's chair. Behind them, the Lost Hearten's vice captain and Mogul moved into position, standing silently behind their respective principals. However, contrary to Peyton's expectations, the negotiations did not begin immediately. Instead, Ravenhorn snapped his fingers. At once, a line of waiters entered the room, pushing in carts laden with an array of exquisite dishes. "Let us ease the atmosphere a bit before we begin," Ravenhorn said smoothly as the table was set. "How about we enjoy some of the most sought-after cuisine Bloodiron has to offer? Peyton's lips twitched in faint irritation as he was forced to remove his boots from the table to allow the dishes to be placed before him. For the next 20 minutes, the three parties ate in relative silence. Ravenhorn observed them both, and the contrast between the two sides could not have been more pronounced. Though Peyton attempted to maintain a semblance of decorum, his movements were noticeably rough and unrefined. It was evident that he was unaccustomed to such dining etiquette, merely imitating what the setting demanded of him. Alex, on the other hand, embodied the very essence of refined dining. Every motion was measured, deliberate, and effortlessly elegant. The difference was stark. It was like watching a common upstart in nouveau riche at best, in contrast to the composure of a seasoned noble, perhaps even a royal prince. With this simple exchange, the disparity in their backgrounds became unmistakably clear. Once the meal concluded and the waiters cleared the table, Ravenhorn gave a subtle nod, signaling that the negotiations could finally begin. "Mr. Alex Fury, you were the one who called for this meeting. What do you wish to say?" Ravenhorn prompted. Alex nodded his head politely before turning his attention towards Brock Peyton. "It has come to my understanding that a feud has, perhaps unknowingly, arisen between us. It would seem that you, Mr. Brock Peyton, hold my Fortuna Company responsible for the death of your younger brother, and have since placed a kill order upon us. I believe there has been a misunderstanding." "Misunderstanding?" Peyton cut in sharply. "Are you denying that you killed my brother?" "I do not know who your brother is, Mr. Peyton," Alex replied evenly. "To the best of my recollection, the individuals my company encountered were a group of bandits who attempted to rob us. We merely acted in self-defense. Or are you suggesting, Mr. Peyton, that your brother was the leader of that bandit group?" "So what if he was?" Brock Peyton shot back, his glare intensifying. "Whether my brother was a bandit or a sanctified saint of justice and light, you had no right to kill him. And not only did you kill him, you went so far as to fly his group's flag to intimidate others. How do you expect me to overlook such blatant disrespect?" "You are not making much sense, Mr. Peyton," Alex replied, his expression remaining neutral. "Are you suggesting that we should not have defended ourselves against a group of bandits who attacked us? That we should have calmly bared our necks and offered them up for your brother to claim?" "Exactly." Peyton slammed his fist onto the table, causing the remaining cups and vessels to rattle violently. My brother's life was worth more than all of yours combined. What right do weaklings like you have to take his life? It should have been your honor to die at his hands. Mogul's jaw nearly dropped, unable to comprehend the sheer absurdity of Brock Payton's reasoning. Yet Alex's expression did not change in the slightest. He remained completely impassive. Mr. Payton, I understand your anger. I would like to believe that you held your brother in high regard. Alex continued calmly. However, you're not the only one who has suffered losses. I, too, lost men in your brother's attack, and in your group's ambush that followed shortly after. Even so, I chose to call for this meeting because I do not wish for this conflict to escalate further. A man in your line of work should understand that death lurks around every corner. Those who make a living by the blade must also be prepared to fall by it one day. That is simply the nature of things. What transpired between your brother and my men was not personal. It was an unfortunate outcome of conflicting interests. It was simply business, nothing more. If our two groups were to go to war over this, we would only be harming ourselves. In the end, it would be our respective operations, our livelihoods, that suffer the most. Alex interlocked his fingers on the table before him, his posture composed as he continued in the same calm, measured tone. Judging from your words, you must be confident that you can destroy my group at any time. I will not attempt to dissuade you from that belief. However, I would like to point out that, regardless of the outcome, my group will not make it easy for you. Take, for instance, the unit you sent to ambush my raid party. You likely believed they would handle the task without difficulty, yet you were mistaken. As a result of that incident, you lost an entire company unit, along with a combat master. Meanwhile, my own raid unit has been rendered inoperable for the foreseeable future. In other words, both sides have suffered significant losses. The income both your company unit and my raid party would have generated has been halted. Worse still, we must now expend additional resources to rebuild. Losses that, quite frankly, could have been avoided. Alex's gaze shifted briefly towards the view beyond the fourth-floor window, overlooking the sprawling city below. Then he turned back to Payton. There is only one reason anyone comes to this godforsaken city: to make money. A feud between us will only drain whatever profits we have managed to secure. So, with that in mind, I propose that we resolve this matter amicably before it escalates any further. I am willing to offer reasonable compensation for the death of your brother, so that we may both put this incident behind us, Alex concluded. You think you can put a price on my brother's life? Payton asked, his voice low. Let us not pretend otherwise, Mr. Payton, Alex replied plainly. Given the nature of your business, slave trading, you of all people should understand that everything has a price. It is merely a question of how high that price is. Payton fell silent. He stared at Alex, tapping his finger rhythmically against the table, as though weighing his options. Several moments passed. Then at last he nodded. You want to end this feud before it escalates, don't you? He said slowly. There's only one way to achieve that. A merger. Your Fortuna company will be absorbed into my lost heathens. Your men will work under me, and in exchange, you will be allowed to keep your lives. As for the women, his lips curled into a crude smile. I've heard you travel with quite a few beauties. They can keep their lives as well, by earning their worth in my brothels. A fitting place for women like them. Alex's eyes flickered, a simmering rage threatening to rise to the surface. Yet in that very moment, a chilling cold swept through his mind, freezing the emotion in place and preventing it from spilling over. His expression remained unchanged. He looked at Brock Payton in silence for a long moment before letting out a quiet sigh. Is it your final demand? He asked. It is, Payton replied, a predatory smile spreading across his face. Then, regrettably, I cannot comply. Alex rose to his feet. He gave a slight nod to Mogul and turned, preparing to leave. Payton watched him go without a word. Just as Alex reached the door, he paused. When the castle begins to crumble, remember that you were the one who cast aside the chance for peace, Alex said calmly. He glanced back briefly. Payton's figure was reflected in his eyes now, a chilling, frigid crimson. Calm madness. I look forward to seeing you again, Brock Payton. With that, Alex exited the room. Behind him, the lost heathen's vice-captain swallowed involuntarily, a cold shiver running down his spine. For a fleeting moment, as he met those crimson eyes, an inexplicable sense of dread gripped him. What was that? Doubt flickered within him, sharp and instinctive. Yet in the very next moment, he suppressed it. No, that's impossible. Within minutes, the meeting dissolved entirely. Brock Payton left the restaurant with a sense of triumph. Unfortunately for him, he failed to notice the faint trace of pity in Ravenhorn's gaze as he departed. For the man who had mediated the meeting understood all too well the ruinous web Alex had begun to weave around him. Payton, oh, Payton, you were offered a toast, but you chose a forfeit. Now you have awoken a dangerous beast. Ravenhorn's gaze drifted towards the window. A vindictive being, one that will not settle for simply killing you, but will dismantle everything you have built, piece by piece. While you're forced to watch, powerless, realizing far too late that all of this could have been avoided had you only taken a step back, even just a little. He exhaled softly and shook his head. A quiet sigh escaped him as he stared out into the distance. Mogul watched Alex throughout the silent journey back to the Fortuna mansion. Alex sat by the window, his gaze fixed outside, his expression blank, lost deep within his own thoughts. From time to time, a quiet sigh would escape him, carrying a weight Mogul could not quite decipher. Mogul did not know what was truly going through his leader's mind. However, he surmised that Alex had already vented whatever anger he had felt during the meeting, leaving behind something heavier, disappointment, perhaps, as they neared the mansion. By the time they arrived, most of the uninjured members of Fortuna, predominantly Pangians, were already engaged in training within the grounds with strange tools from Sugud. Only a few of the Fury Knights remained stationed by the gate, keeping watch. Zora, Eleanor, and Yadara were already waiting at the entrance, stepping forward as the carriage came to a halt. "How did it go?" Zora asked, a hint of hope lingering in her voice. Alex stepped down and shook his head with a faint, wry smile. "The negotiations fell through," he replied. "What happened?" the three women asked almost in unison. "Let's head inside first," Alex said. "Call everyone." He paused briefly before adding, "All of them." It did not take long before the entire Fortuna company had gathered within the living room. Alex's wives took their seats on the large three-seater sofa, while the rest positioned themselves around the room. Though there were enough seats available, most chose to remain standing, their attention fixed squarely on Alex. He stood before the fireplace, naturally drawing every gaze towards him. "The peace talks with the lost heathens have failed," Alex announced. "This is what transpired." He then proceeded to recount the events of the meeting in a strangely detached tone. As he spoke, the atmosphere within the room changed. When Brock Payton's first demand, the forced merger, was revealed, anger began to simmer among the members of Fortuna. But when Alex calmly relayed the second demand regarding the women, the temperature seemed to plummet into an icy abyss. Even Alex's previously impassive expression dropped. His eyes flickered, instinctively shifting toward his wives, lingering, if only for a moment longer, on Zora in particular. Her eyes were indeed frosty. However, to his surprise, she was not the source of the sudden shift in the atmosphere. It was the Fortuna members themselves. In that instant, Alex realized he had overlooked something important. During his period of seclusion, it had been his wives who managed affairs on his behalf. In many ways, they had become more familiar and more approachable to the members of Fortuna than he himself had. If he stood as an indomitable figure, someone they could only look up to with awe and distance, then his wives were different. They were cherished figures within the group, almost akin to saintesses whom none would tolerate being sullied by even the slightest trace of filth. For Brock Payton to so much as entertain the thought of laying hands on them, let alone the outright blasphemy of consigning them to a brothel, that alone was a crime worthy of death in their eyes. Alex nearly let out a quiet chuckle at the realization that his wives might, in truth, wield a softer but no less potent influence over the group than he did. "The stronger I become, the greater the distance they may feel from me. But if the women can bridge that gap, then perhaps it is something I should be grateful for," rather than concerned about, Alex mused inwardly. He brought his hands together in a sharp clap. The oppressive chill in the room dissipated instantly, and the group's focus returned to him. Alex paused briefly before speaking. "I owe all of you an apology," he said. "I know many of you must be frustrated with our inaction, especially after losing some of our own, and with the rest of the raid party still recovering from their injuries. You don't owe us any apology, boss," Kavikin, the leader of the raid party, interjected. "We've spent enough time with you to understand the kind of person you are. If you haven't acted yet, then there's a reason for it. And when you do act," a confident grin spread across his face, "the enemy won't know what hit them." He gave a small shrug. "Besides, even if you chose not to act at all, that's still your decision, boss. And we trust you." The members of the party nodded in agreement, their expressions reflecting the same unwavering sentiment. "His ass-kissing is improving by the day," Alex thought dryly as he glanced at Kavikin. Even so, he took the weretiger's praise with a grain of salt. His gaze turned instead towards Silver and Havel. "We didn't say anything." Havel spoke up immediately. "I didn't say you did," Alex replied calmly, a knowing look in his eyes. "They don't need to," Zora interjected. "Everyone knows that whenever the scouting team starts acting quietly, it means you're planning something. We can all more or less infer your intentions," Eleanor added with a faint smile. The women turned their attention to Kavikin, who simply shrugged. "The raid party makes up nearly half of our strength, and we're currently incapacitated. Since the Lost Heathens primarily operate outside the city, it was only natural that their leader wouldn't be able to attend the meeting immediately. That delay gave us time to recover at least partially after the initial healing," he explained. "It also gave the scouting team the opportunity to gather intelligence on the Lost Heathens," Sergeant Lopoda added. "Enough, hopefully, for us to deliver a decisive strike. Which brings us to the real question," Mobile said, folding his arms. "What exactly is the plan, boss?" "It seems you all know me rather well," Alex replied, a faint twitch tugging at his smile. He sighed inwardly. "Even so, I had genuinely hoped that Brock Peyton, the power-drunk brute that he is, might have seen reason. Now that things have reached this point, we have no choice but to act decisively. But in doing so, we will inevitably draw the attention I was trying to avoid. Why is it that things never seem to go smoothly whenever I choose the path of peace?" He exhaled softly, shaking his head. "It seems Blood Iron City has mistaken our silence for weakness," Alex said at last. "They have confused a sleeping tiger for a harmless house cat." His gaze sharpened. "That Brock Peyton struts about like a great serpent. Yet he forgets that no matter how large a snake may grow, it must still bow its head before a dragon." A slow smile spread across his lips. "Shall we go and remind them?" The party cheered. Later that evening, Ravenhorn slipped quietly into the Fortuna mansion, where he sought out Alex for a private meeting. "You're planning to move against aren't you?" Ravenhorn asked without preamble. "You already know the answer to that, so why ask?" Alex replied with a casual shrug. "If someone declares war on you, would you simply stand still and do nothing?" "Certainly not," Ravenhorn admitted. Alex's gaze suddenly sharpened as he fixed the man with an intense look. "What?" Ravenhorn raised an eyebrow. "How much help can you give me?" Alex asked directly. "The Black Scar Syndicate is the largest dash." "I'm not talking about the Black Scars," Alex interrupted. "I'm talking about you. With your own authority and influence, how much support can you provide?" Ravenhorn studied him for a moment before responding. "How confident are you in facing Brock Peyton and his band?" "About 60%, Alex replied without hesitation. "But with your backing, I could raise that to 95. "You think that highly of me?" Ravenhorn asked, mildly amused. "I don't," Alex said, shaking his head with a faint, teasing smile. "But others do. With your support, I can leverage that perception to draw more allies to my side." "Ah, I see." Ravenhorn nodded slowly. "You intend to borrow the influence of the Black Scar Syndicate without paying the full price for it." "Essentially," Alex confirmed. Ravenhorn regarded the young man before him, noting how openly he laid out his intentions without pretense. "Interesting." A quiet chuckle escaped him. He schemes like those old foxes, yet his approach is far more straightforward and strangely refreshing. It just so happens that I've been granted full authority over our assets within Bloodiron, Ravenhorn revealed. So, Ravenhorn leaned forward slightly. What do you need? Though momentarily surprised, Alex quickly adapted, ready to negotiate. He proceeded to outline his request in clear terms. Ravenhorn listened, then tilted his head slightly. That's all? You don't need to hold back. This could be a good opportunity to make those old men bleed a little, he said with a faint smirk. Alex gave him an odd look. He couldn't help but wonder what exactly those old men had done to Ravenhorn for him to so casually encourage an outsider to exploit his own organization. The offer was undeniably tempting. Even so, Alex shook his head. Now is not the time to take advantage of the situation, he said calmly. When the time comes, they will be the ones begging to give me everything they have, he added inwardly. Very well, Ravenhorn nodded in understanding. Here, Alex said, sliding a box device across the table. This is a communication tool, rune phone. I will contact you when the time comes. The manual is included in the case, though it's fairly intuitive. You shouldn't have much trouble using it. Ravenhorn examined the box with clear interest before giving a small nod. Not long after, he took his leave. The moment Ravenhorn departed, the mansion was placed under complete lockdown, as though it were bracing for an imminent assault. In reality, it was nothing more than a carefully constructed illusion designed to convince outside observers, particularly that Fortuna was preparing defensively rather than offensively. Meanwhile, Alex gathered the uninjured members of the Fortuna Company, most of whom were Pangians who had accompanied him on the interplanar expedition, and led them into the concealed escape tunnels beneath the mansion. The injured and recovering members of the raid party were left behind to maintain the facade of weakness and guard the estate. Moving swiftly through the underground passageways, the group eventually emerged within a warehouse located in a distant district of the city. They did not leave the building. Instead, Alex guided them towards the rear section, where an intricate formation had already been inscribed across the ground. He stepped forward and turned to face the group. When we first arrived on this plane, and we discovered that our only means of returning the interplanar orb had been damaged, I made you all a promise. I said that once I restored the functionality of my RuneTech platform, I would find a way to take us back. He gestured towards the formation behind him. This is the first proof of that promise. A brief pause followed before he continued. This is a spatial gate formation. Think of it as a simplified version of the interplanar gate's grand formation. With it, we can traverse to any location within this plane provided that the destination has been marked in advance. At first, the group reacted with visible excitement. But as the implications settled in, several of them grew contemplative. Some had already begun to notice the flaw inherent within the formation. Seeing their reactions, Alex remained unperturbed. Instead, he smiled. Let us not forget the interplanar gate is classified as a Tier 5 formation. Setting that aside, even this is an incomplete version of a proper spatial gate. Yet, despite being only a Tier 3 artisan, I was able to design this formation using runes alone, without relying on supplementary materials of the kind required for a true interplanar gate. And more importantly, this is something I deduced in my spare time, in between research sessions on my primary project, he explained. Framed in that light, the disappointment that had begun to form within the group quickly faded. In its place, a new realization took root, one that Alex confirmed in the very next moment. Thanks to the insights gained from designing this formation, I can now say with confidence that, given access to the necessary supplementary materials and approximately half a year of uninterrupted work, I will be able to construct a fully functional interplanar gate. Excitement surged through the group. Smiles spread across their faces as hope reignited within them. Alex allowed the moment to settle before dropping his final point. However, for that to happen, I must not be disturbed during those 6 months. If interruptions like the continue, then our return to Pangaea will only be delayed further. So let's deal with these bandits quickly. Agreed. At once, the atmosphere shifted. The eyes of the group sharpened, burning with intent. Don't worry, boss. We'll wipe them out and hang their skulls at the gates of the mansion as a warning to any other fools, Kavikin said with a cruel grin. Oh, let's not do that. It would be bad for business, Alex replied calmly. Kavikin froze for a moment before letting out an awkward laugh. The others quickly followed, breaking into amused chuckles at his expense. Turning back to the formation, Alex raised his hand and activated it. A spatial fissure tore open before them, unstable at first, before rapidly stabilizing into a doorway-like construct of shimmering energy. "Let's move," Alex said. Without hesitation, he stepped through the gate. One by one, the others followed. As the final member crossed over, the gate collapsed in on itself, the formation beneath it disintegrating shortly after. The path of retreat was gone. What lay ahead was tens of kilometers away from Bloodiron City. A spatial gate suddenly tore open within a barren stretch of rocky wilderness. The abrupt appearance of the phenomenon startled the surrounding biosphere. Small creatures, lizards, insects, and burrowing rodents scattered in all directions, fleeing instinctively from the unnatural disturbance. One by one, the members of the Fortuna party stepped through. Alex emerged first, followed closely by his core companions Kavikin, Mogul, Havel, and Silver. Behind them came the dozen Fury soldiers, a mix of knights and crossbowmen led by Sergeant Lopoda. The final group soon followed: Zora, Yadara, Eleanor, Sugud, and Kronbellic. Finn leapt lightly from Zora's arms, landing on the ground before enlarging into his full form, an ashen-furred dire wolf exuding quiet menace. At the same time, Senna leapt out from Alex's shadow and soared into the sky above, her presence quickly blending into the vastness overhead. Dread, however, was notably absent. To maintain the illusion that Fortuna remained within the Bloodiron mansion, Dread had been left behind. The sudden disappearance of the Fortuna leader's primary mount would have drawn unnecessary suspicion. Also remaining at the mansion were the copper-skinned orc brothers, Hargul and Harem, along with Mordor Alex's brown-skinned orc retainer and the rest of the recovering raid party. Given that the raid party formed the most visible portion of Fortuna's strength, their continued presence at the estate under the guise of recovery following their injuries served as a convincing facade. Besides, this is a blitz operation. Everything should be concluded before dawn, Alex mused inwardly. His gaze turned towards Sugud. Ordinarily, Sugud was a non-combatant, and Alex would have preferred to leave it behind. However, this time was different. Alex was not the only one bringing something new to the field. Though, calling it a product reveal might be generous. This is more of a proper field test, he corrected himself inwardly. During the 3 months Alex had spent in seclusion, Sugud had been far from idle. He had successfully brought to life one of the standard-issue concepts Alex had envisioned for his forces. Unfortunately, these prototypes had only been completed and distributed to the core members after the ambush on the raid party. Perhaps if they had possessed this equipment earlier, the outcome of that encounter might have been very different. Alex turned back to the group. "Is everyone familiar with their new equipment?" he asked. The group nodded in unison. "Good," Alex said. "According to the intelligence gathered by our scouting unit Dash," he nodded slightly towards Eudora. "The Lost Heathens maintain a base approximately 10 kilometers northwest of here. It functions as a shipment hub, where they consolidate and dispatch goods to their major partners. In addition, this route leading to the hub is expected to see the passage of a transport convoy carrying a significant shipment today." A faint smile tugged at his lips. "We will be taking both the convoy and the shipment hub." His smile deepened, turning predatory. "Losing both in a single stroke should hurt them considerably, don't you think?" A ripple of excitement surged through the group. The promise of retaliation, of vengeance, hung thick in the air. Scree! Suddenly, Senu's sharp cry echoed overhead. Alex's eyes sharpened as he synchronized with her vision. "The convoy is approaching," he said. "Positions." At once, the group moved. Silver and the crossbowmen advanced first, taking up elevated positions atop a rocky outcrop 100 or so meters to the right of the road. Alex led the rest down towards the path itself. The group split seamlessly, spreading out across smaller rises along either side of the road. Only 3 figures remained on the center of the road: Alex, Kavikin, Mogul, forming a deliberate blockade. "They've spotted us," Alex noted calmly, observing the convoy's reaction. The caravan slowed, then came to a halt roughly 100 meters away. It consisted of nearly 30 carriages. 10 of these were designated for escort troops, amounting to roughly 200 guards in total. Perhaps due to their proximity to their base, the guards appeared relaxed, many still chatting amongst themselves even as reports of the obstruction filtered through their ranks. "Kavikin," Alex said, "plant the flag." With a feral grin, Kavikin strode forward and drove their banner firmly into the ground before them. "All of you halt," he roared, his voice carrying across the road. In response, 4 mounted riders broke from the convoy and urged their horses forward, charging towards the trio before pulling hard on the reins, stopping just short, barely 10 meters away. "What the hell is this?" the lead rider sneered. "Can't you see the Lost Heathen's flag on these carriages? Move aside, or suffer the consequences." "I am Alex Fury," Alex said evenly. "From this moment onward, this road falls under my control. Anyone wishing to pass must pay a toll." The 4 riders burst into laughter, as though they had just heard the finest joke of their lives. "Well, I'll be damned," the lead rider chuckled. "We've been bored for days. At least you've given us something to laugh about. As a reward, I'll give you some advice," he added, his tone turning cold. "Turn around and leave while we're still feeling generous." "What a coincidence. Seeing you has lifted my mood as well," Alex replied lightly. "So how about it? 1 low-grade berserk stone per person and 1 mid-grade stone per carriage. Quite reasonable, wouldn't you say?" He paused briefly, as though recalling something. "Oh, and I will need to inspect your cargo as well. Any additional valuables will incur further charges." The lead rider's smile faded completely. "Are you actually serious?" he asked, his voice hardening. "This territory belongs to the Lost Heathens. Even if I handed you the toll, do you think you'd live long enough to spend it?" "Don't concern yourself with that," Alex replied calmly. "Pay first, then we can see what happens after." With a casual wave of his hand, the concealed Fortuna members revealed themselves, rising from their hidden positions along the roadside elevations. The disparity in numbers was immediately apparent, barely a score against a couple hundred. The guards looked on with open disdain. "That's it?" The lead rider scoffed, disbelief etched across his face. He glanced back at the mass of troops behind him, then at the handful of figures standing with Alex. No matter how he looked at it, he could not comprehend the youth's audacity. He waved his hand dismissively. "I don't have any shards for your little toll. If you want it, come and take it from our cold, dead corpses." "Is that so?" Alex smiled faintly. Thwack! Pump! Thwack! No command was needed. A rain of bolts descended from above. The riders barely had time to react. Their aura defenses, thin and unprepared, were pierced through as if they were nothing more than parchment. In an instant, the 4 riders were impaled. The lead rider's body stiffened before collapsing lifelessly from his mount. The sudden reversal sent shock waves through the convoy. "What dash? They killed the captain? To arms! Kill them!" Shouts erupted as the remaining mounted guards spurred their horses forward, charging towards Alex's position in an attempt to form a defensive line and buy time for the rest. Within the convoy, the laborers and drivers scrambled into action. Shields were raised. Clubs, daggers, and whatever crude weapons they could grasp were drawn. Some clambered atop the carriages, hastily knocking arrows onto rough bows. In the unforgiving expanse of the Hollow Crest wildlands, even the most ordinary laborer learned to fight, especially those who traveled under the banner of the Lost Heathens. At any moment, they could become killers. Alex, Mogul, and Kavikin did not move to meet the incoming cavalry. Instead, they held their ground. Thwack! From the elevated ridges flanking the road, Sergeant Lopoda led the Fury Knights as they opened fire with their newly issued weapons, a modified crossbow, a variant developed by Sugud. Lopoda took aim at one of the advancing riders and fired. Thwack! The string snapped forward, launching the bolt with lethal precision. Without so much as a glance at the result, Lopoda pulled the foregrip back in a smooth motion, pumping the crossbow. With a sharp click, the string reset under tension as an internal spring system fed a fresh bolt into the groove. Without pause or hesitation, he fired again and again. Fire pump, fire pump. The Fury Knights unleashed a relentless barrage, each soldier maintaining a steady rhythm of nearly one bolt per second until the magazine was spent. The Fury Knights calmly changed for another magazine and soon smoothly continued opening fire. The cavalry had no time to react. They were cut down mid-charge, their advance shattered before it could even begin. Meanwhile, positioned further back atop the highest elevation, Silver and the original Fury crossbowmen took aim. Their weapons were of a different design, another one of Sugud's variants. Longer, heavier, and built for long-range precision. The extended bolt grooves housed reinforced, elongated bolts, while the mechanism itself allowed for mana infusion. Silver and the 5 crossbowmen channeled their mana into their weapons. Energy gathered along the string, then concentrated into the bolts themselves. Once fully charged, they fired. Thwack! The release was sharper, louder. The bolts tore through the air with devastating speed, striking targets over 100 meters away with unerring accuracy. Silver bolted back the mechanism without looking down, her eyes locked firmly on the battlefield below. The limbs of her crossbow groaned under the strain as she drew it back, the string locking into place. With a firm forward motion, the chamber sealed, another bolt snapping into position, ready to fire. She aimed again. Chaneled mana. Fired. One by one, the stronger enemies fell. Below, the battlefield unraveled. The pump-action crossbows wielded by Lopoda and the Fury Knights tore through the weaker forces, mowing them down in waves. At the same time, Silver and her unit methodically eliminated the higher-ranked targets with their bolt-action, mana-enhanced crossbows. Within moments, without a single blade drawn, without a single spell cast, the Fortuna party seized control of the battlefield from a distance. Quietly and efficiently, they heralded the arrival of a new kind of warfare. Alex observed the entire battle, if it could even be called that, with a faint smile playing on his lips. Taking the bolt-action and pump-action mechanisms I casually described and integrating them into a crossbow design. Leave it to a dwarf-elf hybrid to turn what was essentially an abstract concept into deadly, functional prototypes, he mused. With this foundation, I am confident that, given time, he will be able to replicate even more advanced weapon systems. If things progress as expected, I may not need to develop an alternative cultivation path for those without the needed talent. With the right tools, even ordinary individuals could become effective military assets. And if I have the opportunity to further enhance these designs with Rune-Tech, I might be able to increase the effectiveness of the weapon system further for both professionals and non-professionals alike. By the time his thoughts settled, the battle was already over. After the initial barrage from the crossbows, the Fortuna party descended upon the remnants, swiftly eliminating any survivors. The entire engagement had lasted less than 10 minutes. Alex and his wives had not needed to lift a hand. His subordinates, beast companions, and the Fury soldiers had handled everything with ruthless efficiency. No prisoners were taken. Those who bore the banner of the Lost Heathens had been marked for death by the party, and Alex saw no reason to intervene. Once the area had been sanitized, the group cleared the battlefield, recovering their fired bolts. Afterward, they erected a crude perimeter to shield the captured carriages from opportunistic beasts. Standing at a distance, Alex activated his beta bracer and placed a call to Ravenhorn. "The first objective is complete," he said as soon as the connection stabilized. "Understood. My people will arrive within 10 minutes, Ravenhorn replied. "We won't be waiting. We'll proceed to the second objective." "Very well. We'll await your next update." Alex ended the call, releasing a quiet breath. "Gather up," he called to the group. With a thought, he activated Omni Rune. The AI mage assistant responded instantly, executing a spell that opened a spatial gate before him. Zora raised a brow. I had Omnirune convert the formation into a spell. It's more convenient this way, Alex explained casually. He spoke as though it were the most natural thing in the world. Zora stared at him, momentarily stunned. Eleanor and Yudara were no different. Just as Zora and Eleanor began to recover, Yudara spoke only to deepen their disbelief. Master, if this is derived from the interplanar grand formation, does that mean you intend to eventually convert that into a spell as well? Alex rubbed his chin thoughtfully. That's actually not a bad idea, he said. What are you saying, Yudara? Don't encourage him, Zora cut in immediately. So the Udara replied sheepishly. By then, the spatial gate had fully stabilized, locking onto a pre-marked destination identified by the scouting team. Without hesitation, the Fortuna party began to step through. One after another, they vanished into the gate. On the other side, awaiting them, was the Lost Heathen's most critical shipment base. The base had once been a modest settlement, home to roughly 1,000 villagers. However, due to its proximity to a key supply route used by the Lost Heathens to service their major clients, the Dark Mercenary unit had seized it by force. According to information gathered by the scouting party from one of the few survivors who had somehow managed to reach Bloodiron, the Lost Heathens had initially attempted to buy out the village. The price they offered was, at best, insulting. Yet beyond the offered compensation, the villagers held a deep attachment to the land they had painstakingly cultivated into a home despite the harsh and unforgiving nature of the region. Unfortunately, they had gravely underestimated the nature of the Lost Heathens. Refusal was not something that group accepted lightly. In order to further expand and consolidate his operations, Brock Payton ordered his forces to wipe the village from the map entirely. A handful of villagers who had been away at the time of the massacre managed to make their way to Bloodiron and report the atrocity. However, no one was willing to intervene on behalf of a group of impoverished peasants or a village that no longer existed, especially when it meant opposing a force as powerful and influential as the Lost Heathens. The Wildlands was not a land of order or justice. It was a place where self-interest reigned supreme. Without sufficient incentive, no one would lift a finger. Of course, the Fortuna Company was no different. They were here for their own vengeance, not for the villagers. From a distance, the party observed the village. The Lost Heathens had made significant improvements to the settlement's defenses. The mud walls now stood taller and more reinforced, with watchtowers erected at either end of the perimeter, both overlooking the central gate. Each watchtower was manned by 3 archers, keeping vigilant watch over the surroundings. Silver gave a silent signal to the crossbow unit. The 6 of them split into 2 teams and, under the cover of night, advanced swiftly towards the watchtowers until they entered effective range. Thwack! Bolts flew, striking the watchtower guards with deadly precision. Shit! One of the crossbowmen missed his mark. His target had bent down at the precise moment the bolt was loosed, narrowly avoiding death. Silver reacted instantly, working the mechanism of her bolt-action crossbow with practiced efficiency. The moment another bolt chambered, she fired without hesitation. Thwack! This time, luck did not favor the guard. The bolt struck true, sending him tumbling from the tower, his body crashing down beyond the walls on the far side. The crossbowman offered Silver an apologetic smile. Silver did not respond verbally. Instead, she deliberately worked the mechanism of her crossbow. The sharp, deliberate motion serving as a silent reprimand, an unspoken reminder that he should have reacted, taking advantage of the crossbow's faster rate of fire to finish off the target immediately after missing the first shot. The crossbowman accepted the admonishment without complaint. As the rest of the Fortuna Company began their advance towards the village, the 2 crossbow teams pressed forward, reaching the base of the wall beneath the watchtowers. Using grappling hooks, they swiftly scaled the 5-meter-high mud walls and slipped into the guard towers above. Thwack! They shot down the 2 guards stationed below, behind the gate. Immediately after, the crossbowman who had been reprimanded dropped down from the wall to open the gate, while the others moved along the perimeter, clearing out any remaining hostiles stationed on the walls. When Alex entered through the open gate alongside the rest of the Fortuna Company, his gaze swept to both the right and left along the inner walls of the settlement. His brows furrowed slightly as he recognized the most significant drawback of Sugud's modified crossbows, particularly in an urban combat environment. They are loud, Alex mused. Much like their firearm counterparts, albeit to a lesser degree, the bolt-action and pump-action crossbows produced a noticeable sound, especially the longer-range, high-powered bolt-action variants. Worse still, in a settlement such as this filled with irregular paths, narrow alleyways, and tightly packed buildings, the sound echoed and reverberated between structures, prolonging its reach and increasing the likelihood of detection. While the unfamiliar nature of the sound might momentarily confuse the hostiles, delaying their recognition of the threat, it would still instinctively put them on alert. Even so, it won't take long before they identify it as a danger, Alex continued inwardly. We need to move quick dash. Enemy attack. Unfortunately, before he could complete his thought, let alone issue a command, someone discovered a body and raised the alarm. Hostiles began pouring out from all directions. Archers took positions and opened fire towards the scouting team that had initiated the assault. The rest of the Fortuna Company surged forward to engage. Under normal circumstances, a force of barely 20 individuals assaulting a settlement capable of housing over 1,000 would be considered sheer madness. However, with the equalizers in their hands, the Fortuna Company rapidly cut through the opposition, turning the enemy's own buildings and narrow pathways into tactical advantages as they advanced. The Fury Knights were the most aggressive. They remained in constant motion, running and gunning down hostiles before they could close the distance. They leapt from building to building, crossed rooftops, and used alleyways as choke points, weaving through structures in a relentless effort to avoid being surrounded and to engage their targets one at a time. The new weapons, combined with the unconventional, some would say cowardly tactics employed by the Fortuna Company, caught the lost heathens completely off guard. To make matters worse, whenever one of the enemy's leaders attempted to stabilize the situation and organize a counteroffensive, they were immediately singled out and eliminated by specialized raid teams tasked with preventing exactly that. However, despite the effectiveness of the new crossbows, not everyone favored them. Havel, Kavikin, and Mogul adhered to their traditional methods. Armed with a sword, twin axes, and bare fists respectively, the trio operated independently, hunting down high-value targets and any semblance of leadership that dared to emerge. The three went on such a relentless killing spree that they began to draw more attention from the hostiles than even their crossbow-wielding comrades. Ironically, this worked to the Fortuna Company's advantage. With the trio drawing the bulk of the enemy's focus, it became significantly easier for the crossbow units to pick off additional targets with precision. However, as the saying goes, all good things must come to an end. Eventually, the Fury Knights began to run low on bolts. There was no opportunity to recover spent ammunition doing, so it would require time to retrieve and reload them into their magazines before they could be fed to the crossbows and used again. That's another drawback, both Alex and Sugud noted inwardly as they exchanged a brief glance. Without hesitation, the Fury Knights drew their weapons, preparing to transition into close-quarters combat. The lost heathens responded with cruel grins. They had assumed the Fury Knights to be weak, given their earlier reluctance to engage directly. Now that they had been forced to draw their blades, the enemy believed victory would come easily. The fact that the Fury Knight's aura coating appeared colorless only reinforced this dangerous misconception. However, they were about to receive a harsh awakening. Due to the infamy the lost heathens had accumulated over the years, very few groups dared to attack them anywhere within the Hollow Crest wildlands, much less a location so close to their key shipment base. As a result, the majority of guards stationed at the hub hovered between bronze and silver ranks. Gold-ranked individuals were scarce, while combat masters were almost never present. Such high-level combat assets were far more valuable when deployed elsewhere than wasted on guarding a base that no one would ordinarily dare to attack under normal circumstances. While this might appear careless at first glance, the reality was more pragmatic. Any force bold enough to assault the base would either be overwhelmingly powerful or meticulously prepared, to the extent that the presence of higher-ranked defenders would make little difference. Thus, despite its importance, the base's defenses were comparatively weaker than one might expect. The Fury Knights carved through the hostiles in their path with relative ease. With Kavakin, Mogul, and Havel rampaging through the base, the gold-ranked and stronger silver-ranked enemies had been drawn towards them, leaving behind only the weaker silver-ranked and bronze-ranked fighters to contend with the Fury Knights. Given that each Fury Knight stood at the late intermediate rank effectively, placing them at peak silver strength, there was little in the remaining opposition capable of halting their advance. While our troops are individually stronger than these bandits, they are still outnumbered, Alex mused. Best to take precautions. Link. The moment Alex cast the spell, the members of the Fortuna Company felt an immediate and intimate connection form between them. Defense and energy began to flow and balance across the group, subtly reinforcing each individual through the collective. Alex then pointed towards Eleanor, designating her as the focal anchor of the spell. "I'll leave them in your hands," he said. "Don't worry. I'll keep them alive this time," she replied with quiet confidence. Alex studied her briefly, as though weighing her words, but ultimately chose not to comment. Without warning, a hostile lunged from a concealed position, charging towards Alex and his wives, who alongside Sugud and Crone Bellic remained at the rear of the raid formation. Sugud and Crone Bellic flinched at the sudden bellow, startled by the ambush. In contrast, Alex and his wives did not react in the slightest. They already knew the outcome. Someone else would handle it. Ice breath. Before the gold-ranked attacker could take more than a few steps, a freezing torrent erupted from the shadows. Fun, who had been trailing the group protectively, unleashed a blast of icy breath that struck the hostile head-on. The man's golden aura coating froze instantly, then shattered under the sudden thermal shock. His eyes widened in genuine disbelief as the protective layer he relied upon collapsed before his very eyes. Although he remained physically uninjured by the attack, this was the first time he had encountered a beast below the fourth circle capable of freezing aura coating something, which was essentially combat energy. Finn stepped forward, positioning himself a few feet ahead of the hostile, firmly blocking his path towards Alex's group. A woo! Finn released a long, resonant howl. The hostile did not dare to move, watching the strange beast one that could freeze energy itself with extreme caution. However, that was a grave mistake, Alex thought as he observed the man's reaction from the corner of his eye. A woo! Answering howls suddenly echoed from the surrounding mountains and highlands encircling the base. The hostile felt it immediately, multiple predatory gazes locking onto him from beyond the walls. Realizing the danger, he lunged towards Fun in a desperate attempt to eliminate the threat. However, the ashen-furred wolf moved fluidly, effortlessly evading each of his strikes. Moments later, the man's fear became reality. Dozens of wolves of varying strengths and species stormed into the base. At least 5 Class 2 wolves lunged at him in near-perfect coordination. One went low, aiming for his legs. As he moved to block the lunge, another wolf slashed at his back with its claws. "Arg," he groaned. "Ice bolt." He spun around to retaliate, but a precisely timed ice bolt from Fun struck his weapon, knocking the sword from his grasp while freezing his hand in the process. Another wolf leapt onto his back, jaws snapping towards his neck. The man reacted quickly, driving a punch into its skull and sending it crashing to the ground. Yet the assault did not relent. A wolf darted forward and slammed into the back of his knees, forcing him off balance. Almost immediately, another body checked him from the side, sending him crashing fully to the ground. The 5 wolves closed in, standing over him. They made quick, merciless work of the fallen man. A woo! The wolves let out a victorious howl before their alpha. A woo! Fun responded with a commanding cry of his own. A woo! More wolves arrived, their howls joining together in a unified chorus. Without delay, Fun led the pack forward, charging deeper into the base. Their arrival bolstered the Fortuna Company's forces, significantly reducing the numerical disadvantage. Elsewhere within the settlement, a hostile moved stealthily, cowardly through the chaos. He weaved through the fighting with visible fear, narrowly avoiding the clashes around him until he finally reached a dovecot-like structure housing various species of messenger birds. With trembling hands, the man hurriedly tied strips of red cloth on his several birds before releasing them into the night sky. The birds took flight, initially following paths that led away from the settlement. Scree! A sharp, regal avian cry tore through the night sky. Senu, who had been diving and sniping hostile positions, opening and softening them up for the Fortuna Company, halted mid-flight. The moment she spotted the messenger birds attempting to flee the settlement, she released a piercing screech. The messenger birds trembled violently upon hearing the cry, their flight patterns faltering. Some of them even forgot to flap their wings entirely, dropping clumsily from the air. Rigeroha! Scree! Queen Senu unleashed another cry, this time infused with her regal aura. The command within it was poignant. As if compelled by an unseen authority, the birds immediately began to descend from the skies. These were ordinary Class 0 creatures, perhaps with a few weak Class 1s mixed in at best. None of them dared challenge the dominion of a true aerial sovereign. Under such overwhelming pressure, not a single one attempted to continue their escape. The cowardly man stared upwards in stunned disbelief. He had summoned every ounce of courage he possessed to send out those birds, hoping to alert their leader, Brock Payton, of the raid on their base. And yet, that fragile act of bravery had been utterly crushed in an instant. Panicking, he turned to flee the dovecot. Bang! Unfortunately for him, a Fury Knight had already closed in from behind. Before the man could even turn around, the knight delivered a sharp, controlled backhand strike, driving the pommel of his sword into the side of the man's head. The man collapsed instantly, unconscious. Without wasting time, the Fury Knight bound the unconscious man and left him secured in a corner of the dovecot before moving on. Individuals responsible for managing key facilities such as this dovecot were valuable sources of intelligence. Moreover, as they were, more often than not, non-combatants, the Fury Knights and the Fortuna Company as a whole had no particular desire to kill them, even in the midst of a revenge operation. Alex lifted his gaze towards the sky, watching Senu, before glancing back at from behind him. A faint smile appeared on his face. While they were not yet entirely certain of the rewards bestowed by the Dragon Emperor upon his beast companions following the Animus Steel trial, they had already confirmed at least two. The first and most immediately apparent benefit was the balancing of the beast companions' elemental affinities alongside the refinement of their bloodlines. Finn experienced a harmonization of his ice, fire, and nature affinities, which ultimately gave rise to his distinctive ashen fur. Senu, on the other hand, achieved a balance between her light, darkness, and spatial affinities. Despite this, she still showed a marked preference for exploiting her spatial affinity, using it to deliver high-powered, near-impossible-to-evade strikes. Dread underwent a strengthening of his nightmare bloodline, resulting in a more imposing physique, larger, more muscular, and far more intimidating. Alongside this, his darkness affinity appeared to deepen and grow more potent. The second reward granted by the Dragon Emperor was the awakening and subsequent strengthening of each beast companion's innate ruler, or alpha, nature. Dread had already demonstrated the ability to command and direct the other horses within the party, so the evolution of his ruler nature was not immediately apparent. Similarly, Senu had always carried herself with an air of royalty. As such, the emergence of her ruler nature went largely unnoticed, overshadowed by her already formidable regal aura ability. However, in Fun's case, the awakening of his alpha nature couldn't go unnoticed. The culinary wolf gained the ability to command other wolves regardless of species, so long as they were not stronger than himself. It was through Fun's display of this ability that Alex became aware of the changes in the other two companions as well. It was also during this time that Senu discovered she could extend her authority over all avian species, provided they were also weaker than her. Interestingly, the definition of weaker was not limited to rank. The early Class 3, Alex's beast companions have displayed the ability to command mid-Class 3 beasts, who should technically be stronger than them. So, it was quite possible the strength requirement referred to actual power regardless of rank. Fun had celebrated this newfound power enthusiastically. For a long time, as a unique wolf species, he had nearly abandoned the idea of ever forming a pack of his own. Now, what once seemed impossible had been made possible by the Dragon Emperor's gift. As for the others, Dread regarded the change with indifference, while Senu considered it only natural that she should command all avians after all. In her view, they were inherently her subjects. Meanwhile, the battle continued to rage with unrelenting intensity. With the Fortuna Company largely transitioning back to melee combat, the Lost Heathens managed to regain some composure, reforming their lines and establishing defensive positions. Even so, they were steadily being driven back. The scouting party had already finished securing the walls. They descended from the ramparts and redirected their efforts towards clearing any remaining hostiles along the outer perimeter of the base. Meanwhile, reinforced by Fawn's wolf pack, the Fury Knights pushed towards the center of the settlement, advancing through the carnage left in the wake of Kavikin, Mogul, and Havel. Havel lifted his gaze and spotted a large two-story building in the distance. It stood taller and far more refined than any other structure within the base, making its importance to the Lost Heathens immediately apparent. Without hesitation, he set off in that direction. Suddenly, his path was blocked by 3 hostiles. Quick draw, flash, slash. Havel's figure vanished only to reappear behind them in the next instant. Hold dash. One of the hostiles turned to react, but his vision abruptly tilted. Something struck the ground with a dull thud. A headless body entered his view. That's mine. It was his final thought before darkness claimed him. The other 2 hostiles fared no better. Their bodies collapsed moments later, cleanly decapitated. Flash step. Havel's eyes narrowed as he sensed movement ahead. In the next instant, he surged forward. A 1-star gold-ranked fighter was leading a group of 3-star silver-ranked subordinates, positioning themselves within an alleyway to set up an ambush. Unfortunately for them, Havel had spotted them before they could complete their preparations. Utilizing a sudden burst of speed, Havel dashed along the wall bordering the alley, using it to propel himself onto the rooftop above. Sword intent, falling sickle, he descended like a blade from the heavens, delivering a devastating overhead slash directly onto the gold-ranked leader. The strike cleaved cleanly through the man's neck, just as he leaned out to scan the street for an unsuspecting victim. In the end, he himself had been the unsuspecting prey, conveniently presenting his neck to the descending blade. Havel's sword flashed several more times in rapid succession. One by one, heads separated from bodies, rolling silently across the ground. With the ambush utterly dismantled, Havel now aptly deserving of the title, Headhunter continued his advance towards the large building, leaving behind a grim trail of headless corpses in his wake. Conversely, Kavikin was, well, Kavikin. The hulking war-tiger roared with savage laughter as his twin axes cleaved through anything in his path across the base. Unlike Havel, he did not pursue a specific objective. His focus was simple: cut down as many hostiles as possible. Partly for vengeance, to appease the spirits of his fallen raid party subordinates, and partly to satisfy the insatiable thirst for blood emanating from his twin axes. Slaughter intent, call of the wild. With every life he claimed, his killing intent surged, and with it his power. Yet Kavikin did not stop there. Unwilling to allow his path of carnage to be halted, the war-tiger activated his species' innate ability, flooding his body with even greater strength as he tore through hostiles indiscriminately, regardless of their rank or resistance. Though he followed no deliberate path, instead chasing the flow of battle itself, he still found his way towards the heart of the base. The hostiles, seeking to leverage their superior numbers, had begun to converge in an attempt to defend their stronghold. Little did they realize that, in doing so, They had drawn a force of nature directly towards themselves. Meanwhile, as the designated champion of the Fortuna Company and, to fully indulge his craving for battle, Mogul had taken position within the town's central plaza, deliberately making himself the focal point of attention. Unlike the other two walking calamities, Mogul appeared comparatively weaker due to the suppressive effects of the chains of unyielding. This illusion lured scores of hostiles into attacking him without hesitation. Mogul welcomed them all. Beast Totem Bear, Beast Totem, Dune Croc. Amidst the relentless combat, his comprehension deepened. He began to seamlessly alternate between beast totems in the midst of battle, refining both speed and efficiency with each exchange. He changed fluidly between the raw strength of the bear for devastating strikes and the hardened scales of the Dune Croc for defense, adapting instinctively to each incoming threat. Whenever his injuries reached critical levels, a healing spell from Eleanor would descend upon him through Alex's link spell. Likewise, when fatigue threatened to slow him, a restorative spell would follow through the same connection. This constant support allowed Mogul to fight without restraint, pushing his limits, tempering his body, and honing his abilities through sheer, unrelenting combat. Stop wasting time. Kill him already. A peak silver-ranked lost heathen officer roared in frustration. Unable to tolerate the stalemate any longer, the officer charged forward himself, intent on finishing off what he believed to be the weaker opponent. Mogul's eyes gleamed as he locked onto the incoming attack. Let my will be unhindered. One heart punch. Mogul gathered his will, condensing and hardening it into a potent intent, before driving his fist forward, meeting the incoming blade of the hostile head-on. Shatter. Bang. To the man's utter horror, Mogul's fist shattered the weapon upon impact, reducing it to fragments. The momentum did not stop there. The punch continued forward, striking him squarely in the chest just above the heart. The force of the blow sent a violent shock through his body, disrupting his heart and bringing it to an abrupt halt. Thud! The man collapsed to the ground, lifeless,